We are here for the final day of the Super Rapid and Blitz Poland tournament. भाई आखिरी दिन जल्दी शुरुआत सहज भाई हमारी टाइमिंग आगे पीछे बैक एंड फोर्थ चलती जा रही है भाई कई बार पता ही नहीं लगता किस दिन कितने बजे स्ट्रीम है.
Exactly, bhai. Parso bhi we were streaming at this time, and then because it was the last round of Tepe Segemen, and then GCT start to our normal times, and now GCT ka last day, 9 rounds of blitz, and we have liftoff already. Bhai, Gukesh versus Radek, his second. He has lost 2 games against him in the past, once in the
Yeah,
rapid, once in the blitz, but now this is the moment. Can Gukesh finally take him down? Is the
I think
question.
he has to. अगर उनको टूर्नामेंट जीतने के सपने एंटरटेन भी करने हैं he has to win this game. It's very important. Also, regardless, you don't want to go down 3-0 to anyone in the world, I feel, right? Like it's something which is, taboo in the chess world, so to speak. I feel like you don't want to go down to anybody 3-0. It's going to be something that you're going to carry forward for the rest of your life. So super important game. Even if it's your second, you ideally want to at least win one game. And if we can win this one, bahut chances, their hands struggling, the leader struggling, there's genuine opportunity to catch up with them, at least portray that you are a contender for the first or at least the top 3 spots. Welcome to the stream, chat. Do like the stream. Once, do write your favorite for the winner of the Grand Chess 2 Poland tournament. Who do you think wins the event? Can we have the standings once for just 10 seconds on the screen very quickly? Sayaj bhai, what's your prediction? Who wins the event today?
Difficult, but I think I'm gonna say Wesley, even though he's second on the the leaderboard. But I'm only saying that because Hans 3 game लगातार हारा था. But Wesley also out of 3 games. By the way, last move of Radek is crazy. We should absolutely jump
Yeah,
back and
yeah.
just cover this because look at this chat. Bishop A3, double bishop जो advantage था आपका वो एक move के अंदर गयो. Because if you go bishop takes A3, queen F5 check, and thank you for the bishop here.
Agreed. And that's crazy, no? Bishop A3, Queen A5 check. And usually I would think maybe I can play Bishop C3 and maintain it, but that bishop is very, very awkward. And D4 might be a move as well. But the taken Queen A5 check played. And look at the king, yeah, almost checkmated. Like, they had nowhere to go.
Yeah, of course. But of course, now he's gonna go short castle, play c4. Yeah, एक bishop तो है अभी भी bishop versus knight का imbalance है board पे. So slight maybe preference to Gukesh for now. But blitz है भाई. Anything is possible. We have seen that anything is possible in this event. And chat में लोग पूछ रहे हैं सहज भाई, would you cover UZ chess? Tiku भाई, I think you know this better than me. Please take it
So
away.
we will likely cover it. We did have the cameras last time. So if we have the cameras, we will. But right now, we don't know the answer to that question. So we'll know it likely around Norway Chess. That's when we'll get the answer to it. I have asked the team. But yes, I would say 2/3 chances we might cover that event because Arjun is playing and also Sindarov is playing. It's going to be interesting to see. Vidit, of course, his comeback will be crucial to follow because he will be playing the Olympiad. Meanwhile, coming
And the
back to this
thing
event, said
is,
by,
And
huh?
the thing is, Tiku bhai, that it is right after Norway Chess. So it basically
Yes.
25th to 5th, I believe, is Norway Chess, and then 6th, say 16th or something like this is USG. So players के पास time ही नहीं होगा, like to like get themselves together. It's going to be very very tiring month for all of these players.
But the players are different, Sej. It's going to be tiring for us, or at least commentators, organizers, everybody else, because players, so they are different, like Arjun and Vidit, and then Prag and Gukesh, and then there's no overlap there. But of course, regardless, we'll be covering very likely both the events. But of course, Norway Chess will be the next big one first. All eyes on Norway Chess for now. But right now, it is a golden opportunity, Gukesh, to silence the critics by, if he can win this event, Sej, at least finish top 2, top 3, he can stake a claim by I am not bad at rapid blitz anymore, and all the criticism I've improved in the past year, and now I'm taking a claim that I'm no longer weak at rapid and blitz.
For sure, but I think वो claim तब तक नहीं बनेगा जब तक गुकेश कोई एक टूर्नामेंट ऐसे जीतता नहीं है. आई एम नॉट सेइंग लाइक समथिंग क्रेजी लाइक 3-4 पॉइंट से आप डेफिसिट से जीतो, बट आई फील वो जो क्लेम आएगा ना वो तभी आएगा जब आप जीतोगे कोई टूर्नामेंट जहाँ पे ऑल द टॉप लाइक से फास्ट प्लेयर्स आर प्लेइंग एंड यू जस्ट विन दैट. एंड look, of course there is a big difference right now between him and Hans, but it's 9 rounds chat, and 9 rounds में it's less likely. I agree with you. Like 3.5 points is a lot to cover in 9 rounds, but it is still possible. Like theoretically, it's still possible. And Gukesh has to just, go guns blazing and try to win each game as much as he can. Plus, Radek and Sindarov को definitely हराना तो बनता ही है because Radek से
Yeah.
2-0 का स्कोर है और Sindarov से आप blitz में अभी अभी हारे हो.
Agreed. It's very important. Of course, Hans lost three in a row. So Hans also, it's very tough to maintain that lead. That shows you the difference between Magnus and the others. Magnus Carlsen, by the way, finishes these tournaments with a score of around 25 or so. So that tells you how crazy his score is compared to the others. But of course, following the game, Radek gaining space on the king side right now, not giving any advantage to Gukesh. Gukesh brings the king to the center, but maybe even g4 could be a move played on the board that really limits White's pawn advances now. Very few pawn breaks remaining. Gukesh completely even, still has the e4 pawn break, but whenever he does that, the d4 pawn could be weak. So it has to be timed very well. He starts with b4 first.
Absolutely. B4, I think I love that approach. E4, I would not have gone for it for the reasons you mentioned. Weakening the D4 pawn does not make much sense. Even though, हम कहते हैं कि bishops को open center चाहिए and all of that. This is an exception in this scenario. So B4, I think keeping things balanced. Even if you take on B4, one pair of rooks at max will be changed. You definitely, I feel, don't want to trade both pair of rooks here because I think knights, क्योंकि pawns एक ही side पे है, right? क्योंकि 8 pawn है तो हम उनको एक set का pawns ही बोलेंगे. That means knights are technically, slightly superior to the bishop in this sense. Plus side के pawns भी trade हो रहे हैं तो bishop का वो जो long range रहता है, like ab4
Yeah.
trade हो गया, hg4 भी trade होने वाला है, तो वो जो side के pawns जहाँ पे bishop सबसे, if you remember, of course, yesterday मैग्नस ऐसे ही तो जीता था यागिस के साथ, राइट? बिशप वर्सेस नाइट, जब वो दोनों के दोनों पॉन्स एकदम कोने में पड़े हुए थे एंड जस्ट द नाइट कुड नॉट was not able to jump around that quickly. Similar things could happen, but let's see what he goes for right now. Tiku bhai, for Radek, I don't feel it's easy to make moves.
Agreed. I think any move you play, for example, dc4 already opens up chances for white, right? The bishop opens up, the knight comes to c4. So every move has a consequence. The more he tries, the more Gukesh also gets some chances. Very interesting. Also, I have a few comments in the chat about, thanks a lot for the kind words there by a couple of people. And also, I think, yes, it is a packed calendar chat. We have the Olympiad this year. GCL was recently announced, by the way. I saw a social post by them. And of course, we're going to have the World Championship. Vaishali is also one. That will be a separate World Championship. The World Rapid Blitz. It's an absolute jam-packed calendar. EWC as well, let's not forget. And Norway Chess will be the next big one. But 96 played. Already c5. I can now see signs of how I can push edge by c5. At the right moment, b5. And black has clear weaknesses.
Yeah, c5 is nice. Weakness is nahi. I think more space, Tiku bhai, I feel. That वो कभी भी जाके b5 एंड देन जो आप कह रहे हो भाई bc6 के बाद ये जो gc6 पे जो वीकनेस आएगी भाई, दैट विल बी डेंजरस. एंड लुक एट दैट, रुक 8 एंड अ डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन फॉर गुकेश. रुक तो ट्रेड हो रहा है पर डायरेक्टली मारा है या फिर शैल वी प्ले दिस funky looking move rook a5 instead? It does change the nature of the position. Your structure will break a bit, but it could increase pressure on the b7 pawn, Tikubai.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Of course, splits the pawns, but gives you a clear target. He just takes directly. Also, knight a5 incoming. The king runs back to the c7 square. And yes, Magnus is playing Norway Chess. He'll be back for another classical event. And this is the kind of position where Gukesh can push for a long, long time. It's a two-result position. The king on e2, very nice. Space on the queen side. e4 break available. This h3, g4 tension, I feel, also right now benefits white a bit because I can always play king d2, bishop f1, take on g4, and play bishop e2 and keep this g4 pawn under check. And the black king has too much to do. So holdable, but not so easy.
Bhai, look at this f3, like another. I think Gukesh senses that the knight 8 pe pada hai, it's a bit out of place, and this is the right moment to break open in the center. It's a risk, but he responds well. And now look at this knight c1. This is the idea that I wanted to play with, the idea of knight d3, and knight d3 के बाद knight f4 पे जाके इस पे pressure डाल सकता है, knight e5 पे जाके f7 पे and g4 पे pressure डाल सकता है. So Gukesh creating some problems for Radek here. And by the way, 1 minute difference, by the way, between Radek and Gukesh, which is a great sign for the world champion.
By the way, Hans Niemann is crushing Firouzja right now. So the leaders kind of fighting back. Fabi, by the way, is slightly worse as well. So we'll keep you updated with all the results. Sindarov, by the way, is better. So a lot of results coming up in round one. Can Gukesh also do the same? By the way, where do you put the king's edge? By the ideal situation for white is to create a passed pawn. That's what he needs. With the bishop, if he can have a passed pawn, that will give him a huge chance to win. Hence the move f3. And the black knight's kind of struggling to find some good squares. Knight e5 already, as he pointed out, a great move. And the black king first went to c7 to defend b7, now has to come to e7 to defend f7. I can keep dancing around, and at some point you might have no time to calculate where to put the king.
Yeah, exactly. King c7, e7, two moves there. But I think ये जो आपने idea बताया ना bishop f1, bishop e2 का, I really like it. And also I love knight e5 as well because now fg4 could be a pawn and or you have to go gh3, bishop h3 and in some sense at least your structure breaks. Okay, he takes gf3. Now king से मारो भाई ताकि king f4, king
Ooh,
g5 आगे जाके you can get some pressure. I know Bar is
wow.
saying equal chat, but I think heavy chances for Gukesh to win this match. Heavy
Wow.
chances.
That's a beautiful move, by the way. I love he took with the king, king f4, and moving the king forward to reach the h5 pawn on a good day. We saw Arjun's king g4, right? Against, I think it was in the final round against Andy. And now we see king f4 from Gukesh. So the king being used in the perfect way possible to attack this pawn. Sahaj bhai, black has to be very careful now.
भाई दिस इज लुकिंग लाइक अ मैग्नस गेम या लाइक एकदम
Hmm.
प्रॉपर एंड गेम ऑन द बोर्ड पिछले 10 गेम से एकदम एंड गेम लग रही है पर वो धीरे धीरे पहले b4 फिर c4 फिर c5 एंड देन f3 एंड देन स्लाइट प्रेशर किंग को एक्टिवेट नाइट को एक्टिवेट बिशप को एक्टिवेट लुकिंग वेरी गुड आई वुड से सो फार फॉर रुकेश
Either Gukesh wins this or the king gets checkmated on f4. There are only two options here. Chat. So this is going to be an exciting game regardless. Do not be fooled by the end game here. It is a crazy position. And by the way, the knight still kind of passive. They do not want to be on g7 and f8. They want to be on e4 and c4 or some other active square. So white right now dominating the proceedings, maybe at some point you want to play h4 and g4, exchange the pawn and create that passed h pawn. By the way, the king comes back to f3, keeping it safe. Maybe knight f4 is the idea now.
Beautiful idea. I love this h4 and g4 business. By the way, knight f4 was also possible in that. Yeah, knight f4 ke baad, I'm guessing ef4 or king f4 and then you try to put pressure on the g pawn, but that doesn't happen. He switches back to b3. Knight f5 ka plan to try and go for this, but the d4 pawn is also left hanging.
Yeah. And you see
Tough,
again
tough,
that
tough.
pattern of black has to decide, do I go back now to d7? It's not an easy choice, right? You have to make this choice every single time. And now then I can come back, for example, whether b5, I love that move, gaining some squares for the bishop. And now maybe what do? Do you play h4? Stop that move, h4 from black. Let's see what black does. Maybe b6, yeah, trying to equalize.
P6 was the best and he plays it. Wow, eliminating a huge weakness from the position. And these knights are now super annoying because there is no access point. Knight f4 पे आ नहीं सकता, this knight is controlling. Bishop e8 पे जा नहीं सकता, this knight is controlling. And there is no other square which you can target here. Is this a fortress, Tikku bhai?
It could be, but I think Gukesh is the only one pushing. The d5 pawn is a light square, can be attacked by the bishop and the knight. By the way, MVL has defeated Fedoseev in a beautiful final position. We'll have a look at the end once the game ends. So one result already.
Baap re,
Sindarov
queen and
completely winning against Duda, by the way.
wow. Sindarov defeating. Gukesh also is now winning. Bhai, he just made
Wait,
a
what?
mistake. King e7 was a blunder. Knight c7 was winning, but he doesn't see it. He
Ooh,
plays bishop b3 and f4 now. Oh, back to equal. Knight f5 he has to find. Very difficult. Very,
tough,
very
tough,
difficult. Very
tough.
difficult. He could make a mistake
Taking
here.
on e3 feels. Oh,
Oh,
he
he plays
finds it.
it.
Nice move. Bishop e4 now, taking the pawn.
F e3 and now king e2, knight f4 check. Only knight h4 was a mistake and now ye pawn mar gaya, so maybe he can still try to play for a win. By the way, look at this. 2 billion IQ from Gukesh, d5 because he realizes bishop and pawn is the wrong color. Knight can sack this eventually and that would just be
Ah.
a draw. 2 billion IQ from the world champion there. By wo bhi 20 second ke andar. Very nice
And
move.
by the way, we might have bishop knight against knight here. Like I've had this actually over the board once and I almost lost it. I had the knight. So let's see. By the way, 10 seconds for both players. King d3 played, but we e2 as a distraction now.
Yeah, 4 seconds now for Radek. Knight d6 plays. Radek, by the way, has been performing really well. Has not made a single mistake so far in this entire game. I mean, and Gukesh has put up some really nice questions, but
I
no
love how he's
problems
still
so
playing.
far.
I love how he's still playing. It can turn out to be tricky, but I love that he's not agreeing to a draw just yet. What does he do now? It's not easy, right? I think it's just one pawn
नहीं अब
each.
तो ड्रॉ अब तो ड्रॉ है भाई अब तो ड्रॉ है
Yeah.
अब तो कुछ
King
भी खेल
g4
कर लो
is a
किंग
blunder, yeah?
किंग
King
जी
g4 will be a
किंग जी
blunder.
फोर इज अ ब्लंडर या नाइट e3 किंग e3 इज नाइस
Okay, he
आई
takes
मीन
the pawn.
यू कैन ट्राई नाइट c4 चेक किंग d4 खेलना
Oh,
पड़ेगा आपको
he
वापस
doesn't take on
नॉर्मली
e3,
किंग
yeah?
e6 पे जाके नाइट e3 मार सकते हो ओ भाई किंग d4 व्हाट बट e2
Maybe
Why
they
would
agreed
you?
to a draw,
Why?
Sage
Why
bhai.
king d4? Why not king e5?
Ah, he goes e5. He goes e5. He goes
Ah,
e5.
okay,
King
that
d4
makes sense.
back.
Exactly. Maybe he was hesitating with d4 and then went to e5. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
this gains a tempo. Same position, you gain a tempo.
Knight c4. Knight c4. Nice move. Chat, this is a dead draw, but Gukesh will keep pushing, by the way.
King
Okay,
c5
why
पे
not king
knight c3
c5?
था, knight c3 था, d6 knight e4 check.
Yes, 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 yes. He's playing on
Yeah,
the
it's a
clock
draw
basically.
now.
Yeah, it's a draw. It's a draw. It's a draw. It's a
एक
draw, of
महान
course.
इंसान ने एक बार कहा था कि नाइट पॉन एंडिंग्स आर लाइक किंग पॉन एंडिंग्स, एंड दिस इज a perfect example of that
Yeah, there it
analogy.
is. It's a draw. By the way, Hans Niemann has defeated Alireza Firouzja. MVL, it's a draw chat between Gukesh and Radek. At least he doesn't lose. And now MVL defeats Fedoseev. Can we have a look at that final position, Sahaj? Bhai, what a crazy position. What is the Black King doing on E8?
भाई यहाँ से स्टार्ट करते हैं, एकदम पूरा सेटअप करते हैं बढ़िया से. नाइट g5 ही प्लेस. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल एक पॉन मर गया b2 पे वाइट का, सो बट सम प्रेशर ऑन द किंग साइड. बट लुक एट दिस, नाइट b4 आता है, रुक b3. अब ब्यूटीफुल रुक लिफ्ट की तैयारी है. नाइट c3, क्वीन c2 प्लेड, क्वीन f3 सैकिंग द रुक. ही टेक्स इट,
Oof.
चेक, टेक्स, नाइट टू b5. ये एस्केप स्पॉट था किंग के लिए जो हमने रोक लिया फॉर नाउ. पूरा रुक आप अभी भी डाउन हो बाय द वे. प्लेस क्वीन a4, attacking the knight, queen takes e6, another brilliancy on the board, sacking the knight,
Wow.
rook c6 आता है, check and check. And if you go king f8, knight takes h8, and you this mate is unavoidable क्योंकि ये एक घोड़ा नहीं, दो घोड़े से mate हो रही है.
Wow. Chad, is the board lagging for you a little bit? Let us know yes or no. But okay, that's an insane find by MVL, and that's why he's the former Blitz champion. So defeats Fedoseev. Also, what happened in the Sindarov game, Sahaj? If you can have a look.
Sindarov lost against
Wait,
Duda,
what?
bhai. Sindarov lost.
How?
I thought Sindarov was completely winning,
He
and he
was.
was. Look at this, bhai. This was the position. Oh, sorry, मैं थोड़ा बहुत ही जल्दी चला गया मैं. But chat, this was the. I mean, like, let's be real about something here. Yeah, Sindarov is 2 pawns up. A5 का pawn तो है ही जो कोने में है. This is the biggest strength. On top of that, you have E4 का pawn as well, which is extra. दोनों के पास queen knight. मेरे पास 5 pawn, आपके पास 3 pawn. And Duda somehow manages to swindle. Yeah, this is another proof. It's not over until it's over. Let's actually find out what happens. A6 के बाद A7 Queen A4. This is already where things start to go wrong. A7 का pawn अब मरने वाला है, which was unnecessary. You could defend it earlier. And knight E5 was a mistake. Queen A6, knight G6, FG6, best move. Queen D7, C4, G4 निकालना था, उसने F4 खेला. Check, check, Queen E2. And now I think this pawn is a bit too ahead, and this is the moment when Sindarov thinks, भाई अभी तो मैं जीत रहा था, तो अब मुझे draw नहीं करना है. Look at this mistake here. King H6 was completely winning, which he misses. Queen D4 आता है, and Queen F6 check, and black resigns. White
I
resigns.
think I think board बहुत lag हो रहा है. Seva, can we fix it somehow? Like even I'm not able to follow actually. Can we fix this
हाँ,
somehow?
really.
कुछ चीज का.
Sorry, chat.
हाँ. Chad, okay, but होता है. We'll solve it for you before the next game. Don't worry. But and can we also do the final position in the game of Fabi once?
यार
Just
मतलब
the final
अभी
position.
अभी फिर बोर्ड रहने देते हैं ना, मतलब तो मैं एरोज वगैरह नहीं बनाता हूँ अभी. फाबी क्या लास्ट बोर्ड दिखा देता, लास्ट पोजीशन दिखा. ओ भाई, चेक मेट ऑलमोस्ट
Wow.
ऑन द बोर्ड.
Wow.
दैट्स
So if you
क्रेजी.
take on
फाबी
e4,
ऑल्सो.
F2 is a new queen, yeah? So
I'm
Fabi
sorry,
loses to
Wesley won,
Wesley.
bhai.
Yeah, Wesley
Wesley
won.
won, and yeah, so Wesley and Hans extend basically their lead. Basically, chat, अगर आप overall standings अभी देखो, Hans is on 17 and a half, Wesley is on 17, and Fabi, who's number 3, is on 15 points. So Wesley and Hans are essentially right now the only people fighting for the first two spots. 2 point ka difference is just too much. And
Yeah.
Tiku bhai, I think for Gukesh to win this tournament with 8 rounds to go and a 4 point deficit, I feel is next to impossible.
I agree. I think the only way, I mean, would be to beat the top four, yeah? So you beat Fedoseev, you beat Caruana, you beat Wesley, you beat Hans, and then you hope they also lose a bunch of games. It's hypothetically possible, but it will require the kind of sprint that Magnus does, like, winning 6 in a row, for example, right? That's the kind of result that can make this happen. On paper possible, very likely, but I would say even a top 3 finish would be huge for Gukesh here in this absolutely packed field. So let's see. He has some points on the scoreboard in the first round itself, which has not happened so far. And now his next round opponent is Alireza Firouzja, by the way, who
Wow.
was the leader in the Blitz yesterday. If you count only the Blitz section, he had an amazing tournament, 6.5 out of 10 right now. What happens with the black pieces? A very important game for Gukesh.
Exactly, and we all remember that rampage of Firouzja by 5-0 in the Global Chess League. वही देख के मुझे डर लगता है भाई. And also, but Alireza has started off with a loss though against Han, so that has to have some effect. when you start off the day, you are the tournament leader in Blitz, and पहले round में अगर आप हार जाओ, it can ruin your flow in some sense. So will be an interesting match regardless. I think Gukesh did defeat Firouzja in their previous Blitz match in the first round. I do remember that. But in Rapid, I believe he lost. So इनका भी score 1-1 ही है भाई overall.
Yeah, I think he drew one and he lost one actually. Yeah. He drew one and he lost one. Rapid में he drew,
one
right?
and lost one.
हाँ, वो जब जीत रहा था but वो pawn c2 मार दिया था
हाँ,
उसने.
it was completely winning, and sorry,
Yeah.
my bad. Yeah, it was completely winning, and then it ended in a draw.
But yeah, he's shown signs of playing well, though. That's the main point. And let's see what happens. Also, of course, Hans, by the way, is playing now against Fedoseev. So important game. If Fedoseev, if they can, for example, draw, that will be great. Also, Caruana against Sindarov is an important game from Sindarov, who, by the way, is struggling in this tournament. Not the ideal event he wanted right after the candidates. It's first over the board event after the candidates. Imagine if Sindarov won this chat. It would be a kind of aura he could build that would be unparalleled right now, at least in 2026, right? But he misses that opportunity. And now maybe Gukesh's confidence would also increase that, okay, I am way ahead of Sindarov if he can finish in the standings that way. So let's see what happens, chat. Meanwhile, chat, do like the stream because it's going to be amazing. 8 more rounds to go, the final day. And then we're going to have a break of 2 weeks and we'll have Norway Chess. Sej bhai, Gukesh, what is he doing in the next 2 weeks? Yeah, what is he working on for Norway Chess? Class, tactics, because clearly we have seen tactical mistakes from Gukesh. Opening prep, we've seen certain moments where other players have been better prepared. So there's a lot to work on before an event like Norway Chess or Gukesh, which has classical and rapid both.
100%. I think for the most part, I think Gukesh is looking pretty fine to me. Like I think जब आप see, we had this phase जहाँ पे Gukesh was dominating. He was the best. Maybe you could argue at some point he was the best player in the world, at least in 2024. You could argue that. And उसके बाद से एकदम से it was like सब कुछ एकदम उल्टा होने लग गया. And when something like that happens, I feel, and you're trying to fix it, it's not like magic कि एकदम से एक दिन के अंदर you're gonna go back to that phase where you're feeling that insane confidence, you're playing moves quickly, and all of those things. I feel like it's a process that builds slowly, and I'm seeing sort of pieces of it, if that makes sense. Because I think the fact that he's able to get to a stage जहाँ पर उसके पास generally 1-1.5 मिनट ज़्यादा होता है, चाहे वो ब्लिट्स हो चाहे वो रैपिड हो, एंड उसकी पोजीशन यूजुअली बेटर होती है. ठीक है, दैट्स द वन कांस्टेंट आई एम सीइंग इन गुकेश की. बहुत रेयरली ऐसा होता है, आई थिंक ओनली अगेंस्ट फाबी मे बी इट वाज, बहुत रेयरली ऐसा होता है जहाँ पर ओपनिंग के बाद से गुकेश, या फिर 15-20 चाल के बाद गुकेश का टाइम कम हो और उसकी पोजीशन खराब हो. सो दैट्स अ वेरी वेरी गुड साइन आई फील. एंड आई थिंक इफ ही कीप्स दिस मोमेंटम अप, स्लोली वो कंसिस्टेंसी अपने आप ही बिल्ड हो जाएगी.
Agreed. And I think it's all about incremental improvement. Sometimes you're working hard on something and the results don't show. And then one event, suddenly you play this fantastic event and everybody's shocked at that overnight success. But it's just kind of your preparation catching up with the results, catching up with the preparation. So let's see what happens. The next game starts in exactly 6 minutes from now. It's, of course, Fabi versus Sindarov, Fedoseev versus Hans, Firouzja versus Gukesh, Radoslaw versus Duda, and of course Duda had to win the first round. Sehaj bhai, it's bright sunshine right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And chat में someone is saying Gukesh was never the best player. भाई मैं overall की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, but I feel that 2024 year that he had, winning Olympiad, candidates and World Championship is something that is very. I'm not sure if anyone has done that before, bhai, in that sense. I mean, Sindarov has that shot now, but doing that, all of that in 1 year, I feel like was just insane. And definitely he's in the conversation for being the best player of the time. Yeah, at the time, any bowler overall, but for sure an argument can be made there.
Yep. And Norway will be amazing this year. Indeed, it's going to be exciting. And we have, I think, 6 players. So it's usually a double round robin. That's rare in the chess world. It's also a tournament which will get you a result for every round, regardless of the draw. So if it's a draw, you will have a rapid tiebreak, which I really, really love. Also, there are no 2 extra time controls. So the classical game is shorter relatively. Will end in 3.5 to 4 hours, and then if it's a draw, we have a rapid tiebreak. So really love the format with especially 3 points for the win, right? Which is also unique to Norway chess. I think classical chess maybe for me, the best version of classical chess is what we see at Norway, and that's why we see such exciting games. So there's never a draw, there's always one guy winning at the end.
You know, Tikubai, I feel Norway chess is very, it has great time format, and I also love वो जो बीच में confessionals होते थे ना,
Hmm.
like players used to come out and used to speak about their like thought process and all of that. I used to really enjoy that as well. I feel like, by Norway chess, Tikubai, I think both of us can agree, like maybe one of our favorite events to cover overall.
Agreed.
Like
Agreed.
one of
I
them
mean,
for sure, yeah, because it's
last
just
year it was the
Magnus is
best,
there.
no?
हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ ड्रामा होता है, कभी प्रग हराता है, कभी गुकेश
Huh.
हराता है. you know it's like there's always content, there's always some great chess. बहुत ही मजा आता है, I feel, खेलने में.
Agreed. And last time it was the best event by far. I mean, it was of course EWC was amazing as an event, but in terms of covering the event and also like the kind of hype and the table banging, I think it was overall the best event by a huge, huge margin for Indian chess and for chess in general. So crucial. And by the way, the next game about to begin in 3 minutes. So let's see what happens in the chat. It's gonna be fun. And Gukesh will be playing against Firouzja. If he can beat Firouzja, that would be a statement with the black pieces, and that could be the momentum he needs to potentially chase the leaders on the final day of the Super Rapid and Blitz. And Sehaj bhai, I think we have Romania also starting, which we are not covering, of course, with lack of cameras and classical event, but Prague is playing that event. And
I
we're
mean,
going to have Sindarov
क्लासिकल
there.
इवेंट में कैमरास नहीं है टिकू भाई. ये तो हमने किया हुआ है ना पहले
No, no, no,
कहीं
no,
पे.
we did not do
आई
this.
फील
No.
लाइक कुछ मेमोरीज आ रही हैं किसी एक इवेंट की मेरे को, जो माइट हैव बीन लॉन्गर देन द रोमानिया वाला इवेंट भाई.
ग्रैंड्स की बात कर रहे हो क्या?
ऑफ कोर्स भाई, व्हाट
भाई,
एल्स. व्हाट
oh
एल्स
my
भाई,
God.
व्हाट.
Chat, I'm not kidding. Grand Swiss last year was like without cameras, classical, very, very long time controls. Oh my God. Like me and Sahaj were, I saw some comments about yapping. You should have followed that event with us. If you didn't, I mean, the yapping was off the charts, Sahaj bhai. I mean, we couldn't see what was happening. So, I mean, we were talking about random shit all the time. Yeah. So we need the cameras. We
But
need
it was
users.
fun. It was fun,
Ah, it
of
was
course. It
fun.
was, we enjoyed it. We enjoyed it. But of course, it's, I think, commentary and is a lot more fun when we can also watch the reactions of the players. Because I feel,
Yeah, exactly.
chess is changing. And I feel like we should also change with it. We should also not just talk about what's happening inside the board, but also what's happening outside the board. Yeah, how the players are feeling, what their body like. Because pehle, 10, 15 years ago, maybe this part held some relevance only at the top level. कि आप what do you eat, how do you sleep, like only the top players used to think about these things. But these days I feel like a lot of players, because chess is so competitive, so many players have to think about these things, like be on a strict diet, have meditate, get enough rest, and all of these things, if you're looking nervous during the game. So it's a lot more fun, I think, when you have when you have cameras.
Agreed. If Gukesh wants to win this, Sahaj has to take all the weight on his ears. I agree. I think, after listening to so much chess advice, I think his ears can really handle a lot of chess weight. So let's see if they can do that. By the way,
And
wow,
speaking
now
of
they're.
chat,
Huh.
like today is not no sorry Tikku bhai, but today is no different from yesterday as well, chat, because we have like 15 minutes of matches, and then I'm assuming we will have around
Hmm.
15 minutes of break. And I think these are good moments to, I mean, if anybody has questions around chess growth and chess improvement, or anything historical thing you're curious about chess related, like this would be a good moment, I think, to talk about that. Generally
And
speaking, we are covering the matches, and पहले तो हमारे पास 3 different events cover कर रहे थे भाई, तो it was difficult to answer those questions, but now it's much better in that sense.
And, and in that Sahaj Bhai statement, important word is chess related. So don't ask us who's going to win the IPL. I mean, of course, it's RCB. But anyways, moving on, waiting for the game to begin. It should be within the next minute, Sahaj Bhai. 1 minute to go. Let's see what happens. And there it is. 10 seconds to go, actually. Knight f3 played.
Let's go. Knight f3 b3 भाई. अलीरेजा playing the same opening जो गुकेश ने पहले राउंड में खेली थी राडेक के साथ. And let's see, because generally speaking, when you prepare something with white, you know exactly which is the line that you hate the most. राइट आप इमेजिन करो, आप वाइट से कोई भी लाइन, कुछ भी लाइन आप प्रिपेयर करते हो ना चैट, हर चेस प्लेयर का एक फेवरेट पार्ट होता है उस ओपनिंग का, और एक ऐसा पार्ट होता है जो दे एब्सोल्युटली डिस्पाइज. नो चेस प्लेयर लाइक्स all of the variations that you see inside a chessboard, and Gukesh could know कहाँ पर he felt uncomfortable. Maybe he could employ that against Firouzja as well. But Firouzja going for a slightly more like different approach. Gukesh was going g3, bishop g2. Firouzja goes for the central pawn break, Tiku bhai.
And technically, a pawn is hanging right now, right? The e4 pawn can be captured, but Gukesh plays bishop h7 and takes on d5, and now e takes d5 would mean the position is very, very solid for black. I'm guessing you want to put the bishop on g2 and castle on the king side very quickly. And of course, white has to be very fast because black otherwise could play bishop d6 castles and rook e8 check. And that's going to be embarrassing for the white king. So let's see what happens. Oh, he plays queen to check first.
Oh, interesting. And bishop e7 mein bishop takes f6 would force you to damage your structure. And I think that's happening, bhai. Wow. Interesting.
And
g3 only
it's
move for
very
white. Only move.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Look at the bishops chat. Two bishops, both of them, at least for the moment, looking stupid. The bishop on h7 blocked by the pawn chain on c2 and d3. The bishop on e7 kind of looking at the pawn on f6. So short term, a great decision. But now you can see white played one only move, has to play another only move, and has to be very precise in the next 5 moves. If he is, he could long term have an edge here, but there are a bunch of weak dark squares, b2, c3, and black can utilize this with the bishop or the queen later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Looks very good, but also some problems on the dark squares somehow. But I don't like this structure for Gukesh. Will be interesting to see how he navigates. For sure, I think he's gonna go long castle here, knight c6 आने के बाद. And then उसके बाद white short castle करेगा, black long castle करेगा. फिर तो एक रेस ही generally होती है, like black king side पे attack करेगा, white queen side पे attack करेगा, and so on and so on. But let's see. 1 minute more for Firouzja here against the world champion. Knight c6 played. By the way, पूछ
Okay,
रहे
we're
हैं
gonna
what is the
see.
best opening for black as a beginner? By black से against d4, queen's gambit declined is the norm. Against e4, I think there are many variations you can play, but if you are starting off as a beginner, then start, in my opinion, you should start with e4, e5 because it's the most principled, it's the most solid. And even if you make a mistake in e4, e5, the downside is not a lot. Like it's not like your position will be completely lost. You will be slightly worse. So
And
the room for error is more.
by the way, black is pushing his pawns. The plan is to play f4. The plan is to play h5, h4. There is no time for error, no time to wait here because white is also attacking with his pawns, with pawn to b4, move forward. So bishop is played, attacking the rook on a1, also potentially giving the d4 square for the knight. Black needs to keep pushing. Let's play f4. Yes, opening up the bishop, weakening white's king side. It's going to be an attack, and one of the kings is going to get checkmated by the knight c5 incoming from white. Very strong move.
Bhai, knight c5 looks absolutely diabolical. Bhai, knight c5 putting pressure here. b5, bishop h3 check. थोड़ा तो डर लग रहा है भाई. And we can also say that Gukesh is kind of putting pressure on the king side as well, especially with this move f4. But not much can be accomplished here because even if you take on g3, I can capture back with any piece, any pawn, and it's still fine. My king is still intact. And while I'm talking, Gukesh makes a slight inaccuracy, Tikku bhai.
Yeah, but it's so human, right, to stop that move, especially when the bishop is cannot come to a6 or b5. But it's queen d2, best move played by Firouzja, and he's just moving forward. By the way, f takes g3, beautiful capture actually, opening up the rook's file, Sahaj. That insight on when to change the norms, yeah, when not to capture towards the center is what makes a great player. Firouzja absolutely on point, even in blitz chess.
Absolutely, bhai. Absolutely. F takes g3. Usually they say that pawn captures should be towards the center, but this is an exception, Chad. And I'm guessing, when we see elite games, Chad, when you see elite games of this level, you're almost always seeing exceptions because top players generally will not allow those basic principles to be played out. Like and this point has to be mentioned repeatedly because we see so many exceptions that sometimes the exception could become the norm. And we have to still remember only in this scenario, only maybe in very few scenarios, a move like f takes g3 would be good for white. Generally speaking, let's say 90 to 95% of the times, h takes g3 is like an immediate automatic response in the
Yeah.
position. But यहाँ पे f file खुल रही है, h file में थोड़ा आपका pressure आ सकता था. तो because of those reasons, he chose the f pawn.
Agreed. And look at that king. Yeah. Usually the king would open up with these moves. So very precise when to take with the F pawn. By the way, the best move for white is queen takes h6. You couldn't convince me, with a toy gun to my head, Serge, but I have to take on h6. Yeah. Like that's such a ridiculous move. He does not take it. He plays between f4, attacking the bishop on f6. Quite logical.
Yeah, and also I believe Tiku bhai, the pawn on f7 is being targeted here, because
Hmm.
if you
Hmm.
move the
Hmm.
bishop from g7, I will take your knight and then I will take your pawn on f7, and I feel that being a pawn down in an endgame with minimal compensation, less time on the clock, almost half the time, it's not looking so positive for Gukesh.
Agreed. And this is the second game of the day, chat. First game for Gukesh ended in a draw. Fabi lost. Hands, I think, won. And Queen d6 mistake, because now f7 is falling for free. And this means Firouzja is taking over the game. And let's not discount the time difference here, almost 2 minutes. Firouzja doing Firouzja things and proving a point here, even to the world champion.
Exactly. And Chad, just to explain, because we see this and we say, Gukesh ne mistake kar di, Gukesh ne blunder kar diya, and Gukesh is, not in his form. But whenever you are losing a pawn, so for example, bishop hatta, knight takes, bishop takes, queen f7, right? In this scenario, the best move for black was to take on f7. And again, I want to reiterate that point of the exception. You are a pawn down, you don't want to trade pieces. That's the opposite of what you want to do. This is what Gukesh is trying to do. Play queen d6 because that's what they are taught, yeah? Because up pawn down ho, keep the pieces, keep the complications, as that's gonna increase your chance of your opponent making a mistake. That's why he played queen d6 in that position.
एंड आई लव दिस कमेंट बाय द वे कि देखो भाई इतना गंदा स्टेलमेट हो गया मेरे से दिमाग खराब हो गया क्वीन अप से ड्रॉ गया भाई आई थिंक n% and stalemate are two things you have to always keep your third eye on. They can happen at any point, and it can completely shock you out of the blue. So keep an eye, go into depth, how they work, why they are a problem, and then you will never be surprised by them. By the bishop, queen d5 only move, but it's a very strong move because it kind of forces the queen trade. If you don't
You
trade queens,
know,
queen b7 check incoming.
exactly, queen takes d5 is just another pawn. Gukesh is 2 pawns down in an endgame. Tikku bhai, not looking pleasant for the world champion for sure. But since you talk about this, stalemate and making these mistakes, even after becoming a grandmaster, I had a very very big weakness in my play. And I'll tell you, I have never said this like to. Of course, my coach knew this, but I never said this out to like another player. But I could never, ever, ever calculate the possibility of a castling on the queen side in the middle game.
Hmm. Hmm.
लाइक कुछ
Hmm.
बीच में कुछ कैलकुलेशन रहती है, 20-25 चाल पे आप हो, एंड अब मैं भूल जाता था कि आप अभी भी कासल कर सकते हो. एंड दिस
Ah.
वाज अ कांस्टेंट प्रॉब्लम फॉर मी फॉर years.
Hmm.
Which was huge. So chat, I mean, stalemate and all of this, of course, this happens, but I think even when you fix these problems, there will be new ones, and then that's the beauty of it, right? That's the beauty of it, that it keeps challenging you, it keeps pushing you, and to try and improve your level, and that's the beauty of the game.
Agreed. There's the learning process never stops, even for a player like Magnus, by the way. Also, by the way, somebody said, like Firouzja has lost 23 points. That might be in the rapid. I think he's played great blitz chess. By the way, he's rated 2800. Let's not forget that. And by the way, Rookie 7, it feels like White is dominating the game. He can simply play King G2. I don't see an issue with that. There is no Bishop H3 check or Bishop E4 check to the king. He can also play G4. I mean, G4 I'm a bit more skeptical about after Black plays H3. But regardless, White is just clearly winning right now. You can't even take the G3 pawn with the bishop at some point because Rook on E7 hangs, and Gukesh would need a miracle here to survive this game.
Bhai, I think there are very few people in the world who can play this game as black and still have very good winning chances. And chat Firouzja is one of those players, I feel. Like if anyone can, in time scrambles, do some trickery here, Firouzja is the boss, like the goat of that.
भाई
So
फिरोजा is winning.
उसका मैच ही फिरोजा से है यहाँ पे, तो I think looking very unlikely, Tiku bhai. I think Gukesh
हाँ
is going
हाँ.
down sadly.
By the way, knight e6 incoming. That's so strong. Knight f5 on the cards as well. This is over. I think bishop h4 he tries as a last ditch effort, but feels like it's just kind of optically great, but practically not doing much. Rook e3 played, simply targeting the last asset while black has the pawn on h3. It's just this is just over, yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. And by the way, last trick, rook h3 मारते हो, bishop f2 check is there. Discover attack का idea could be
Hmm.
something, but of course Firouzja is not gonna fall for it. Knight f5 is a very logical move in the position. And Samay bhai, I think board थोड़ा सा अभी भी lag कर रहा है. Chat is also letting us know. Please, अगर कुछ if possible, if I have to refresh something, please let me know. या नहीं तो हम live board भी लगा सकते हैं. Not a problem.
हाँ. And कोई कह
I'll
रहा है
just
लूडो
refrain from making arrows.
Ludo greater than chess. I mean, depends if you want to fight based on skill or based on luck. I think totally agreeable. But regardless, bishop e6 played now. So takes on e5 and takes on g4 could be the threat, at least winning a pawn, but feels like it's still too little. Firouzja ने वो भी
Oh,
नहीं दिया भाई.
mistake.
Bishop 3 played.
C,
Wait, what happened?
okay. Firouzja made it a bit complicated, I have to say. थोड़ा c5 आ रहा है. Bishop c6 पे was perfect.
Okay, king
Was
f2. By the way,
perfect
one of
there.
the only moves, yeah?
Played.
Played.
ये तो खेलेगा ही.
Bishop h4 check, king e2. Yeah,
ओ
it
किंग
seems running
e7
away, yeah?
मिस्टेक. किंग g3 आ गया भाई. अब तो ये तो गया. किंग g3 नहीं अलाउ करना था. बिशप चेक भाई. बिशप चेक. लेट्स गो.
Plays. Bhai, also,
Realizes.
the rook and the king are on the same file. Yeah, be very careful what you do here as black. King d8
Oof.
vapas. Knight c6.
d5 lost. Knight f7 check is there. Oh,
Let's see.
mistake. Rook e8. Gukesh is back. Bishop
Wait,
f4,
what?
bishop h2 is a pawn, bhai. Bishop f4, bishop h2 is a pawn. That's very, very good. He can. Wait,
Oh, wait,
Gukesh. Wait,
what?
what? Bhai, that is crazy. Bishop takes
Knight c6
d4 check and.
incoming.
Yes. Wait,
Oh,
can
bishop
Gukesh
d4
win
check. That's a
this?
nice move. Knight c6 check incoming though. Oh, he takes on e5, takes the pawn
Wow.
back.
Wow. Don't take the
Oh,
rook. Don't take the rook. Do anything but take the rook, bhai. Rook g5.
why
Yes,
it's a draw?
exactly.
It's
Perfect.
equal right now. It's equal right
भाई
now.
बट
Bishop
बट
e6.
एट द सेम टाइम फिरोजा थोड़ा मतलब पुश तो करेगा ना. आई मीन
Of
साइकोलॉजिकली
course, of course.
फिरोजा इज इन वेरी वल्नरेबल राइट नाउ, आई फील.
Why he could make a mistake. What a comeback, by the way. The fact that he played this song till now is even crazy. It still looks tough for black though. King d6 maybe. Oh, c5 he plays. Okay, nice. Oh, 1 second for Firouzja. He played on 1 second, by the way. He literally
Wow.
played on 1 second. Rook g1
So many.
maybe.
Oh, is he repeating? I think Gukesh is repeating, bhai. Okay, safe
Just
decision.
repeat. Let's
Just
let's
repeat,
force
bhai.
Firouzja to find the move. Come on, Ukesh.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah, yeah.
force him to find. Oh, he
अरे
plays
नहीं
on.
भाई.
Why push? Why
Wow.
extra push?
भाई why here?
Bishop.
Bishop d5 is there, bhai. Bishop rook f.
Arey
Bishop.
yaar! No! No! He had the draw! He had the draw! He had the draw! Yaar!
यार क्यों?
Firouzja
Why?
repeated! Firouzja repeated!
बट क्यों? बट यहाँ पर क्यों? Why play? Just give checks and take the draw, no? Like why? यहाँ पर तो it doesn't make sense. Also,
The
I mean, I
problem is,
guess
chat.
that this is his. I guess that this is his style of play. He likes to play for a win, but he has to find the balance, Tiku bhai. I feel because he has lost way too many games like this.
The point
He
is,
has
chat.
also
The
won a lot
pawn.
of games like this, but I feel lately it is hurting him more than it is actually benefiting him.
And and it feels like the pawn on, for me, I'll tell you why it didn't make sense is because of the pawn on h3. Like it's on a light square. So it's very likely in any endgame, be it rook endgame, bishop endgame, king pawn endgame, I can chop this pawn off easily. And that's why it felt like if this pawn was on h4 or on h6, I would say Ukesh can play on. The h3 pawn for me was the weakness somehow. Like it just felt like there's no planet like where there might be aliens on a planet, but there's no planet where this game is going to end in a win for black. That's why I felt like it felt like too much. And Future had repeated, by the way, once, so he might likely would have taken the draw.
Which I don't understand. Like, also, like, I mean, you are defending the entire. Okay, but these are micro decisions. Yeah, I mean, it's very easy to talk about it in hindsight and say, ये करना चाहिए था. उस गुकेश को खुद भी पता है भाई, C4 was very unnecessary considering everything that happened. But in those split second decisions, I mean, in blitz, you don't really have the time to even think. आपका हाथ जो कहता है आप वही खेलते हो, like to an extent. Yeah, that's what basically instinct is. Whatever the hand says, you played, and it just said to play that. But yeah, this intuitive feeling has to be better balanced at least. Of course you should play for a win in situations, but you should also kabhi if it's going for a draw, then just the solid approach is not that bad, because now by 0 out of 2 is how he begins.
No, I think half out of two he begins, but still,
Sorry,
like
half out of 2.
it's still not that crazy. I think the comeback was surreal. Like I literally said that it would take an absolute miracle for him to come back. So he has that skill. He still has that skill to come back from that dead lost end game. Not even like an attack. He still has that skill, but like objectivity, Sahaj, I think maybe that's where he needs to kind of be a bit more practical. It's not about like chess is about just not, if you never lose, you're never going to have a bad event, I feel. And I think maybe he's taking too much pressure again to win that tournament and potentially finish in first place. And he felt, okay, this was my only
एक
opportunity. I
कम
had
से
to go
कम
for the
टॉप
win.
3 तो आऊं मैं, like कम से
Ha,
कम
like
उतना
I
तो
have to
होना
win,
चाहिए.
but that's
Yeah.
I can surely tell you, even
So
at the NM level, that the pressure is absolutely useless. Yeah, you just kind
let
of take
me
on more pressure and lose games.
So let me like chat me, a lot of people are like having conflicting opinions, saying that, playing for a win is better than taking a draw. And I understand that that's the right approach and that's how you should be thinking. Now, chat, let me ask you a question. Okay? Imagine in this exact position, Gukesh is top 3 in the standings. Okay? He's top 3. Let's say half a point ka farak hai, whether he's above or below, doesn't matter. Do you think Gukesh plays C4 then? I think no. Because I think then he will say, भाई इसके बाद भी 7 राउंड और है मेरे, मैं चेक 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 देके ड्रॉ कर सकता हूँ and then I can move on. So I think when the tournament situation this early on affects your play, that's not a good sign.
Yeah, basically you're letting the standings dictate your moves. Yeah, I mean, I think, um, for example, when you're playing the World Championship, you have to strike back, but you don't need to do it in the next game. For example, like you can do it 2 games later, 3 games later. I think objectivity still has to be a part of it. Then, of course, when it's the only game, you have to go for it. I think you have to just go for it. Yeah, final game. Mein. But here, I think he already knows first place is kind of impossible. Top 3 is genuinely possible. And also, like in a game where you're dead lost and your opponent repeats, I think you should take it. Yeah, especially when there is no advantage. I think Gukesh knew he didn't have an advantage. There's no way he thought he had an edge here. The H2 pawn is impossible to get to, by the way, I think. There is no way.
No,
The
no.
E2 square is covered, F2 is covered. You can't play Rook D5 because a bishop covers that square. So in this regard, the H3 pawn was much weaker than H2, and I feel like he should have taken that draw. But okay, I think in Blitz, it's very hard. It's very hard to make these decisions. I blundered my queen just yesterday 5 times. So hard for me to say it, but also like, hopefully he learns from this and also like has more objectivity there.
Yeah, for sure. I think again, if we could explain this, let's say, judgment from or let's say misjudgment from Gukesh, I think you are right in saying that world championship Gukesh ऐसे ही जीता था, because okay, but firstly that was classical, and Ding already thoda like psychologically he was not in his strongest space, let's say. And classical के match में you can have a more balanced approach. You don't have to play for a win every single game, but as long as you know कि overall match में मैं pressure डाल रहा हूँ, that's enough. And I think like in that it worked really well for Gukesh, but this is something that has to be managed very well. And I feel normally गुकेश के पास यहाँ पे 10 सेकंड भी होते हैं ना, वो C4 नहीं खेलता यहाँ पे. अगर उसके पास 20 सेकंड होते वो C4 नहीं खेलता. आई फील क्योंकि 5 सेकंड थे ना, वो जो इंस्टिंक्ट्स आपकी होती है, जो कोर इंस्टिंक्ट्स आपकी होती हैं, आई थिंक दैट जस्ट टुक ओवर फॉर गुकेश, एंड ही वाज एंड एट हार्ट ही ऑलवेज प्लेस फॉर द विन.
And
And at heart, he will
Sahaj bhai,
always say no to a draw.
I'm glad you mentioned that core instinct, because core instinct is what drove him to take C2 in the first game against Firouzja. So I feel
Exactly.
like the mistake was quite similar, even though it's quite different on the chessboard. The mistake was quite similar. He just played on by intuition, and I think maybe the objectivity. I think it forced him to over evaluate his position there somehow, at least here. So let's see. I think hopefully the next game he comes back. By the way, he's playing Fedoseev in the next event. Can we have the standings once on the board? We'd love to see how the last round changed everything. By the way, Sindarov drew against Fabi in the last round. The standings would be very important here.
And Hans won, bhai. Hans won. Hans already has 5 points more than Gukesh, bhai, with 7
Yeah.
rounds remaining. So
Yeah.
impossible to be first, obviously. Top two, I think, is impossible. Wesley is also 4 points ahead, but the rest of them, we see Fabiano and 15 and a half, Fedoseev at 15, Duda at 14 and a half, MVL at 14, and then Gukesh, Alireza sharing that spot, 7th and 8th place at 13 and a half, essentially. टॉप 5 में आने के चांसेस हैं अभी भी काफ़ी अच्छे चांसेस है टॉप 4 टॉप 3 इज लाइक वेयर इट स्टार्ट्स टू
Possible.
बिकम पॉसिबल है बट वो
Yeah.
टॉप 3
I
मुझे आरसीबी वाला सीन लग रहा है लाइक टॉप 4 इज रियलिस्टिकली रीचेबल आई फील
I feel like Gukesh should just play chess at this point, because his standings ke drama mein hi, I think he kind of literally pushed here. So I feel like if he just plays chess, he's going to finish in top 3. Now that means he will have to likely beat the correct players, like winning against Sindarov and for example Firouzja. Of course, Sindarov is important, but he has to beat Caruana and Fedoseev and Duda and have good results against that group overall. But that's still possible. But if he has a good final day, I think that itself would mean he's improved at blitz, and that's what is most important. Are you improving from your previous performances, right? I mean, when you're doing a weight loss journey, if you're kind of getting better at grades, you're not going to compare yourself to the topper, right? Okay, I had 70% in fifth standard, the topper had 99%. Now in sixth standard, I scored 82%. Oh my god, I'm a failure. You're not a failure. You're improving from what you had last time. So he should have a good last day. That's very important. Objectivity is very important. It's not always about finishing first, and that's already out of the equation anyway. So just play chess, and hopefully he'll have a good day.
Yeah, bhai. I think you couldn't have summarized it better in this sense. Definitely think the tournament standings played a part in him playing C4, and that should never happen. That should never happen. And I think Gukesh knows that as well. It's not like he's unaware, but जब वो 5 सेकंड 10 सेकंड पड़े होते हैं तो all rationality just goes down the gutter. You don't think rationally. You are just thinking, bhai, let's just move and get this out of the way. Yeah, and I'm sure Tiku bhai, you've been in this situation many times. जब you were talking about one of those Russian जो clocks आपके पास है जब वो झंडा जब वो गिरता था, we all remember how panic we used to feel. So understandable what happened, but yes, this has to be better balanced for the world champion. नहीं तो this I feel is a clear weakness, and this is not something we are seeing right now. This is something that's been going on for I think
Yeah.
almost a year now, where Gukesh मतलब he presses, but sometimes it feels like he's over pushing, like he's doing it too much.
Yeah, and look at how Magnus presses. Never during that moment is, of course, Magnus against that game against who was it in the last event? Yeah, against Zujiner when he played. Like even he admitted, like it got a bit closer for comfort in the interview later. He said that, but he also never went below minus zero point 0.5. Like the eval was always within that range where he was still holding control. So I feel like and that was only in one game. In every other game that he would be pushing, even against a Dogmas in the final round, that's why he prefers pushing in the end game where he's playing for 2 results. That's the kind of pressure you need. When you're playing for 3 results, then I think objectivity needs to set in. So let's see what happens in the next game. Very important. We have
You know,
5 minutes to go. Aryan Bhai from Thapa University, by the way. Yes, Aryan Bhai.
you know, by the way, Tikku bhai, I was thinking that maybe this is the one key difference between Sindarov and Gukesh, because I think Gukesh is known for never taking any draws. He goes and goes guns blazing, chahe kuch bhi ho, he tries to play for a win. But Sindarov, you remember Tata Steel May when he was playing against Prague? It was right after a rest day or right before a rest day. I remember that. I'm not sure, exactly sure कब था वो. And सिंडारोव वाइट से खेल रहा था. एंड उसने 10 चाल के अंदर प्रग के साथ कुछ तो कार्लसबाड का स्ट्रक्चर था, वहाँ पे एक रेपिटेशन करके वो चला गया था. नाउ
Hmm.
of course, in hindsight, if we talk about this, white से 10 चाल में draw करना is not ideal. No one is gonna remain at the top with that. But sometimes it's about conserving your energy, picking your opponents, picking your moments, and I think this is where I think Gukesh can improve. And I think it would really help his style, because he has a fantastic style if it can be structured in a more like balanced way.
I love that point, by the way. And look at what Wesley So did in the final round of day one here. He drew against Gukesh with the white pieces. Gukesh had just defeated, I think day two it was actually. Gukesh had just defeated Sindarov with the black, I think with some color pieces. Next was his game against the tournament leader Wesley, who was very close or either tied first or something like that. Quick draw with white when he played Queen F3, Knight G5, Queen G3, Knight E4. And he repeated the position, and because he knew Kesh was confident and he knew all he wanted to do was be in the running and just play objective chess. And the same example as Sindarov. And I feel like Magnus never did this, by the way. When he was rising up the ranks, he would always push, but he was also better than the others. Like at a point when Sahaj Bhai, I think the only way I can look at this is if you're playing poker, for example, you have more chips than everybody else. Everybody has, let's say, X chips. You have X into 1.5. Then you can take more risk. Yeah, you can go all in when others can't. So when you reach that stage, maybe you can increase that risk tolerance and increase the ability to push. But when you have X, you have to be a bit more objective on the evaluation, just like Wesley was, just like Sindaro was. So let's see what happens. Mukesh, by the way, is only
So
19
when you
years old.
have an X, you have to have more objectivity.
I have something to bring to drink. I'll be back in just 1 minute, Shaish bhai.
Amazing, amazing. Sahil bhai plays poker. But from time to time, I guess. But yeah, time to. Bhai, ऐसे मत बोलो भाई. I think still 7 rounds remaining. It's I think still a very strong event. Bhai, I mean, सिर्फ तभी नहीं देखना चाहिए. I think, when play. Of course, it's very nice when Gukesh is doing well, and the things are looking really good for Indian players. But I think overall, I think it's fun to look at the events as well, to see how Sindarov is doing, to see how Firouzja is doing. And it's interesting because Firouzja right now is leading the blitz section by 1 point. And even though overall standings mein, bhai, he is currently ninth. Tikku bhai, do you know this? Rapid
Yeah.
mein Firouzja finished ninth, and
Yes.
blitz mein Firouzja
First.
is first.
Yes.
What a big difference that is.
That tells you how much formats matter, yeah? How much the time control can matter. You are an expert at a certain format, and that's why we see the prominence of Rapid and Blitz, which, to be honest, does feels like the format for the future because it's also consumable by an audience which does not understand chess. You can really watch. I saw this reel by I think I forgot the name, but anyways, I saw this reel. He's playing against a kid, yeah, and that kid is playing very fast, and even a kid who technically nobody knows, but the view in real had like 2 or 3 million views, yeah. So I feel like Rapid and Blitz, even if people don't understand chess, they really appreciate the ability of playing fast chess quickly and playing it very well. So I think content wise, at least, Rapid and Blitz is definitely the future. So yeah.
For sure, bhai. For sure. Maza aayega, bhai. Lots of
Marks to
rapid
you,
and blitz
yes.
events are happening more and more and more. A interesting question from the chat, and I feel like Tiku bhai would love to get your thoughts on it. If you had to briefly summarize the playing style of the major Indian players in one word, what would it be? So let's take major
Wow.
Indian players की बात कर रहे हैं, तो let's talk about Gukesh, Arjun, Prag, Nihal, Vidit, and let's say Hari. Of course, there are a lot of strong chess players from India, but I'm talking about the people that we cover almost on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. I'm strictly speaking about those players. How would you characterize them in just one word?
Wow, I think Gukesh is definitely, I would use the word aggressive, sometimes over aggressive as we saw, but that's his tendency, that's his style. So maybe we can go player by player, Sahej bhai. So by the way, okay, maybe during the next break, yeah, because the moves
Next
have
break में
started.
chat. Next break में
Huh.
remind us. We'll come back to. By the way, another knight f3 b3. By the way, third time in a row
Yeah.
in Gukesh's board knight f3 b3 हुआ है chat. Because black से भी फिरोजा ने भी वही खेला था, and Gukesh ने दोनों बार white से ही खेला.
And Chad, if you're wondering why Ukesh is choosing this opening, of course he likes the setup, there is no doubt, but also because there's a world championship incoming. So the way to hide his prep is to play an opening like b3 knight f3, which is basically not something he's going to play there. So very, very smart there.
भाई ये मैंने कुछ टाइम पहले अब अपने कुछ स्टूडेंट्स को भी ये लाइन थोड़ा आई मीन आई वेंट वेरी वेरी डीप इनटू दिस. इट इज़ क्रेजी. इट इज़ एब्सोल्युटली रिडिकुलस फॉर वाइट. लाइक इट्स लाइक ब्लैक को इतने सारे नुआंसेस पता होने चाहिए इस पोजीशन में, एंड इट इज़ सो इजी टू गेट इन अ वर्स पोजीशन एज ब्लैक इफ यू डोंट नो व्हाट यू आर डूइंग. फॉर एग्जांपल टिकू भाई, जस्ट टेक अ लुक एट द बार. मैं पोजीशन देखने को ही नहीं बोल रहा आपको. इट्स ऑलरेडी क्लोज टू +1 एंड इट्स मूव 8. This is the
Wow.
benefit of playing something like this, because if you know, because white के लिए ना सेम ही सेटअप रहता है, नाइट f3 b3 बिशप निकालो पॉन निकालो ऐसे सेम ही रहता है. बट ब्लैक के लिए, because you have this so many options possible, you often get confused with the move order, and you it almost guarantees that opening advantage, very very early on for Gukesh जो already आ चुका है उसके पास.
But I think White ने भी थोड़ा lose कर दिया. He still has an edge, by the way. And by the way, Wesley and Hans have already drawn with a Berlin draw.
See, this is a
So
very smart look, you can say कि ठीक है ये सही नहीं है whatever, but भाई हांस और वेस्ली लीड कर रहे हैं टूर्नामेंट. इट्स लिटरली midway through the final day. This draw gives them a good rest. They can take a look at everyone's game, they can see what the tournament situation is, and they can relax by, and those extra 15 minutes are everything here. So I think making these short draws from time to time can help save some energy and make you play more ambitious like in the follow-up games.
agreed. I think at the end, it's all about being practical. Yeah. I mean, only Magnus can be just objective in every scenario. So by the way, Queen A5 played, and Fedoseev seems to have equalized that D4 move was apparently
Bhai,
not the best. Yeah.
in that sense, I think, look, of course, Magnus is perhaps the most perfect in this sense, but Magnus से भी गलतियां होती हैं. Like you remember that game against Zhu Jinner, for example, where he played f3, and it was a mistake, and Magnus was in not a losing position, but okay, it was very bad with that rook f3 crazy sacrifice जो आ रहा था board पे. तो Magnus भी करता है, but Magnus has, I think he's way more balanced in his approach. Like अगर वो chance देता भी है तो मतलब it wouldn't be that clearly visible to you.
Agreed. Agreed. And by the way, Bishop f3 played now, and also attacking the pawn on b7. Rook c7 comes to mind. Queen c7 could be dangerous because of rook c1. Black is
So
still not castled. That's an important detail. He needs to do it quickly because there could be some rook e1, d5 ideas also.
बाय द वे एक टैक्टिक है बोर्ड पे, अगर आप रुक c3 मारते हो यहाँ पे चैट, देन बिकॉज बिशप c3 क्वीन c3 के बाद ब्लैक इज जस्ट अ पीस अप, बट देर इज रुक c1, रुक c8 चेक, एंड हेलो, द
Nice.
रुक इज गयो. So he doesn't play it. He plays rook c7. And chat question, strategic question for you. Why did Fedoseev choose rook c7? Defending a pawn by a rook. Rook is much more powerful, right? So why would he choose to defend this with a rook and not play b5 instead, which is also defending a pawn? So if you could explain, try to think about it not in terms of moves, but logic. Like what does a move like b5 prevent black from doing in the future? This is what the top players think about constantly. Double rooks, no bhai, actually. And by the way, Gukesh's next move is also a proof of that. If you had played b5, then the queen ye kabhi bhi g5 pe nahi aa sakti thi. And he wanted to launch an attack on the king side, and this is why Gukesh played d5 to block that queen and keep it at bay completely. बहुत सारी मतलब smaller battles are happening in
Yeah.
this match.
And also to the c6 square could have been weaker for sure in the end game. That might be useful, but right now that d5 move allowed black to play e5, and now it feels like black has doubled up on the c file, is quite comfortable. The d pawn, kind of a long-term asset. It's a pass pawn, but it's hard to use it because black has really well blockaded this with the bishop on d6 and the knight on d7, and now is set to maybe break with a5. Yeah, so Fedoseev doing pretty well here right now.
Fedoseev looks perfect, bhai. I think he has an almost perfect position. Chat, another strategic question for you. If you could change the situation or position of one piece or pawn for black, what would it be? ये हमेशा सोचना चाहिए because these are long term, thoughts that very often connect with short term principles as well. So if you could change one thing about black's position, what would it be? The queen, okay, the queen is I think still relatively quite good, but queen के पास कोई अच्छा घर नहीं है, or apart from b6. And yes, YT creator, I think you got you got the question correctly. Well done. It is indeed, if the pawn was on f5, this would be very good for black. Yeah, maybe even close to being winning with this e4 threats incoming. So Fedoseev के दिमाग में ये जो f5 का idea है, it's already there.
By the
I
way,
promise you it's
Gukesh,
there.
I think has a draw here. Knight c3, queen b6, knight a4, queen b5. Now
हाँ
he's
भाई, but
thinking. He has a
हाँ,
technical draw, I think, chat. Same situation as last game, but this time maybe he can play on.
यही तो प्रॉब्लम होती है ना चेस की, कि लाइक जब आपको नहीं करना होता ड्रॉ तब आप करते हो, जब आपको करना होता है तब आप नहीं करते हो, लाइक. एंड इट्स सो सैड दैट दिस क्वेश्चन इज बीइंग आस्क्ड नाउ when literally in the last round he was punished for playing on.
Does he take the draw now, Sahaj bhai? He has a draw. They have
I mean,
repeated
chat, can
once,
you blame him
twice.
for not actually taking a draw here? I mean, can you blame, because it's so unfortunate, yeah, to have this situation again.
I I feel like he should, so that it's a change in his objectivity, even though it might not be perfect here, Sahaj bhai. It's a change from something that he's been suffering from. So let's do that right now, I feel. Let's take the draw. Let's say, I'm going to at least be a bit more objective, take the draw. Maybe it's not a perfect scenario in this case. I'm not better, of course. I'm not clearly better. So it's equal. Let me take a draw and bring up, start a change basically. Do you think that would make sense?
Bhai, I would absolutely love that, but I think we just have to address how difficult this question is for Gukesh. Like,
Oh,
look at this,
Fedosev's.
black refuses now. Bhai, low. What is this? And imagine what that
I,
does to you. I mean, that completely ruins your flow, yeah? Because you kitna convince kiya. I mean, imagine Gukesh, who always plays on, finally convinces himself, ठीक है भाई, एक बारी में draw ले, तो फिर
bhai.
opponent मना कर देता है भाई.
कर दिया भाई, and
Like there is
brilliancy from
no
black.
room to breathe.
Brilliancy from black, and black is just one a pawn now, I feel. And now black is better.
Any double bishops हैं, double bishops versus double knights still cover up for the pawn. So chat, basically it's like a not really an official rule, but what I was taught by my coach at the time, Grandmaster Ivan Sokolov, the very very important thing is that जब आपके पास दो बिशप हैं और आपके अपोनेंट के पास एक भी बिशप नहीं है, तो हर बिशप की वैल्यू आधा पॉइंट बढ़ जाती है. तो 3 की बजाय 3.5. बाय द वे, मिस्टेक टिकू
Oh,
भाई,
queen
एंड
e4.
गुकेश इज नाउ मच बेटर.
And see what happened. Fedoseev refused the draw, and now he's worse. So when your opponent offers a draw, take it, bhai. इससे better lesson हो ही नहीं सकता.
भाई कर्मा इज रियल.
है ना?
कर्मा
है
इज
ना?
रियल, कर्मा इज रियल. चेस में भाई कर्मा इज सो रियल भाई, जॉब करते हो वैसे ही होता है भाई.
So bhai, draw mile le lo. Let's put the bishop back. Now the pass pawn is very strong, by the way. The bishop's looking like absolute beasts here, Sahaj bhai. Look at the bishop on b2. उस knight on f6 के आस, 200 मीटर के रेडियस तक को उसको आप हाथ नहीं ला सकते.
एग्जैक्टली, लव दैट एनालॉजी बाय द वे. एंड बट द प्रॉब्लम इज टिकू भाई के ये आउटपोस्ट की तरह लग रहे हैं दोनों के दोनों. आई फील लाइक एक फोर्ट्रेस बनाया जा सकता है फ्रॉम
तो
फेडोसीव्स पर्सपेक्टिव.
एक काम करते हैं ना. At the right moment, we could try something like bishop c1, bishop f4, and kick that queen away. Let's push the pawn to d6, and that might be just enough to win the game.
भाई, यू हैव टू गिव मी लाइक एटलीस्ट लाइक 2 pawns फॉर टू कन्विंस मी टू मूव दिस बिशप. भाई ये बिशप इतना इतना बड़ा लेजेंड है यहाँ पे.
True, true,
एटलीस्ट
true.
दो
Fair
पॉन
enough.
लूंगा भाई मैं, ये दोनों दो मुझे, तब मैं बिशप मूव करूंगा. इससे पहले नहीं भाई. थोड़ा लाइक दिस बिशप इज
Fair
टू
enough.
लाइक इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर मी. जमील जमाली है भाई ये. विदा
Yeah.
ये है असली धुरंधर, एंड दिस इज विदाउट हिम देयर इज नो चेकमेट भाई.
By the way, rook c4 could be an idea. Maybe not right now, but at least on the cards. And the h4 pawn could be hanging. So g3 play to defend it. But now knight b6 putting pressure on that d5 pawn. Fedoseev fighting back with real vengeance here.
And 32 seconds for Gukesh. So now time pressure becomes a worry for sure. And chat, you were saying g4, that was a good move. but it was, I think, a bit too aggressive, considering कि आपके पास 20 सेकेंड या 30 सेकेंड पड़े हुए हैं essentially. So I am sure he looked at g4
Hmm.
but chose not to play it.
Yeah. Is Dhandra a popular movie? Yes, by quite popular. By the way, Rook C2 is the
So
move played by
popular.
Black, creating counterplay. Now A3 is hanging. Wait, what? Knight is hanging. So my bad. But
Bhai,
C3 is
like
okay.
you have to be like really courageous to take this pawn, bhai. You have to be so courageous. दम चाहिए भाई ये पॉन मारने के लिए. आई हैव टू, फेडोसिव, मैसिव रिस्पेक्ट टू फेडोसिव इफ
So
ही टेक्स ऑन ए3 राइट नाउ.
दम चाहिए कि 10 का दम चाहिए साहिल भाई?
भाई 10 से तो ज्यादा लगेंगे यहाँ पे. ले ये आप कह रहे हो क्वीन ए3 d6 आएगा भाई, दोनों बिशप इधर देख रहे हैं, रेक्टेंगल बनाया तो आपके पीसेस मतलब कहाँ फंस गए हैं भाई
Sahil bhai,
लियारी में.
before the next round, if you can set up the live board, that will be awesome. I think there's not much to analyze in Blitz anyways. Chat थोड़ा करिए, lag हो
हाँ
रहा
वो
है.
लाइव.
Let's fix that. By the way, h4 is still active. Queen takes a3 is also possible because bishop on c3 is also hanging. Also, bishop on f3 can be attacked long term. Black has two connected pawns. Right now, and he's taken it by. He's taken it. So right now, the objective valuation is close to equal for the position.
या एब्सोल्युटली. एंड समय भाई, आई डोंट नो इफ दिस इज पॉसिबल बट एनालिसिस बोर्ड अगर वो बॉटम राइट में हो जाता, वो लैग भी करे तो मे बी इट्स स्टिल लुकिंग फाइन, आई थिंक, अगर ऐसा
Hmm.
पॉसिबल हो तो.
दिखेगा नहीं वैसे
इफ नॉट
उसमें भी.
देन इट्स ओके, दिस इज ऑल्सो गुड. बाय द
Yeah.
वे क्वीन b6 प्लेड, क्वीन टेक्स b4, एंड नाउ रुक d1 इज वेरी गुड विद द आइडिया ऑफ d6 d7.
Yeah. Oh, this is still a three result position, chat. Black is a pawn up, but that D pawn right now is worth two because it's the closest to the queening square. And the black king kind of alone right now on G8.
And knight f8 by queen b6, only move for Gukesh, which is never happen. Oh wow, never mind.
Objectivity
Gukesh,
Sahaj bhai. Objectivity
objectivity
setting
OP
in. You
bhai.
can see the result.
Yeah, knight d7 पे queen d8 check is another draw. So Gukesh is literally doing the same to Fedoseev what Firouzja did to
Yeah.
Gukesh essentially.
I love the objectivity, man. It's so nice to see that he's not forcefully pushing. Now he could take the queen. He has to take the queen. Actually, f2 is hanging, and then he can play rook a1 to win the a6 pawn.
And he goes d6. He wants, I think rook a1 also possible. Maybe in the next move, Tikku bhai. Oh, rook e1.
Ooh.
नहीं चाहिए pawn bhai. Rook e7. Let's focus on this one. So rook c1, rook c5, rook e1, rook e5 is another draw, Tikku bhai.
I
And
miss
now
I love
Gukesh
that move.
says no.
No, what?
Did he
Wow, that
just
was a
take on?
nice move.
Bhai, in a split
He's
second, he
better.
found rook
Rook
a6.
check was
Bhai,
better actually. He's better now.
भाई रुक a6 देखा आपने?
Yeah, it
Chat,
was
I don't think
beautiful.
we appreciated that, but I will just go back and we can appreciate it more
Bhai,
together.
the
But
rook on
rook on
f6.
f6,
Look at the rook on f6. He's winning. He's winning,
भाई
I
ये
think,
कैसा
right?
लग रहा है? ये रुक on f6 किसकी याद दिला रहा है आपको भाई?
Bhai, that's, oh my God, that's insane position. That's me during, oh, but don't repeat now. Don't repeat. Don't repeat.
भाई what?
What?
बिशप f7 तो है ही, बिशप f7 तो है ही, ठीक है, बिशप f7 तो है. अब तो जीत
I win
सकते हैं भाई.
this.
बिशप वर्सेस नाइट should be winning this. हाँ,
I,
ऑब्जेक्टिवली ड्रॉ है बट ओके, इट शुड बी विनिंग.
yeah,
चैट
yeah,
भाई,
yeah,
रुक g5 में सीधा पॉन मर रहा है. क्या क्या बात कर रहे हो? कैसे बचाओगे?
bhai, he can push for sure at least. He can surely push.
अरे
F5 played.
f5 क्यों खेल लिया
मारोगे
भाई?
तो रुक पड़ेगा ना भाई?
नाइट h5 आ रहा है
But
यार.
rook f3. Rook f3.
Okay, take on g6 now, very important. Take on g6, rook g5 check is important. Rook g5 check is very important. Bishop f5 खेला तो king f7 चला जाएगा. That's not good. अब check दो बिशप से. At least king back rank पे है तो some problems there. Now bishop can go to g6. Bishop g6 खेलो भाई,
Ooh,
फटाफट.
yes, I like that. Bishop g6.
अरे
Ooh, don't like this move.
ड्रॉ हो गया भाई.
King
रुक a1.
h4.
फिर
Oh,
बिशप
rook
b6
a1.
मत खेलना भाई, क्योंकि फिर मेट हो जाएगी.
True.
एंड चैट,
Aye.
अगर
Okay.
आपको लग रहा हो कि ये पोजीशन में कुछ चांस है तो अगेन आई वांट टू रिमाइंड यू, आई एम सॉरी, आज आई थिंक आई हैव सेड दिस मल्टीपल टाइम्स बट रॉन्ग
भाई
कलर
चांस
फॉर
है,
द
चांस है.
बिशप. नहीं है
चांस
भाई,
है भाई,
फोर्ट्रेस है.
चांस है, I feel.
फोर्ट्रेस है भाई, फोर्ट्रेस.
Wait, h6.
g4 का पॉन ही तो मारना है ना नाइट से, रुक ट्रेड
h6 पे
करना
क्या हो
है.
रहा है? Oh, be careful with the king, yeah. Almost made there.
भाई रुक g1 चेक दो एंड नाइट को ले आओ f6
King
पे, नाइट
h2.
टेक्स g4 मार दो सीधा.
Rook b6 maybe? Oh, he little played to b6. Wow, nice. Wait, bishop g6, bishop g6.
ओके अब चांस है क्योंकि अब नाइट पॉन्स नहीं मार सकता, अब चांस है। भाई कितना हाई प्रेशर हो रहा होगा ना ये गेम, इमेजिन दे बीन
Oof,
प्लेइंग ऑन
tense.
सेकंड, जस्ट 2 सेकंड के इंक्रीमेंट से भाई,
भाई
कम
गया
से कम
पॉन,
20 साल
गया
खेले।
पॉन,
इतना
पॉन
हाई
गया.
प्रेशर है ये गेम। रुक
Take
टेक्स
the
जी
pawn.
सेवन भाई, मारो, लेट्स गो। ओ
King
नाइट
d2,
एच
king d2,
फाइव,
king
नाइट
d2.
एच फाइव हैंगिंग, नाइट एच फाइव हैंगिंग, नो।
Okay, draw.
ओ रुक बिशप वर्सेस रुक, नो, रुक ई7 चेक, इजंट दैट रुक बिशप वर्सेस रुक?
King
Ah no, rook e4, yeah,
f4.
king f4 I missed.
Okay, he has to be careful. He could lose this edge by like the king on f2 is a bit. King e1 maybe. Why is in the? Why is he going to g1? Why is he
अरे
going to g1?
भाई, अरे
Why is he
भाई,
going
किंग
to
जी3,
g1?
अरे 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 अरे, ये क्या हो
Why
गया?
is he getting
रुक
tricky
f4,
now?
रुक f4, ठीक है
Oh,
भाई, ड्रॉ ड्रॉ ड्रॉ।
why still? Why did he went for this? Why did he go for this?
यार ट्रिकी भाई, जी5, जी5 बाय द वे क्लिनिकल। भाई ये अब ये
Okay.
भी खेलेंगे क्या,
अबे
किंग रुक
रुक
किंग बिशप
बिशप
खेलेंगे
खेलना
क्या अभी?
पड़ेगा यार, बताओ यार क्या दिन देखने पड़ रहे हैं
क्या?
भाई जिंदगी में. By the way, Hans drew against Wesley. MVL lost to Caruana.
भाई
Sindarov
ऐसे तो
defeated Radoslav.
गुकेश ने भी नौदिर, नहीं नौदिर बेग ने गुकेश के साथ दो नाइट के साथ खेला था ना, आई रिमेम्बर।
भाई एंड यू कुड लूज दिस चैट. कई बार ना एक चेक आती है, किंग हैज टू मूव एंड दिस डबल अटैक एंड चेकमेट का एक मूव होता है, और एक जैसे ये हुआ रुक जी6 अटैकिंग द बिशप एंड चेकिंग द किंग. ये मूव का ध्यान रखना है बहुत.
Yeah,
You
true.
could lose
And
this.
chat, in this scenario, in this end game, the right color is the wrong color, basically. तो किंग को हमेशा A1 या H8 पे जाना है, तो बिशप का opposite color हुआ वो. That's why we call it the wrong color. So the right color is always the wrong color here. तो किंग A1 पे जाएगा, बिशप ऐसे B1 पे बचाएगा. That's the normal theoretical way to draw in this position.
Like for example, bishop g6 that would be a blunder. नहीं, bishop h7 है, ठीक है, okay. We
भाई
assume this.
tricky, tricky. The only two moves now for Gukesh. What? You are joking me. Fedoseev is now completely winning, Tiku bhai.
How? This should be a draw, no? Wait, I've never seen. It's a force win कब से होने लगी भाई?
Yeah, it's a first
Oh
one,
गया,
bhai.
यही
Look,
यही था
when
ये.
the king gets boxed out in the wrong corner, it's a loss. भाई गए chances. अब तो अब इसके बाद नहीं होता भाई कम बैक after losing like that. I
भाई
hope
हम
he
एंड
gets
गेम में
some.
पॉन अप थे भाई. कहाँ पे विनिंग था? एक बार दिखाओ ना सेज भाई. विनिंग एट वन पॉइंट. वेयर वर वी विनिंग? वही देख के खुश होते रहते हैं.
I think it was here somewhere. यहाँ पर तो मतलब win ही win था. इधर G4 G5 was just over instantly. एंड थोड़ा आगे जाने के बाद आई थिंक दिस पोजिशन, आई मीन गुकेश ऑफ कोर्स रिजेक्टेड द ड्रॉ, एंड देन यहाँ पर आई थिंक फेडोसीव हेल्ड ऑन प्रीटी वेल, लाइक ही डिडंट रियली गिव एनी चांसेस फ्रॉम दिस मोमेंट ऑनवर्ड्स बेसिकली. ठीक है, इट वाज गुड मैच अवेयरनेस फ्रॉम फेडोसीव एंड ओके इट हैपेंस.
वाओ.
एंड
वाओ.
चैट में कोई पूछ रहा था भाई कि हम गुकेश के, वी आई डेंट एड्रेस दैट कमेंट लाइक अर्लियर बिकॉज द गेम्स वर स्टिल गोइंग ऑन, बट चैट में समवन वाज आस्किंग लाइक कि गुकेश वी हैव बीन कवरिंग फॉर क्वाइट सम टाइम एंड डू वी सी लाइक एनी, लेट्स से क्लियर वीकनेसेस इन हिज प्ले. आई थिंक विद दिस गेम, like one, I can say one thing, I think it's end games by. And I think and this is not just based on this game. And I know it's blitz, it's instincts completely taking over. But someone like Gukesh, someone who's a world champion, like in a situation like this is like, अगर ये game खत्म होता ना 10 सेकंड होने चाहिए आपके पास 15, like you should be so fast here. So this is not the only time where something like this happened. In fact, Gukesh, when he played against Firouzja in the first round, in the rapid section, I'm just going to pull up the game. So this is not live, by the way, chat, but this was the moment where Gukesh was completely winning. And here, we are always taught in opposite colored bishop endgames के pawns जो भी side जीतने के लिए खेलती है, whichever side plays for the win, has to keep the pawns as separate as possible. And here Gukesh took BC2, which I think was a very strange decision for me. So this indicates at least some, let's say, holes in the end game to me.
And
Because ये rapid था भाई, ये वाला rapid था, दूसरा वाला blitz था. But yeah,
and
some
such भाई
some
simple है.
issues there.
I absolutely agree with you. The fact that if we go to move number, let's say, um,
in this
I think
match or in the other one?
around move number, let's say first of all 50, the current match, today match that he lost right now. Um, I feel like first of all move number 50 के आसपास जाएंगे तो there was this winning move rook c8, which is hard to see for anyone. Like Magnus could win this, miss this for example, right? Like this is very hard to blame Gukesh for example. Like you cannot, because Magnus could easily, because you see the d6 pawn, you have to defend it at all cost, right? And then he of course exchanged a few pieces. But now we come to move number, let's say something like um, move number 60, let's say 10 moves later.
10 moves later, so move 60,
Yes.
it was around this moment.
Now, this is where in no universe, like in Magnus's career, he will lose like one game out of here in such a position. Like in his entire
With
career
white.
since he crossed. Yeah. I mean, in his entire Grandmaster career, he
Bhai,
probably
to,
he would lose one
yeah, go
game
ahead.
in a blitz game somewhere. It will never ever happen to Magnus, basically. It will never happen to Magnus. That's what's missing, I think. Like you should not lose this game, which I blitz or kuch bhi ho, basically.
Yeah. Exactly. And also like considering like how the game, yes, of course, like he blundered King G3 and then he had to sacrifice the rook and everything. But after this position has happened on the board, and okay, I understand that there are seconds on the clock and there's not much time to think, but this is very clearly, I think, a lack of experience in such scenarios. Yeah, I mean, bachpan mein na, like I feel we used to play such positions like with friends and at tournaments, and but I feel like because chess has changed so much, each of these parts need to be trained like for tournament situations, because ऐसे ही आधा point एक point पे turn होता है, and we have seen this so many times. Yeah, like for example, Jordan defeat in Magnus in that king rook king knight 2 pawns type of a position जो एकदम dead draw है, and that was a classical game भाई. And here even though it's blitz king rook king bishop, it's just showing that के पहले जो हम बिलीव करते थे कि ठीक है ये तो ड्रॉ है, 10 मिनट 15 मिनट आपने देखा, 2-3 पोजीशंस देखी, आपने छोड़ दिया, बट अब आपको एक्चुअली प्रैक्टिस करना है, बोर्ड पे खेलना है, to try and understand how can you put the most practical pressure on your opponent. And well done to Fedoseev, for taking Gukesh down
Yeah,
in
and
this
कोई कह रहा है
format.
कि why can't we criticize? We are literally criticizing right now. I don't know कौन सी language में आप सुन रहे हो, but the point is कि exactly my point that something like this is something Magnus would never lose. Like, and why Magnus? Because he's the benchmark for what humans are capable of. So that's the benchmark. He's the best, and you constantly want to compare yourself to him to at least a little to understand. You cannot compare to Stockfish, for example. For example, Rook C8, as on we saw on move number 40, is what Stockfish would play. But that's not something that's human, right? In Blitz chess. But move number 60 is something where we enter human territory. Magnus would either win this, or maybe sometimes he would miss and draw this, but he would never ever lose that endgame, chahe Blitz ho. Of course, we are excluding Bullet from this, but chahe Blitz or Rapid or Classical, he would never miss this opportunity. And maybe once in a lifetime was the exception. But for Gukesh, I think the fact that he lost this tells you ki, like matlab, like endgame, as you mentioned, is a clear part of the game where he has to work on. कोई doubt ही नहीं है उसमें.
I think endgames specific, of course, kind of makes sense because Gukesh is like, I think, biggest strength in that sense is going, in middle games, he tries to not exchange a lot of pieces. And, he plays very well when when there is middle game complication. So, like, of course, end games make बहुत कम pieces hai, so like it kind of goes against his style in that sense. We are not saying he has not worked on it. Of course, he has. But I think more needs to be done, considering that two, I would say, pretty bad decisions were made in crunch moments. And जहाँ पे जीत सकते थे वहाँ पे ड्रॉ हुआ, जहाँ पे ड्रॉ मतलब guaranteed था minimum, वहाँ पे it's a loss.
Yeah, basically that means he can't trust himself, right? Because एक अपने पर faith होता है कि okay, I am a pawn up in the end game, I cannot lose this. Should I head into this end game? For example, Magnus knows if I head off into a slightly better end game, I will likely convert it. So he has that objective confidence in himself. But when you mess this end game up, it's very hard for Ukesh in the middle game to think, and that's why he pushes because and plays in the middle game, doesn't trade queens because he doesn't have that faith that I will be able to convert that end game. So I think that's something he has to work on. By the way, thanks to Super Chat Akshar Bhai. Gukesh plays this bad, he might lose the world championship. By the way, Sindarov is not playing that well as either, I think. He's even below Gukesh. So I'm not sure if that holds. But I do expect that both the players will play very well in the World Championship because it's classical chess and they have a lot of time to work on the stakes, kind of
I
force them to
know.
work very hard. But yeah, I mean, not the best game
I
for Gukesh there.
actually no. At this time, actually, I think chat is not. I mean, right now, Gukesh is standing in the blitz. At least he's at the last place. So it's not looking the best for Gukesh. He started off, I think he was at fourth or fifth place, but 3 round ke andar everything just changed. Yeah. Now, of course, Firouzja still leading with 4 point ka difference between Firouzja and Gukesh in the blitz, by the way. And overall, mein to bhai Hans has just completely random. Bhai, overall standings also Gukesh is second last right now. So
Oh
it's
wow!
it's
So they've
it's
changed,
looking
yeah? They've changed.
ah
Wow. Can we have the
Sindarov
standings
and
once? Let's have a
Gukesh
look.
are right now basically neck to neck. Yeah, eighth and ninth, same points.
Wow. Okay,
भाई उनका मैच
that's
जो होगा वो शायद लास्ट प्लेस पे के लिए डिसाइड हो
नहीं
सकता है
यार, we
दैट इज
can't
सो
have
सैड
that.
भाई या ऑफ कोर्स नो वन
We
वांट्स दैट बट दैट्स अ पॉसिबिलिटी दैट वी हैव टू कंसीडर
Saj, I'll be back in just 1 minute after crying my eyes out. Just give me 1 minute, yeah?
या श्योर For sure. So, chat, I think the game's 4 minutes to go. You know the drill. So we'll see. We'll see क्या होता है भाई. But yeah. But obviously, chat वो होगा नहीं जो हम कह रहे हैं because overall standings में 3 point का फर्क है between Gukesh and Radek. So that's not gonna happen. But still, it's I think a bit sad के both world champion and world championship challengers are at the bottom of the leaderboard and yeah, and also उनका match भी होने वाला है. So bit sad there. But yeah, right now the American players are just completely dominating this segment. Hans, Wesley, Fabi, clear leaders there. Hans to matlab is completely running away with it. 19 points he has. Wesley on 18, Fabi on 16 and a half, Fedoseev on 16, and then Firouzja on 14 and a half. Basically, I think Gukesh can still finish top 4. वो अभी भी possible है. Top 3 तो अब बहुत unlikely है. Actually impossible ही लग रहा है मुझे. क्योंकि 3 point का फर्क is too much. But फेडोसीव के से जो difference है वो सिर्फ एक ही point का है. So that I feel is not very far off. But we also have to consider the fact that Gukesh will not be in the right headspace. Right? He has played 3 games and has scored just half a point. And वो भी उसके second के साथ. And now he has Wesley, Fabi, and MVL next, which is, of course, in terms of fast chess, classical chess, of course, these guys are more experienced, more in form as well. So it's gonna be, it's not, the road is not getting easier for Gukesh. Lakshya thank you so much for the super chat. Reached 1100 recently using queen/king's gambit line. I don't study chess much. What would you recommend next? Casual player target 1300 to 1400. So wow, Queen's Gambit and King's Gambit, you're playing at the same time. That is crazy to me because those are just completely different openings. Yeah, King's Gambit is so dynamic. You attack and you sack a bunch of pieces and you hope for a mate. And Queen's Gambit is very principled where you play a very strategic game and you try to have a long game and so on. I think when you are choosing openings, you should, of course, you should see what works well for you, but also you should do research on what openings are easy to learn and also the opening, at least the opening themes should align. If you're playing something solid against one thing, then also play something solid against the other thing, especially when you're starting out, because that way when you go into a match, I'm gonna have a solid game or I'm gonna have an aggressive game. Like then you don't have to deal with the constant emotion change very very early on in the game. So I will highly recommend to not have Queen's Gambit and King's Gambit both. Have one of them, preferably Queen's Gambit. King's Gambit is not necessarily the best variation to play these days, but Queen's Gambit
Yeah.
I would say you can keep, and the rest I think anything that is solid is good.
Jan Krzysztof did play it, I think, in the Sardinia Open, though, the King's Gambit once, but he was playing somebody who was much weaker. So, as an experiment, a fun experiment, surely, but not part of your main repertoire, maybe, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. King's Gambit,
But
I think,
okay,
anything that has a gambit next to it,
but
I mean, where you sacrifice a pawn, it's essentially like a one move or one game or 5 game opening. उसके बाद आपको
but
छोड़ना पड़ता है.
also, I think I just read your rating actually 1100. I will also say that at that rating, you will win a bunch of games. So, if you do play it, if you are really curious, do play it, but then really research it well. So you don't get kind of annihilated in the opening. So if you really, really go deep into the opening, analyze all games, and we get a course somewhere or whatever it is, really understand it very, very well, then I would highly recommend going for it if it really is something you're curious about. By the way, the games have begun. Let's go, Sejbhai. It's Wesley, the tournament leader now, versus Gukesh.
Oops, absolutely. I think we missed the first couple of moves. Oh, QGD, another QGD on the board. Queen's Gambit की ही बात कर रहे थे हम. And it is
ओके सहज भाई इतना पसंद आता है क्वींस गैम्बिट की वो खुद खेलने चले गए सहज भाई क्या अटके हैं सहज भाई यार ये ओ थोड़ा सा हाँ आगे आगे वापस आ गए भाई
Bhai, I think like it's happening quite a bit. Maybe I should just restart and just join back.
श्योर भाई
थोड़ा वो
श्योर
करता हूँ तो it gets better. So I'll just be right
हाँ
back.
हाँ
Yeah, give me like 5 minutes.
हाँ
Yeah.
let's cover the game chat सहज भाई resetting his internet by the way मेरी वो clock दिख रही है और YouTube play button भी दिख रहा है my big forehead also visible by the way chat if you look at the position right now मैं इतना zoomed in क्यों भाई can we zoom out a bit if possible Acha, okay, got it. Thank you. Meanwhile, chat, let's look at the position right now. So we have the queens likely getting traded off after bishop d6. So it's likely going to be an endgame. Very solid for both sides. No big problem for Gukesh either. However, bishop g3, another trade offer. I feel like Gukesh is quite comfortable here. In fact, takes on g3, takes on b3. वो pawns g pawn doubled है, b pawn doubled है. Usually not a big detail, but it looks like Gukesh is not worse at least. And वो queen takes b3 मार दो भाई. कल को this bishop c2 could be a move attacking the pawn on b3 and basically winning a pawn for free. So it's gonna keep Wesley So on his toes. Wesley, my boy, will thrash Gukesh. Let's see, brother. I think we are in for a challenge. Knight coming to d6, knight coming to f6. The knights want to come to the e4 and the c4 square for Gukesh. By the way, right now, Gukesh 30 seconds ahead on the clock. Let's see what happens. By the way, 96 played. Good move. Will Wesley now take on b6? At some point, this tension has to be resolved. Sehaj don't you think that Magnus games are shaky these days? He will start losing. I think they were not at his peak. So Sehaj आएंगे बताएंगे अपना opinion, but I think they were Magnus clearly not at his peak. But even his B game, as usually it was enough to win the event. So I think Magnus in his A game would have been awesome. By the Queen A3 played. So Wesley now finally avoids the Queen trade. Gukesh will not get more opportunities. But a5 also a nice move, preventing b4, gaining space. And if knight a4, black can simply drop his queen back to d8. Tikwa, you look like a twin of Amir Khan's son. Really interesting. Queen takes b3 finally played. Okay, so Wesley comes back to b3 for the trade. You know, you make a choice, then you regret it, so you come back to the correct one. Wait for Norway Chess for a glimpse of peak Magnus. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a classic event. Norway is Magnus's home place. He does not want to lose there. Will be interesting. And meanwhile, Rook a1 played, attacking the pawn on a5. So clearly at some point you might have to go b6 to defend this, but right now it's not a problem. Let's play, for example, you could play rook a7 to prepare for doubling up rooks on the a file. You could just play rook e8 also. I think nothing dramatic in this position so far. You should expect a draw in classical chess, but okay, he plays b6 directly, but okay, there's knight a4 now, which is kind of irritating. I have to play rook f b8, for example, to defend this. E4 or d4, what would you prefer? Please answer. I think I prefer d4, but if you prefer super sharp chess and you have the time to look at all the variations, the Sicilian defense, let's say, how to play as white against it, against the French defense, against the Caro-Kann, if you have that extra time, then e4 can be more rewarding. There's more, let's say, returns on investing that time into the openings, and also it is much, much sharper. So if you prefer strategic chess more, go for 1d4. If you prefer something very sharp, precise, then 1e4. By the way, rook b8 played. So defending that pawn, you can't go b5 because a5 is hanging, and now rook c1 played. That's why I was, hesitant to play b6, because now the c6 pawn can be attacked, right? So you might have to play rook f c8. So both the black rooks kind of passive, defending the pawns. And long term, you want to play something like c5 or b5. But right now, there are too many weaknesses. Bishop d7, logical move, defending the pawn, also preparing c5, the move we anyway want to play. Sej bhai aa rahe hain. I think he's reciting his router, by the way. I think they don't read YouTube chat. That's true, Ripudan bhai. That does feel true. Um, it's nice he's not taking the time in the opening. That's true, but I think the opening was also not as demanding as it usually is. But okay, I think Gukesh's problem is not the opening. It was in a couple of games, but that can happen to anyone. I feel like his main issue has been converting better positions into wins. That's where he's not been able to strike. Everybody will have the other game where he just plays badly and loses, but can you convert the games that you're winning at? And by the way, Rook C8 played 95, active move by White, putting pressure on the bishop, bishop E8, defending the bishop. And now White is slightly better. He can play G4, F3, King F2, gain space on the king side and slowly advance. But the rook comes back to A1, connecting his rooks. Not really an urgent need to do so. There was C5, so he kind of avoids that tempo for his on his rook. Is there two prizes? No, only one prize. So Rapid and Blitz combined, the standings matter separately. They are not important. What is going to be black and white for 1400 Friday? I think it depends on your style and less on your ratings. At 1400, I would say the Italian would be nice with one e4, or the Queen's Gambit could be nice for white with one d4. Depends on your style. By the way, the time about to equalize chat. Gukesh has 2 minutes 45 seconds. Wesley is around 25 seconds behind. Is today last day? Yes, today is the last day indeed. I think so. That's why everybody's trying to go for the win. By the way, knight a4, nice move, threatening a fork. So rook b8 played. Okay, is Wesley offering a draw here? Knight a4, rook b8, knight c3. So it could be a draw if Gukesh plays rook a8. Are we going to see a draw here? Interesting.
Yo, Tiku bhai, I'm back.
Hopefully
Bhai,
look at the last two moves. Yeah, rook a8, knight a4, rook b8, knight c3. Repeated once, but Gukesh plays the best move, h5 instead. He pushes on.
Okay, 2 minutes. I think this is a decent decision to push in this position, I feel, because you have more time on the clock. Kind of makes more sense. F3 played. Okay. And now nice E4 ka. E4 to nahi, maybe king F2 is what he wants. C5 is very, very thematic. Jab bhi F3 aata hai, because some pawns are loose. Knight F5 could be a plan that can take away the pawns on D4 and E3.
Also, C5 opens the B file, so you might take on A5, but I will take on B3 and then pressure B2. So quite logical. And maybe also bring the king up. Like I'm not sure G5, but maybe just G6, King G7, just improving the position gradually. Maybe even King F8, King E7 could be a nice idea. Let's see how Gukesh plays this. By the way, he's still 10-15 seconds ahead, but I don't think that matters too much now in this endgame. G6 played, by the way.
Yeah, and now rook d1, putting some pressure on the d5 pawn. Pawn takes pawn ke baad. And if you were to capture on d4 yourself, then I will capture back with my rook. And then again, the IQP, that problem is a huge one here.
Yeah. By the way, Reti is a good opening chat. It is Gukesh's favorite opening, by the way. So you cannot go wrong with the Reti. By the way, he takes d4, rook takes d4 now, Sahaj. Feels like there's a lot of pressure building up on that d5 pawn, which is not easy to defend for Gukesh.
Oh, 100%. It's not easy. Gukesh, I think this is... Yeah, again, yeah, another instance, Tiku bhai, jahan par I feel like playing on kind of backfired, yeah?
Agreed. Actually, you said it's not easy. I heard it's not easy. I was like, wait, naughty? Why it's naughty? Okay. And I was like, okay, my bad. Okay, knight f5, by the way, best move played. So rook has to drop back to d2, keeping in the option of rook d1 to double up on the d file.
And kabhi bhi g4 bhi aa sakta hai, which is a nice move, I think, in the position. Always have to be careful. What does he go for? 97 he plays, rook d4, another draw for...
Okay. Take the draw, Kesh. I think there's no way he's better here, yeah? I would just take the draw. There's no way Gukesh can win this. Look at the bishop on e8, by the way. The same color
हाँ,
as the pawns on the king side. There is no way Gukesh can win this one. Like, it's very hard.
very very hard. That is for sure. Yeah. चांस तो हमेशा रहता है बट लेकिन इट्स डिफिकल्ट, वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट. रुक
Oh,
F4. वाओ, वेस्ली प्लेज ऑन दिस टाइम. एंड नाउ किंग G7 इज गुड जस्ट टू डिफेंड दिस नाइट ऑन F6 ताकि
hmm.
G4 पे नाइट ना मर सके. दैट्स वेरी
Bishop
गुड.
D3.
बिशप D3. Knight E7 best move. Knight D6 was more logical to me, but Knight E7 was the best. Let's go. Gukesh now slightly better. Tiku bhai.
Oh, interesting. And the idea is apparently knight f8. Sorry, knight h7, knight f8, knight e6 could be a plan to
Knight
simply trap
H7.
the rook.
हाँ, Knight H7, Knight F8. क्या प्लान है नहीं है, like so crazy. Also, you're putting pressure on the A5 pawn, so Knight H7 doesn't seem logical,
Hmm. Rook
but
a8
it
played
is
though.
a beautiful move regardless.
Rook a8 played though by Gukesh, not defending the pawn on a5. But rook d4 back maybe now. Yeah, played on the board, saving the rook.
भाई
Yeah,
ये
no
बेस्ट
drama
मूव
there.
रुक B8 वापस ही लाना है. That's the best move.
अरे
नहीं तो
यार.
खराब है आपकी.
भाई ये
बिल्कुल.
a4 move ना जान खाएगी. Like Gukesh's other blunders are putting a pawn on a light square. I feel like that's
हाँ,
half of his blunders in the tournament. Yeah, putting a pawn on a light
and
square.
there it is, rook A3,
Oof.
and now the pawns are fixed here. Knight B5, bishop B5, दोनों टारगेट्स हैं भाई इस पोजीशन में, दोनों टारगेट्स. बट ओके, पोजीशन इज वेरी कॉम्प्लेक्स एंड ओके, टाइम भी कम ही है. And I'm guessing this is the kind of experience that Gukesh also wants, right? With time crunch situation, time scramble situations where it's not clear and जितना experience वहाँ पे मिलेगा आपको, I think उतना he can help. Basically the issue of blitz and playing fast chess in general.
Agreed.
Wesley top पे है. I think he's at second place right now behind only Hans Niemann. And Hans is right now dead lost against
Wow.
Fabi. So अगर Wesley draw भी करता है तो I think he would be only half a point behind Hans, and I'm not so sure if that's a bad decision. But this is I think looking very tricky for Wesley now because optically टिकू भाई ऐसा लग रहा है कि white की winning है. Strategically लग रहा है क्योंकि
Yeah.
bishop क्या है ये 8 पे. But actually because of this poor placement of this rook, it's a bit exposed. ये कभी भी trap हो सकता है यहाँ पे. That
True.
was
And
a reason.
also, Sejva Sindarov is winning.
Pawn.
So if Sindarov is winning. So if he wins, Gukesh will be in second last place. Sole second last place.
अरे भाई 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 भाई. Equal now. Pawn on B5 still a huge. वही जो A4 B5 खेला था, that was the. It's giving some problems. But now Bishop B5 only move. Otherwise, actually Wesley might be worse. 17 seconds. Does he take on B5? Not an easy
Of course he
decision
has
because
to,
you're.
yeah.
नहीं.
Oh, doesn't take.
Why Rook C5 and B4?
Push. Push, Mona.
Okay,
Oh,
now
sorry. I went to movies. Sorry. Push, Gukesh, push. Come on, let's go. But okay,
अभी तो
still, yeah,
गुकेश
the
के पास
C.
चांस है. नाइस मूव. रुक C6 नहीं आ सकता था क्योंकि A4 मर रहा था, तो रुक C7 रीराउटिंग. B3 वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट मूव. रुक
Oh,
A7 also looks
tough,
very nice.
tough,
Yeah.
tough, tough to
Wow,
play B3 though.
completely
I
winning
think
now for Gukesh bhai. Completely winning.
King
King
E6.
E6.
Okay,
Still completely winning. This pawn is gonna
King
fall.
E6 works. Oh, Bishop B5 check is nice, by the way. Oh, attacks the pawn. Okay, C6 maybe, yeah.
Yep.
C6, King D6.
And Rook C1 played, and now Bishop B5 check. King D8 also good move. I know बार थोड़ा ऊपर जा रहा है, but it's fine. King को C7 पे रखना looks logical. A3 played,
Why is
takes
he not
rook.
giving that check on B5? Yeah, the White King is approaching now. Might be
But
easy
A3 भी
to.
तो है.
हाँ,
Blunder.
but King
King
C4.
C7 winning now for Gukesh.
Wow.
Bishop C6, trade the bishops. Rook ending is completely winning.
Oh, E4 he plays. Oh, Rook A4 light that move actually. Because now F4, E4, everything. But Bishop D1 is draw. What? Okay, hard to find Bishop D1 actually. Wait, don't tell me this is a draw, Sahaj bhai. Rook D3, no?
Rook D3 is completely winning by F5. And he finds
Wow,
it.
let's
Let's
go.
go.
Let's
Defends the
go.
pawn.
Let's go.
Oh, time scramble mein he takes down Wesley. Yeah, the tournament leader. This could hurt Wesley's chances to win the tournament as well, bhai.
Yeah,
Big
Rook
time.
D2 now attacking the bishop, and the G2 pawn will also fall. And the H pawn now for Gukesh could be the real deal. A2, by the way, nice move. Not giving any counterplay whatsoever.
Check and Rook B1. That's the plan. Oh, just take the rook.
Oh,
Take the
nice.
bishop.
Nice. So pushing worked for Gukesh Sahaj bhai, yeah? It kind of worked this time.
Exactly, bhai. दोनों sides है. If you push in a drawn position, just take the draw is the takeaway for today, bhai. It's not
Yeah.
working out to play on.
Yeah, I think now he can resign. Resigned, and Gukesh defeats the one of the tournament leaders, Wesley So, with the black pieces 2 games in a row. I think we needed it, Sahaj, by after that loss against in the previous round, yeah, against Fedoseev.
Yeah, for sure, भाई, for sure. Because Fedoseev भी वो रोमन वेदोनिया का ही स्टूडेंट है भाई. तो सिंडारोव का, in that sense, a nice win by Gukesh. And next match is against Fabi. And Fabi,
Oof.
by the way, just defeated Hans as well. So Fabi is now on the third place. He's still in third place, by the way, but a half a point का ही difference between Wesley and Fabi now. But Hans
Very
still a
interesting.
clear favorite. भाई 1 point का lead है उसके पास अभी भी.
Can we have the standings on screen? Sahaj, I'll just a minute, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So if we can have the standings, that would be amazing, Samay bhai, just to go through what's going on. I mean, the standings haven't changed much, to be honest, but because Wesley lost his match, then it helped Hans in some sense, and also it helped Fabi in some sense to catch up to him, because previously the difference between Wesley and Fabi was 1.5 points, and now it's only half point. So he's clinching in, he's close. Gukesh is in 8th spot right now, and Sindarov is at 9th spot. So he's a little bit ahead of the World Championship challenger, but still 8th spot is not doing justice to our world champion. On top 4 का जो हम spot की बात कर रहे थे, that also feels a bit, थोड़ा distant लग रहा है अभी, because 1.5 points का difference है यहाँ पे. Top 5 still outside chance है, top 5, but मुश्किल है भाई. Also, Firouzja is also, because Firouzja is leading the blitz section, so he's also going to be gunning for that top 5 spot as well. So very, very difficult chat overall. Gukesh against tournament leaders. Gukesh against, हाँ भाई, I know, like tournament leaders को तो मतलब he's just acing it, yeah. But okay, it's blitz, भाई. कुछ anything is possible in blitz. I think very rarely there are favorites in such events. 5 rounds left. Yep, just 5 more to go. Some chances for Gukesh to maybe make a comeback. Realistically, like अगर गुकेश 5 के 5 राउंड जीत जाए और हांस 5 के 5 राउंड हार जाए, then that's the only way that Gukesh can win the tournament basically, because 4.5 points का फर्क है भाई, that's a lot. So top place तो नहीं आ सकता गुकेश का, impossible. Second also is not possible. Third also is very very unlikely. But let's see, bhai. Chat mein someone's writing, Sahaj bhai, I feel I can defend positions, but I struggle with attacking. Most of my wins comes from my opponent's mistakes rather than my own attack. Any advice? I think in that sense, you should try to play more strategically sound openings, and yeah, positional chess, and that approach essentially that could work very well for you. There are many players like that. For example, Vidit is a very good example of this. I mean, I'm not saying he's bad at attacking or anything like that, but Vidit का जो main strength है, I feel he's one of the best in the world. It's positional understanding, structural understanding. Like he understands that very very well. तो जब भी opponent कोई mistake करता है छोटी सी छोटी, then he can pick it up and he can completely squeeze. So looking at games of Vidit could actually be very useful for you in this regard. Sahaj bhai, I still can't understand why Gukesh didn't go king b1. Was he going for a win with only a bishop? You mean वो जो king rook king bishop वाली position थी? No bhai, that's impossible to win for Gukesh. But by instincts, that's just instinct. You cannot explain that. Hindsight में तो आप कुछ भी बोल सकते हो यार. आप like अगर आपके पास 5 ही second है to say everything, then I mean there will be some words you say which makes no sense, no? So it's hard to explain this. I think Gukesh is improving a lot against Firouzja. He was dead loss and made it equal, but out of nowhere, which is positive, and he needs to understand where he can push for the win and when to not. Exactly, I think that's one factor. When to push for the win and when to sort of be solid overall. That's the first thing. And second, I think is like some end games. I think because दो different areas में I think हमें end game पे एक जगह दिखी. एक तो king rook king bishop, even with 10 seconds, okay, you should draw that. And secondly, I think वो BC2 जो फिरोजा के साथ ही था, I believe in rapid, That was, I think, a very strange decision for me because, again, the pawns always have to be up. It's something, it's like one of the first things you learn when you learn about opposite colored bishop endgames. But, I think Gukesh will know these. He will definitely be working on these. And he is looking, I would say, so much better though. Like pehle se. Like, it is looking way better. Like, I think we have to agree there. I know when my opponent makes a mistake, but don't know how to punish it. Please help. Bhai, that's the ever longing problem in chess because we never know when the mistake actually happens. And to like quantify this, you can kind of say, her move pe you can do checks, captures, and threats. This is like the longer approach. Basically, आप 10 गेम खेलो और 10 रैपिड या कुछ थोड़े लॉन्गर फॉर्मेट्स के गेम्स खेलो और उसमें एक आदत डाल लो कि हर जैसे ओपनिंग खत्म होती है उसके बाद से आदत डालो कि हर मूव पे मैं चेक्स कैप्चर्स थ्रेड को मैं हमेशा चेक करूंगा। फिर वो आदत ऐसे एक बैठ जाती है, वो इंट्यूशन का पार्ट बन जाती है, फिर वो ब्लिट्स में लाइक फास्टर फॉर्मेट्स में भी आप वो करने लग जाते हो। देन इफ़ योर अपोनेंट मेक्स अ मिस्टेक यू अंडरस्टैंड भाई ये पैटर्न थोड़ा दिखा हुआ सा लग रहा है, ये पीस थोड़ा डिफेंडेड नहीं है, कुछ हो सकता है यहाँ पे, तो वो फीलिंग अपने आप जनरेट हो जाती है।
Yo chat and Gukesh now eighth place, yeah, half a point ahead of. Okay, 6 to 8th is tied. So looking like I'm still hoping he can. Okay, top three to almost impossible lag raha hai, right? Because 3 points ahead for Fabi, I think.
आई थिंक फोर्थ इज स्टिल पॉसिबल भाई, फोर्थ इज
Hmm.
लाइकली हो सकता है, बट we never know bhai, we never know. Let's just try to enjoy the games. 5 rounds remaining only and maza to aa raha hai bhai. I mean rapid, and I think covering blitz and watching blitz, I'm sure chat is for me at least, watching blitz, watching rapid is like the most fun because you see a lot of blunders, you see a lot of crazy ideas in the openings and crazy like sequences. To maza aayega bhai.
Agreed. And I think, of course, we'll have been better with cameras, but I think regardless, the play is nice. And now we have Gukesh Caruana, we have Hans MVL, Sindarov against Firouzja. So interesting round. And in the previous round, Radoslav defeated Firouzja. So Radoslav causing a lot of upsets, I think, since yesterday, Sahaj Bhai. Like somehow he's found this new mojo, defeating like a bunch of players, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. 100%, by 100%. By the way, also just want to let the chat know that there is another event going on right now, and today is a very big day for an Indian player because I'm sure you guys know who Grandmaster Abhimanyu Puranik is. He very recently played in the Chennai qualifiers, I believe, and he also played in the Chennai Masters as well, and he won the very prestigious which event it was? Said Chess Open, like where a lot of 2700s are playing. Anyway, so there is an event going on, Sardinia Chess Festival, जो open event है, first of all, and chat वहाँ पे Nepo खेल रहा है. Just putting it out there, there's an open event happening जहाँ पे Nepo खेल रहा है. Just like how Magnus was playing Tepe Segeman, but ये open event as in anyone can play Nepo. Like, so it's an open event. And आज, it's the second last day, and our boy Abhimanyu Puranik is up against Parham Maksudlu, and if he wins, he could be the sole leader of the event, Tiku bhai.
Oh, wow. Wow, crazy. And I know of other Indians also playing there. I think Harika is playing
Yes,
there, right? So
Karthikeyan
other
and
players.
Murali is leading. By the way, the second of Sindarov, second actually. This is that other player. It was number sixth ranked player of Uzbekistan, Muhammad Zokhid Suyarov. I think he's extremely young. He is also there and he's 25, 34 already gaining 20 points. भाई उनका reserve board भी आ रहा है भाई. Crazy.
Yeah, and अपना reserve board की बातें chat में चल रही हैं Vidit Gujarati. So hopefully Vidit also has a great Uzbekistan chess tournament in June. We'll be cheering for him there. Meanwhile, last 2 years, Fabi lost more to Gukesh than he won. I think true. I think Gukesh seems to have a good record against Fabi. Although in the last game, I think Fabi won in the last blitz, if I'm not mistaken. But regardless, I think Gukesh seems to be getting the better of him. But of course, Fabi will be learning. Yeah, he'll be adapting. He's a very, very strong player. You can never ever discount him. So let's see what happens. Today will be a crucial day.
Correct. Yeah, in the blitz he lost वो जो bishop knight versus rook वाला situation था, and Fabi had a very clean game actually against him, but in rapid Gukesh did take him down, so it's 1-1 right now, well 2-1 technically because rapid में 2 point मिलते हैं आपको, but let's see. Matches
You
should
know,
begin in
Sehjbhai,
6 minutes from now.
we have Sindarov Gukesh again. Gukesh, for the first time, will have the white pieces against him in this event. But very interesting that when Gukesh won, we saw that fist pump, right? We saw that show of emotion coming out from Gukesh. But Sindarov did not react at all. And I'm just wondering, like, on one side, I love the emotional display. Like, I absolutely want to see that. But maybe it also shows that maybe, like, like Gukesh was under more pressure. Like, the more pressure you feel, the more likely the reaction comes out. So Gukesh maybe right now, because Sindarov played such a great candidate, the pressure right now on him is not as much Gukesh is feeling. Yeah.
I feel whether Gukesh has the reaction or not against Sindarov, it is very clear the more that it is more pressure for Gukesh. Very, very clear. Because he's the world champion. I mean, world champion से हमेशा higher expectations रहती हैं, right? Of course, we are the proof of that for the last 2 years basically. But so एक world champion से तो एक वो expectation रहती है, and I think because of Sindarov's performance, everyone's saying he's the very clear favorite, and that puts pressure on Gukesh, regardless of his reaction. I think of what happens, and I'm glad by he's actually showing some emotion, like it's
Hmm.
good. It also humanizes and also gives context to the viewers, gives context to us that how much this means to him, and yeah, it's good to see that.
And I see this very interesting comment. Arjun should be Gukesh's second, will help him in crazy prep and also help him with faster chess. Gukesh can win when it matters, while Arjun has always been lucky when he can win some tournament. I think that would be a great uh, collaboration for both players. Both can learn from each other. What is it about Gukesh that helps him win when it's most important? What about his psychology really helps him do that? And also for Gukesh, what about Arjun? What's special about his opening prep? How does he get such crazy positions? And also, how has he been so stable even after, like you would expect Arjun to have the most variance in his rating, but somehow, if you calculate the average rating of Indian players over the past 2 years, it's very likely Arjun has the highest and the most stable one. And also, like,
Prag,
how
I
does he
think. No,
crush
no,
these?
Prag.
I think it must be Arjun Sehj. I would love to do this. Chat, if anybody can do it, you have AI now.
I
Just
think
input
Prag
the
भाई,
ratings and
Prag
let
has
us
been
know.
more consistent. Prag overall ज़्यादा consistent because Prag का style भी वैसा है ना भाई, थोड़ा universal, slow. But
Okay,
but
I'm going to
yeah,
bet on Arjun
for
still.
sure. I
I'm
think
going to
it's
bet on
close. It's
Arjun
close.
still. It's close.
Yeah, yeah, it's
But I think
close.
it will be nice to see that. And also, I think, but the problem is, chat, sometimes when something is working for you, be it Arjun's opening prep, or is it his aggressive style, or be Ukesh's, psychology and also how he plays aggressive chess, they don't want to share those secrets.
Mm.
Because they know, it's their kind of, I don't like the skill that makes them so great. So ideally, I'm not sure if they will collaborate on that front, but it would be nice to see as a fan if that happens.
I think it would be amazing for Gukesh, I think, and it would be a huge help, I think, for both players because Arjun also gets, world championship ka exposure. He also, and I think at the same time, with all the fresh ideas that Arjun will bring to the table, I think it will be insane. Basically, Magnus की टीम में जैसे दुबोव था, वैसे ही जो क्रिएटिव आइडियाज निकाल रहा अर्जुन तो मतलब लेट्स बी रियल यार अर्जुन के आइडियाज लाइक इन दैट सेंस वुड बी लाइक क्रेजियर
Hmm.
so I think it would be a great collaboration if that were to happen.
Yeah, would be very, very interesting. I'm actually checking who has the. I'm not even kidding, Sej. I'm checking who has the highest average rating. Would you believe me if I was actually doing that?
I mean yeah of course by उनकी रेटिंग ना ज़्यादा स्टेबल इसलिए लग रही है बिकॉज ही वॉज 28-10 and
True.
from that coming down to 2750 still feels like a lot, yeah.
I
So
agree. I
I
agree.
think that's why. But Arjun ki agar, I think Arjun has been very consistently going up. If you just remove Tata Steel, that's it. वो already at
हाँ,
220-30 पे बैठा होगा अभी.
agreed. Prag Arjun might, but never Arjun and Gukesh. Also not sure, Prag Arjun. I think it's not easy to do that collaboration because there are people around you who always give you advice and you have to value their opinion. And Arjun, I think already mentioned this once, right? Like he's the first. Why would he be the second of someone? I heard this somewhere. So Unlikely collaboration, but would be nice if it happens. Would be very interesting to see how it works.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Let's see. Waiting for the games to begin. Just 1 minute to go until we have liftoff, and then we have five rounds remaining, essentially. Knight f3, b3 incoming again, Tikubai, or do you think anything different?
I think the same. I think the same. It's not like people have too much time to prepare against
I
that,
would change
anyways.
now, bhai.
Oh wow, really?
I would change now because the tournament is not going well. I would not. If I change something, then I can at least have a different. Yeah, exactly. He goes d4. Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
nice.
Like this is what I because you have a bad tournament. You kind of associate. Oh, maybe that was the inaugural move, bhai. Maybe. Wait. Sorry,
Sehaj bhai,
sorry.
exactly.
Arey bhai, arey, let's go, Gukesh.
Arey,
Thank you for
chalo
saving
bhai.
me, bhai. But again, like I think it makes sense because you associate that bad memory with the opening, and you just want to get away from it as much as possible.
Agreed. And now Bishop E2 played, very interesting choice. Not something you ever even consider, yeah. Usually, because you could put it on c4, a more aggressive square, but makes sense. You're transposing to something more normal, castles, and later on maybe the bishop c4 idea is still up for grabs.
Yeah,
Um,
Bishop
by
E2
the
is
way,
just a
Fabi would
very.
be an important.
Mhm.
Hmm. Continue.
I was just saying Bishop E2 is just this is Sicilian classical from black side, and Bishop E2 basically is in Sicilian, any Sicilian, whenever white plays Bishop E2, this is like the classical most traditional line all across Sicilians because तब प्रिपरेशन होती नहीं थी, थ्योरी होती नहीं थी, तो बिशप आप एक ही घर आगे रख के आप कासिल कर लेते थे. तो दिस इज ओल्ड स्कूल वे ऑफ प्लेइंग चेस चैट.
By the way, I have the answer to that variance question, and seems like the highest average rating since Feb 2024 to May 2026 is actually for Arjun, and that is 2773.46. Um, and the lowest rating is for Prague, that is 2753.86. Okay, so 2764 since Feb 2024, by the way. But the
Oh wow.
highest variance is also for Arjun. And again, to that same point that you mentioned, he had the highest variance because of 2800 mark. Yeah. So he has the highest variance. But Prague, and you are correct, I think has the least variance there. But very interesting that all the
Because
three players basically within like a 20 rating frame. Yeah? 2773, 2764, and 2753 are the average ratings.
I see. Very, very interesting. And Prague being lowest, I think, oh, variance कम है. तो this is what I was saying. I think वो ऊपर नीचे Prague का बहुत कम होता है. He's stabilized very well, I think. And I think for every chess player, when they grow into a certain level, like I'm not just talking about elite players, जैसे कोई भी एक बच्चा फॉर एग्जांपल एक इंटरनेशनल मास्टर बनता है एंड आजकल तो भाई अब 12 साल की उम्र में ग्रैंड मास्टर्स इज नॉट इवन अ समथिंग न्यूज़ वर्दी बट when something like this happens, then there is an adjustment period. This is what Tanya was talking about, and I think it's a great point that that
By
adjustment
the way,
period is basically people treating you differently. And I think Prag has handled that very, very well because he's been around that level for really, really long time. That means uske increase karne ke chances, I think, are extremely high now because he has
by the way,
stabilized.
Sejba, I think we'll come to this soon because a mistake by Fabi that bishop takes d5 move has given Gukesh a huge space advantage in the center. And now a4 ke baad bishop b5 rook c1 could literally trap the queen. So, okay, he avoids that, but a comfortable position here for Gukesh.
Exactly, Tikubai. He wants to play that bishop b5 plan, but Gukesh is saying, let me play a6 first and provoke b6 ताकि ये bishop c6 पे भी बैठ सके, in the near future.
Oof.
That could be the plan. Or queen a4 looks very nice here. भाई आप attack करने मतलब you want to attack, let's remove the queens. Attack now.
Yeah, queen b3 also a nice move. And black, of course, has to play on the king side, but it feels like it's not easy to attack here for black's edge. By after knight g5, for example, that will lead to at least a couple of piece trades. The only way I see is f5, but that's of course even more risky because that could lead to a very quick loss for Fabi.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. But knight g5 is important. Knight h4 is also important. f5. actually is not that bad here either. He plays a6. I was wondering about a6 actually. I know that there is some problem on this, on these two
Hmm.
pawns. Maybe rook a4, rook b4 करके आप attack कर सकते हो. But somehow Tikku bhai, still queen a4 is one of the best moves here.
Yeah, I think a queen trade would be nice, right? Because then I can basically just play for two results. You have absolutely no counterplay, and any rook c2 can be answered by bishop c3, trapping the rook. So, queen a4 looks nice, although maybe it's not easy after you have played queen b3 because you could have done it in one move. So, Gukesh might not play it, even though it's natural.
Not natural, but yeah, that's why maybe not. But other moves also possible, Tikku bhai, like rook c1, bishop b4. I don't know. These also look pretty nice, but I like the idea of taking the queens away from the board. But let's see. He plays rook c1.
By the way,
Logical move.
huge update. The tournament leader Hans Niemann is completely winning against MVL and seems to be stealing the tournament very soon. And this could be the first major victory for Hans Niemann in any elite event.
Wow. Could also do it by like a couple of rounds to spare as
Yeah.
well from the way that it is going. Because Wesley is completely equal. It's like dead equal for Wesley. And if he draws, then that would be a point and a half lead for Hans with 4 rounds to go.
Wow. That'd be crazy, by the way. And knight f6, a mistake because you had to play f5 as we discussed to create counterplay after knight to f6. You are essentially a sitting duck. I would say, Gukesh, clearly better now, more space and no counterplay for black.
Let's bring the knight to d2, c4, b6. This idea is beautiful. Bishop b3 पे बैठ जाएगा उसके बाद. Very, very promising. He defends this pawn on d4, on e4 for now, activates the bishop in the process. Black has no plan, no breakthroughs on the queen side, no breakthroughs on the king side. This looks very hard to play for Fabi.
In fact, the best move is knight h7 size by the exactly where
Oh
the
wow.
knight came from just now.
भाई उसके बाद भी knight f6 वापस ही आना है if you if you go through the line. The black computer is saying play this back. 'Cause you just cannot make improvements.
I will just put the bishop on e3, maybe even d2, b4, push that even b pawn to b5, like just gain more and more space. I think I want to play
Oh,
b4, b5. What happened? What happened?
chat is letting us know that Uzbekistan announces its squad for the Olympiad, and I'm not sure if that is true, Tikku bhai.
We can
Um,
check that.
कहाँ पे देखा भाई आपने before we announce the players because the players
But I
look
think it's
correct.
not even like a surprise, no? Like we know, I mean, it's going to be the same team. Yes, they have announced, I think 15 hours ago, I see it, but it's not a surprise. It's exactly the team we expect. And there was a nice photo of all the five players looking very aggressive. Harayega Kokesh, hopefully. But the team is,
Oh, but
oh,
there
they
is a
have,
change in the team, yeah. There is one change in this team chat. Do you know what that change is?
and they have three teams, by the way, similar to how India had when they were the hosts. So they have three teams.
From
Said by.
our experience, I can just say, just watch out for the Uzbekistan B team, भाई. Because when India में जब मैच हुआ था, तो इंडिया की B टीम में ही वो खतरनाक players बैठे हुए थे, and they were the ones who were very close to winning the match. And yeah, that's going to be a very dangerous team, bhai. And
So
chat is
tell us
saying
the.
coach. Bhai, it's not the coach. It's actually the player. His name is Javokhir, not Javokhir Sindarov. It is Jahongir Vakhidov is the name of the guy. He's actually my age. We actually played a lot of world championships together. And fun fact for you, chat, like in 2022, when Uzbekistan won the Olympiad, on the fourth board in the last round, it was because of Jahongir Vakidov that they won the Olympiad. He won on board 4 in the final round to basically get the gold. Without him, it would have been very difficult for the Uzbekistan team to win uh, the Olympiad. So that's a big change. But of course, जो उसको रिप्लेस कर रहा है वो भी सिंडारोव का सेकंड ही है जो वर्ल्ड कप कैंडिडेट्स हर जगह उसके साथ आया तो that's still a very dangerous player, Tikuvai.
Yeah, and by the way, Ukesh still winning, so we'll cover this of course. But by the way, Nodrbek is written as the first name, so looks like he potentially still could be on board number one. And that means the pairings between India and Uzbekistan could be Gukesh versus Nodirbek. It could be Prag versus, of course, Sindarov. It could be, Arjun versus Yakubov. And then, of course, the fourth board would be for us, I think, likely Nihal. But okay, we'll come to it soon. Interesting matchups there.
You
By the
will
way,
put
Bishop
Nihal
E2
on board 4, really?
of course, Sahej bhai, और कौन से board पे होगा?
What? क्या बोल रहे
Bhai,
हो
of
भाई?
course, yeah.
No
He's playing
way.
for the first time, right? I mean, that's the
So?
board he can just kill everybody on, right? He can
So
destroy
what? I
everybody.
mean, when Gukesh played for the first time Olympiad, he was board 1. What? I mean,
But
that's
who
not
do
a
you
logic.
then put on board 4 and who do you change? I would put Nihal on board 4
Like
for
it
sure,
has to be
100%.
very, very nicely, like I think, distributed, because it has to be around what the player's strength is. Yeah, I mean Arjun ko I think, like I would love to put him at board 1, but we know कि वो 11 में फिर से 10 साढ़े 10 पॉइंट सिर्फ अर्जुन ही कर
Hmm.
सकता है, और वो 10 साढ़े 10 पॉइंट जो चाहिए
I'll
रहते हैं वो टीम को जिताने के लिए बहुत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. तो आई
I'll
हेट टू से इट, बट अर्जुन बोर्ड 4 पे रहेगा तो भाई 11 में 11 पक्का है.
I know. I feel like Arjun on board 3 will still get those numbers. He's too strong for board 3.
Yeah,
And
he's too
Nihal on board
strong.
4 is also too strong. So any team, we are getting like 2 points on board 3 and board 4. And basically that means we can basically never lose. Like that's the ideal setup for us, I feel.
Yeah. I don't know. We will see, bhai. But Nihal has been showing some exceptional chess lately as well. He could be on board 2, board 1 also. You never know. But yeah. Also, bhai, I
But
think Uzbekistan ka pehle announce karna could be some kind of a move as well. No, to ask, bhai, where are you putting Gukesh? Because I'm sure we are also like kind of debating that as well, right? Because Arjun is technically higher rated, and Gukesh also recently said कि he wants to step like thoda sa step away and take
I
a
think it has to be
like
board
take a
1.
break.
I think it
You
has to be
think
board
he
1.
has to be board 1?
He has to be board 1. Otherwise, it's a
Yeah, but
psychological
bhai, if he
concession.
plays Sindarov, and imagine that match doesn't go his way, that could be like very bad for the
I
World
would
Championship, no?
argue the opposite, Sahej bhai. If Gukesh is on board 1, Sindarov on board 2, that's already like a psychological blow for Sindarov, yeah? Like my guy is playing on board 1, you're on board 2, brother. Like I feel that's a psychological blow for Sindarov. So they could create that could be some tension in the Uzbekistan team. That's what I feel. Because if I was playing the World Championship and I'm board 2 and my guy is on board
But
1, I'm looking at him thinking like, why am I on board 2?
भाई
So,
मजा आएगा इंडिया उज्बेकिस्तान का मैच हो, और नौदरबेक ही ना खेले तो सिंडारो बोर्ड 1 पे आ जाए.
oh,
दैट
okay,
वुड
I
बी
am.
एब्सोल्यूट सिग्मा मूव. मतलब मजा आएगा भाई अगर ऐसा कुछ हुआ तो. जैसे ऑफ कोर्स, इफ यू रिमेंबर चैट, इन द प्रीवियस वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, Ding Liren was supposed to play against Gukesh in the 2024 Olympiad. He was supposed to play, but at 10 a.m. we found that Ding took rest on that day, and then Wei Yi, who's their Chinese number 1, ended up playing the match against Gukesh, which Gukesh won, by the way. And you see, that moment really, really sort of cemented that tournament mein at least, match mein at least, Gukesh had the advantage there. So, bhai, that would be absolute sigma move अगर ऐसा कुछ हुआ तो. But let's see,
By
bhai.
the way, somebody telling us there's also one more fight going on. It's for the women's Olympiad spot because both Vantika and Savita are playing that event, yeah? Or at least one of them
Bhai,
is playing. So they want to overtake each other to fight for that final spot. Only 7 rating difference. Man, this is crazy competition. I love it, to be honest, Sahej bhai.
Bhai, Gukesh can lose this. Sorry, bhai, Gukesh. Yeah, that exactly. Knight takes
Bhai,
G3. I saw this, bhai. I saw Knight takes G3 here. Bhai, I saw Knight G3. I don't know if Fabi has spotted this or not, but
wasn't
it
he
is complete.
winning?
Arey, he does it, yaar.
Wasn't he just winning?
No, yeah, he was a couple of moves ago, but then two knights are very tricky pieces. Yeah, Knight G3. Bhai, I was just worried. Oh, Knight F4 is just mate, bhai. Mate in 8, apparently it is.
Bhai, I thought he
Oof.
was winning. I just blinked. How did he lose this?
Bhai, mate in 1 है Queen H3. क्या हो रहा है?
Wait, I just blinked. I literally just
Yeah.
blinked. How did he lose this?
Lokesh was pressing the whole time. B5 was a slight inaccuracy. Human one. Golden pawn को ऐसे फालतू में टच कर दिया ना, वहीं पे ही प्रॉब्लम हुई बाद में जाके देखो आप. Bishop B6. See, he got the pawn. I think I'm assuming Gukesh thought that he's winning here. Chat, just changing the pawn from F3 to F2, Gukesh is absolutely winning here. The power of the golden pawn there. Queen A1 and this knight. I saw this move, and I thought this can be missed because Gukesh had 11 seconds or something on the clock. So with that little time, it can be missed for sure.
No, Arjun, board 3 would be logical because that's where he struck. So, I think what I've learned in life is something is working, don't change it. And I think if the board order worked for India, we won with 2 rounds to spare, by the way, if you remember. Like last round, US had to defeat us in a crushing manner. Like we had one, like last round, we were like 4 points ahead or something. It was insane. So if it had such great results, I see no reason to change the board order. Only I think if okay, Vidit is will be below Nihal in the ratings, so we can shift between Vidit and Nihal. But I see no reason to change something that's working. But meanwhile, I'm still shocked by how this game turned around. Yeah, I literally was like, okay, this is completely better for Gukesh. There's no counterplay. Fabi is moving knight f6, knight h7, but somehow the knight came to h5 and created enough counterplay.
Tikku if there is a moment to explain the relevance of the golden pawn, it is this. It is this moment exactly. Is F3 move, ऐसा नहीं कि move खराब मतलब अभी खराब लग नहीं रही है उतनी, but I'm just gonna play out the exact same moves. Yeah, so let's say queen somewhere, let's say bishop d3 तो आया था ना, knight f8, queen here, knight here. I'm guessing 1 second. I'll start from here. Queen c4, knight f8, knight d2, knight h5. Bishop d7, bishop c7, bishop b6, takes, knight d7. I'm trying to set up the position like this. ऐसा कुछ हुआ था where he took on d6 and black had something. Yeah, same position with
Wait, can't
white pawn
I
on
just play queen
f3. It
c8?
is, sorry?
Can't I just play queen c8
You
check
could,
and
you
pick?
could. I mean, I was setting up the position. That's why it was possible.
Uh,
In the game, it wasn't possible. So,
okay, okay,
but
got it, got
I'm
it.
saying like the pawn on f3, your entire second rank is broken. Knight takes g3 जो sack board पे आया वहां पे आप pawn से capture कर सकते थे. And black wouldn't have gotten this outpost on f4 anymore. So that move I think could be the reason why this happened.
Hmm.
By the way,
Very
Sindarov
interesting.
defeated Firouzja. Bhai, look at this.
Crushing
True,
win, yeah.
like two brilliancies. Why knight f6, g6, and rook h3. Why queen
Oof,
sack.
queen sack. Queen sack, brother. That's crazy. Okay, so can we have a look at the standings now? The next game for Gukesh is against MVL. I think it's an important one to win. Let's have a look at the standings. कहाँ पे है हम लोग? And I see people saying board should be on current form, but again, what we're also hoping is Gukesh kind of Olympiad is the tournament where he plays well every single time, Sehaj Bhai. Like he had, I think both the Olympiads he's played, he's had a spectacular performance. So that could be the tournament which technically gives him the confidence to win the world championship as well and do well in the Olympiad. So meanwhile, Sindarov now in 6th place and Gukesh in 9th place, Sehaj Bhai. I know it's half a point difference,
Wow.
but it looks much worse than it is.
हर्षित भाई की याद आ रही है भाई.
क्यों?
Let's see if chat got the reference. Let's see if chat is fast
Okay,
today.
okay,
I know
okay, okay,
समय भाई
okay.
को तो समझ आ गया, but chat,
Okay,
did you get the
okay.
reference there?
Bye. I would prefer 6-7 over 6 any day now.
Yup, the 69th Grandmaster Harshit. Absolutely. That is the current standings right now. But yeah, I think still 4 rounds remaining. Some very tough matchups incoming for Gukesh. Of course, Sindarov being one of them. So gonna be a tough last 4 rounds. He's playing against MVL tournament leader Hans, Sindarov and then Jadu भाई. और मैच भी अब 12 बजे शुरू हुआ है भाई. तो धूप रहेगी.
Yeah, I think chat. You can build up any board order in India would be one of the favorites regardless. I would still vote for keeping the same order. I think that's the best shot we have because I think you're assuming that the Indian players will show up with bad form. I'm kind of hoping the Olympiad is some tournament जहाँ पे सब लोग साथ मिलके suddenly confidence gain करेंगे. So India is quite patriotic and that's going to give them all confidence together. Baki, let's see. Also, Nihal coming in would be interesting. Like, where do they put Nihal? It could be key they try out a bunch of combinations because Nihal with it, how does Vidit do at Uz chess is also very crucial, right? So that would dictate how many games that Vidit get, for example, if he does qualify. So it'll be interesting. Meanwhile, Sejbhai against MVL now, black pieces. I'm kind of hoping he wins. Also, by the way, let's not forget, Hikaru could play the Olympiad this time. That's gonna change the complete, standings for me at least. Like the US team will be much, 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 much stronger.
By US team with Hikaru and Hans, yeah, that would just be unmatched, I think, in that sense.
Hikaru and hands, yeah. Interesting.
I mean, but on paper, I mean, that team is like extra. I mean, you have Fabi, Levon, and then you have Hans and Hikaru, yeah?
By the way, what was the US team last time? So it was Fabi, it
It
was
was
Wesley,
Dominguez and Shanklin, I
Dominguez.
think. And Shanklin, I think.
Who was the reserve player?
Shanklin, I
Aronian.
think.
Shanklin, right? So
Shanklin, I think
Shanklin
it was.
goes in and Hans comes. Shanklin
No, no,
goes out.
Wesley था
Hans.
ना. Wesley नहीं खेला. Wesley नहीं खेला. Wait, where is
Wesley played,
Wesley?
no? Wesley played, no?
Wesley was playing. Yeah, so Wesley was
Huh.
there, yeah.
Huh.
So
So
wait a second. No, in my calculation, I forgot about Wesley. So there is Fabi. Like, okay, if we go by like board one, like Fabi on board one, let's say
Hikaru on board two,
Hikaru on board two,
Wesley
100%.
on board three.
Wesley on board three,
Oh, it's gonna be
and Hans.
like Hans or Aronian on board four.
हाँ
Bro, I mean, they are clearly the
भाई,
strongest team, yeah.
अब बताओ चैट, अर्जुन को डाले फोर्थ बोर्ड पे कि नहीं? अब बताओ। पहले तो बोल रहे थे कि इंडिया का नंबर वन प्लेयर, इट डिसरिस्पेक्ट, पर नाउ व्हाट? क्योंकि वहां पे फोर्थ बोर्ड पे जो भी रहेगा वो भी तो स्कोर करेगा।
Why the US team could be really strong, man. Like, I feel like if Hikaru is in form, I mean, they could just run away with the event. Yeah, what a team,
It is
man.
so funny actually. Look at chat's reaction, भाई. No, 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 no. Put Arjun on board. Put Arjun on board.
No, no, I think the same order is best because Gukesh has a good record against Fabi. So that matches. Then we have Prag, who's solid against an aggressive Hikaru, could take advantage of Hikaru over pressing. Then Arjun against, let's say, somebody like Wesley, like, could really at least hold and put pressure. Arjun is very strong. And then, of course, Nehal against Hands would be roughly an even match. So I kind of still go behind my prediction. But yeah, man, what a US team. It's going to be impressive. I'm kind of like, I feel like it's not even close in terms of who's the best team. So,
No, no.
man, it'll
यूएस
be
की टीम
interesting.
में अगर हिकारू हांस आ गए तो आई मीन ऑफ कोर्स देयर इज नो डिबेट देयर फॉर श्योर, बट आई थिंक इन दैट सेंस भाई आप हिकारू को बोर्ड टू पे डालोगे या फिर वुड यू पुट हिम लाइक अ लिटिल बिट लोअर, बिकॉज ही हैजंट प्लेड अ लॉट ऑफ क्लासिकल चेस एंड इन कैंडिडेट्स ही वाज काइंड ऑफ स्ट्रगलिंग नो
So,
ओवरऑल।
I have a question. Would Hikaru खेलेगा board 3 पे?
क्वेश्चन है कि बोर्ड टू पे कौन खेल रहा है, क्या वो प्लेयर बोर्ड टू पे है कि बोर्ड फोर पे है, दैट्स द
तो क्या
क्वेश्चन।
हैंस क्योंकि अगर हिकारू बोर्ड 3 पे खेल रहा है so that's kind of saying कि okay Wesley is playing board 2 but I don't think Wesley is playing too much more classical chess than Hikaru, right? Wesley plays
बट
but he
वेस्ली
doesn't play as
सॉलिड,
much as
वेस्ली
somebody like Hans, right? Like he doesn't play as much as Hans or Caruana. He plays a little bit less as well. So I think the order is correct. Also अगर Wesley बोर्ड पे है तो Hans और Hikaru बगल में बैठे हुए हैं.
तो फोर्थ पे डालो फिर हिकारू को।
नहीं, आई थिंक हिकारू बोर्ड 2 सही लग रहा है मुझे. आई थिंक
नहीं
दैट
नहीं,
साउंड्स
हिकारू
कूल.
बोर्ड वन बढ़िया, हमारे लिए बढ़िया। फिर बोर्ड वन पे हम विदित को डालेंगे भाई, लेट्स गो।
True. Bhai, the Olympics will be fun, bhai. Don't miss that one.
या भाई मजा आएगा।
China favorite in women's section. Yes, if China sends their A team, they are the clear favorites. Like top four the China से ही है भाई. So it's not even close. But
बट
of
आई
course
मीन
India
लास्ट
won
टाइम भी
last time.
हमने यही कहा था भाई कि उनकी टीम लाइक दे आर द बेस्ट एंड ऑन
But it didn't
पेपर दे
send the
वर द
players, no.
बेस्ट। सॉरी
They didn't send the players, no. They sent like
भाई,
one
उनकी
out of four.
जो उनकी जो सेकंड बेस्ट टीम भी थी, इट वाज अ नंबर वन रैंक टीम back
हाँ
then.
हाँ हाँ. But it
It
was
was the
close. It was
only
close.
India was number two, bhai. Even though we had like all the top players, like even then,
No, but we didn't
number
have
one was
They
US.
didn't have Wenjunju or Hugh Fan. They didn't have two of those players. So if they don't come, then of course India has a chance. But if both of them show
And
up, it's gonna be tough, no? Like the world champ and the greatest player
Zoo
women's
Jinner
can
तो
come.
है ही एक, वो तो
हाँ
वो
वो तो
तो
है
रहेगी।
वो तो है वो तो
Imagine
है.
Zoo Jinner, how you find Ju and June, भाई।
खत्म.
माफ करो भाई।
And Tingjili, by the way, let's not forget her. So
ऑफ
चार की
कोर्स,
टीम
ऑफ
खत्म
कोर्स,
खत्म भाई.
मतलब एक वर्ल्ड चैंपियन, एक लाइक फीमेल बेस्ट प्लेयर ऑफ दिस जनरेशन, एक करंट वर्ल्ड चैंपियन और एक टू टाइम कैंडिडेट्स विनर भाई, व्हाट द क्रेजी यार,
Wow, it's insane.
क्रेजी।
But yeah, let's see. Let's see क्या आती है. I think final standings में clearly US Open में and China Women's में favorite लग रही है. But we did win it last time in both sections. तो हम
चलो
तो fight करेंगे ही.
हम
मजा
तो
आएगा.
करेंगे भाई। अब क्या गुकेश फाइट करेगा इज द क्वेश्चन टिकू भाई, बिकॉज द मैच इज ओनली 6 minutes अवे Chat prediction time. Of course, the last day in the Blitz section has not gone well for Gukesh, but how many of you believe there is a some maybe like comeback in loading? I feel towards the end, if you finish off the event in a good manner, like just say yesterday when he defeated Sindarov, right? उसके बाद tournament सफल हो गया, like हमें we could feel it. I'm sure Gukesh could feel it, that fist bump, whatever it was. Like my question is ke any chance of a comeback, Tikubai?
I think what does a comeback mean? I think what do you see as a comeback in the final four games? Like him scoring 3 points, for example.
Three and a
Is
half
that
out of four.
very tough? I think
Three
very
and a
tough.
half out of four, or 3 out of 3 in the final rounds, basically.
Tough. I think what he can do max is like 3 out of 4. That would be very, very impressive actually in this field, because he's playing MVL, which, okay, MVL is in the middle of the rankings, but then he's playing Hans, he's playing Sindarov. These two matches are really tough psychologically. So of course, last match to apna hi hai because Duda hai and Dhoop nahi hai. But I still feel like 3 out of 4 would be very, very impressive if he gets that. क्या हो गया सहज भाई? धूप लगे क्या आंखों में?
हाँ भाई भाई भाई, सनलाइट, टू मच सनलाइट, सनस्क्रीन लगाना पड़ेगा। आई होप गुकेश सनस्क्रीन लगा के आया भाई, नहीं तो आज प्रिपरेशन करना जरूरी था भाई आज, नहीं तो कुड गेट क्रेजी। Mukesh can finish fifth or sixth if he tries. I think fourth also outside chance possible, but yeah, unlikely. Fifth तो very well within reach भाई.
Hmm. Rare option was a reserve. Yes. So basically, Hans and Hikaru could come in, and Dominguez and rare option could go out, and that is just an impressive trade, like the best trade of all time for the US team in terms of winning the Olympiad. And US team में maybe with that जो इंडिया में जो brotherhood है ना, जो इंडिया और उज्बेकिस्तान में same उस level पे नहीं है US में, but they could just win it by brute force, yeah, being such a strong team that at some point it works. Like RCB, for example, like Chris Gayle, Virat Kohli, like ABD Villiers, like सारे एक ही team में थे, but they couldn't win. But once they win big.
Nice, very very cool reference there. कुछ समझ नहीं आया, बस सुन के अच्छा लगा भाई.
Women's board order. Ooh, interesting question, by the way. Women's board order, I think it's very obvious. If we have all the players playing, first would be Humpy. I think
Yeah.
there's no doubt about it. Second is a tough one. We have Divya on 2500 rating and Vishali on 2496. So that's a tough choice. But I think second and third, you can flip either way. I think both kind of work because Vaishali played very well recently. Like it would not be a surprise if she's on board too, but either works. And then board four would be Hareka slash. I think board four would be Hareka for me, I think. Because the difference between fourth and fifth player is huge, actually. So you want to have your top four in all the crunch games.
Harika on board 4. नहीं भाई, what? I absolutely disagree. I think
But then who do
Harika
you
को
put on board
board.
four?
I think board 4 should be someone who's super aggressive. Like just like how it was in the open section as well. So and Harika, I mean, is a very solid player. I feel वो हमेशा रहती, she's very principled, very strategic. So, and I think on lower boards, generally speaking, this is the strategy that you want to have players who can go into, who can attack really well and who can just pick up points. And I mean, for Harika, I think board 1, board 2 would be amazing. I think because she's also super experienced in that
But I
sense.
think form also matters, no, Sajbhai? Like, what was the order last time, actually? That's very important. I would
Harika
stick
was
to it
board 2,
also.
no? She was board 2, I think.
But Humpy wasn't playing, right? Humpy wasn't playing in
Humpy
that.
wasn't there, yeah, Humpy.
Very
Harika was
interesting.
board 1, I think. I'm sorry. She was board 1. Vaishali
Oh,
was
very
board 2.
interesting.
अब बोर्ड 1 से बोर्ड 4 पे कैसे भाई, प्लेयर का मोराल ही ऐसे
No,
टूट जाएगा.
I think I would stick to what worked last time. So if Harika was on board one, I would put her on board two. So I would stick on what happened last time because it had the best results. So if it works, it works. And maybe Divya and Vishali can pick up all the points on board three and board four. Yeah. I think
Yeah,
that works.
exactly.
Harika has a lot of experience. That works.
Yeah, but okay,
But
this
okay,
is
the
not a
good news is,
decision we have to make.
yeah,
Of
yeah, yeah.
course, we have very, very qualified people who know the players exceptionally well, who've been in the chess circle for longer than I'm even alive. So I have full faith in them that they will make the right decision. Of course, they made a lot of interesting decisions last time, which worked out so well for the Indian players. By dono gold आए थे, so we have to place our trust in the people who are making this call.
Good question about the Russian team. We still don't know if they'll be playing because they were not playing till the last Olympiad. So I really don't know. And if they do have a team, I think the names are obvious. It'll be Jan Nepomniachtchi, Dubov will be there. Fedoseev, I think, still, right? Or has he changed? No, he's still there, right? Checking.
Fedoseev is
No,
in
he's
no
playing
no
for
he's
Slovenia actually.
he's
He's playing
playing
for
for
Slovenia.
Slovenia. Yeah, रशिया
So
में
I
तो
don't
नहीं हो
know.
रहा ना कोई भी player.
So I don't know who will be the team. I think Russian team not as strong unless Kramnik
रशिया की
steps in.
टीम
Yeah.
है इस बार लेकिन ये पक्का है.
No, it's not guaranteed. I think it's not
Yeah, that's
guaranteed
what I
yet.
thought also.
So we'll get to know. Turkish, I think, won't be as strong. They have a Domush, of course, but apart from that, I don't see like a
Edis Gurel.
2700 player.
Edis
Yeah,
Gurel,
20
Sanal Wahab,
2650.
what's his name? Jan Emre. I think these are the players, four players who are
So
very strong.
decent
But
team, but
Erdomas will be kind of like वो नॉर्वे वाली फीलिंग आएगी यहाँ पे जैसे नॉर्वे में मैग्नस बैठता है
huh.
फिर उसके बाद आर्यन टारी है. आर्यन टारी is kind of like Edis Gurel
By the way,
in this scenario.
lift off in
But
the
yeah,
games. Let's go. It is an important game. 4 games remaining. Another, Spanish on the board. Bishop B5 played by MVL. Let's see A6 played. What Gukesh goes for in this game. A win would be very helpful. The next game is against Hans, and the next game to that is against his arch rival Sindarov.
amazing. And now we have basically the main line of the Spanish. Lots of choices here for Gukesh. Knight takes e4 would be open Spanish. Bishop e7 is classical. Goes for the classical. By Bishop e2 खेला था last game में. Bishop e7 again. He's going for the traditional approach there. White takes on c6. A bit of a strange decision, but of course this has to be prep. This has to be something that MVL is comfortable playing in faster formats. Tikku bhai.
Yeah, and playing slightly weird moves definitely makes sense in this format because it's very hard for your opponent to decipher the details with no time on the clock. And only 2 seconds increment is nothing. That's why we see people blundering mate in one. We saw Sindarov literally blunder back rank mate in one move, which I don't think he must have done at least since his rating touched thousands edge. Right? I mean, we see some funny stuff happening. But the bishop g4 here apparently is the best move played, and queen e2. Okay, very natural move, nothing hanky panky.
Yeah, apparently in some scenarios, white can go h3 and g4, and black can capture knight g4. By the way, knight d1 is already much better.
Oh wow. Sometimes on h3 you can just play h5, yeah? When the queen is on d8 and the bishop is not on e7, you can just play h3, h5 and sack that knight on a bishop on g4. So lots of
Yeah,
ideas for black in certain cases. But knight h5, he doesn't play it. He plays queen
by
e6.
actually, I defeated my first grandmaster in this exact manner with black with h3 h5.
And he took on
So
g4,
have
yeah?
and it very similar setup. White also took on c6. मेरा bishop भी g4 पे था. उसने h3 खेला था and I played h5. Yeah. Some
Oh,
good
nice.
memories attached to this idea there.
Oh, nice, nice. Do you think Russia team is strong in this Olympiad? Yes, definitely a contender, but not in the top three for sure. I think top three clearly in the open section will be US, India, and then it'll be, I think, China or Uzbekistan. I think top four will be these three: India, US, China, Uzbekistan in some order.
Yeah, for sure. G6, by the way, bishop f3 was a strange decision. And now d3 and a4. Sahaj, would you consider taking the challenge to coach women's team if presented with opportunity? I would have to really think about it, bhai. But working for India or Team India is always an honor, I think, in that sense. So, but of course, I would have to think about like a lot of things before. But let's just say that it will bring a very big smile to my face because I would be happy to, I would be honored that they think that, I would be able to do something like this.
Nice. And then Sahaj bhai रोज आके सारी prep leak कर देंगे भाई commentary में. So that will be nice.
वैशाली को ये थोड़ी दिखाया था. देखो भूल
Bye.
गई.
Hashtag Abaso, justice for Abaso. Bye. Never forget. Never, never forget. The knight
कैसे तो हो
d7
भाई
played.
आप. बेचारा बस हो भाई.
Knight
बेचारा नहीं.
d7 played. Oh, queen g4 now is possible. Although we would love to see that. Yeah, if that happens, would be nice. But yeah, I think the coaches they don't change the coaches though, right? In general, I think
Also,
I've seen the
I
same
don't
names
think
kind
it.
of.
Like if something like that was to happen, chat, like I wouldn't be the coach, like I wouldn't be the head coach in that sense, because I think you still need training as a coach. So I think आप किसी के साथ जाओगे, you will probably act as a second, you would prepare, you would provide some advice here and there, and I think from the next Olympiad only you can take up some. I think at least that's how it usually goes. Because I think the coaches we already have, Grandmaster Srinath and of course Grandmaster Abhijit Kunte, both of them are super well experienced. They have brought so many gold medals for the Indian team, not just in Olympiad but in other events as well. So I think they are very very capable at uh, at what they do.
But okay, I think it will also be a good initiative. Yeah, if that happens, I think we'll come to it soon. By the way, right now we don't even know the team for sure, so we will know that very very soon. And meanwhile, knight d7 played by Gukesh. Queen g4 is the best move to trade off queens for white, and that's very natural because white has given black a pair of double pawns on c6, c7, and now any simplifications playing on the structure works exactly in white's favor. You want to avoid counterplay and potential attacks, and you can play on the structure in the end game. And let's see what. Although MVL is taking a lot of time, yeah, has less than 2 minutes versus 3 minutes and 40 seconds for Gukesh. Not sure what he's thinking here actually.
I mean, creating like some like a road map of where all the pieces belong. For example, a4, b3, bishop maybe to c3 somehow, bishop d2, bishop c3 looks kind of interesting. Knight can sit on c4. You can provoke. Like he's trying to create a road map that next 10 moves can just happen very very quickly. And by the way, as I say this, why did the time switch? Because now it shows that MVL has more time on the clock in comparison to Gukesh bhai.
नहीं वो हो जाएगा. I think it must be an error. Yeah, we've seen multiple errors. I think I'm hoping that's just an error. Should be okay. Should be okay. Don't worry, Saj bhai. All good.
Chat, चलो अभी अभी games तो चल रहे हैं and everything, but question for you. In the last, let's say, 2 years or 2.5 years, what has been that one moment that even if you think about right now, you still cannot believe it that it happened? Has there any? Because I feel like in chess we have moments like that quite often. But any one that stands out to you?
By the way, Saj bhai, Gukesh does have less time. So, and what was knight b6? I'm not sure what was knight
He wants to
b6. Like,
provoke a5 ताकि वो b5 ना खेल सके, but b5 happened anyways.
oh, he's controlling the A. Okay, I mean, this looks bad, yeah, at first glance. I don't know what's the best move, but this definitely looks great for MVL. And somebody asked the Chinese team for the Olympiad. The four players are Wei, Ding Liren, Yu Yangyi, and the next two are Wang Hao and Bu Jiangzi. So their fourth board could be a below 2700 player, but three players of 2700. Oh, this looks, oh, wow.
Wang Hao is not playing, yeah?
Yeah, Wang Hao is not playing. So Bu Jiangzi
Wang Hao
next,
is-
and then Ni Hua next.
By the way, they're completely losing. Queen h3 rook 8 is a checkmate, bhai. That's a checkmate.
भाई किंग b8 खेलना पड़ेगा. Who plays king b8? So
Oof.
hard.
A lot of people saying Ding का जो blunder था. I fully agreed, bhai. Fully agreed. That was that was crazy, right? And Tiku bhai, you witnessed it live, yeah?
Bhai, I'm
Basically.
telling you, like King b8 player, by the way, I was literally somewhere left because he had to shoot a podcast with you know who, I think. And Awadh said, जाओ भाई जाओ बैठ जाओ. मैंने कहा हाँ दौड़ कुछ वो I was waiting for my cold coffee. अभी चाहता हूँ कोई जल्दी नहीं है. There's nothing happening. Yeah, we can wait for 5 minutes and then go. And in those 5 minutes, what happened, brother? Oh my God, was insane. So yeah, crazy moments there. Nobody expected, I think, Ding to make that mistake, but
Arey, Tiku bhai, you will absolutely love this. Okay.
hmm.
Chat, Queen e7, white to play, mate in 4.
Oh, don't tell me it's.
Bye,
There is
don't
no
say it,
way.
don't say it, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it.
Oh, wow.
Chat, white to play and win.
Reminds me of
Let's
that game.
go. Whoever found that so
Soupy.
quickly, Soras kills reals. I'm not sure if I'm saying your name right, but well done, bhai. You are definitely a rated player for sure. For that vision, Queen takes d7, Rook d7, Rook a1 is checkmate here. What a move!
Reminds me
That's
of Soupy
possible.
versus Magnus, yeah? That Queen c6
हाँ,
move that he played against Magnus.
that was dirty basically. तो इसीलिए उसने
Yeah.
क्वीन d6 पे रखी है because queen d7 के बाद rook d7 only move, yeah, and if you play rook a1 king c8 and the queen defends on b8 basically.
Bhai, is Gukesh surviving? This is the question now because
No.
it does look really bad, yeah? Come on, Gukesh. Gukesh? Did I say Gukesh? Come on, Gukesh. Exchange down. Mm, looks very tough. Maybe some back rank issues potentially he can exploit.
Check though, or just rook, take on d8, and yeah, then we can think. Oh, he does it. Moves coming in very quickly there. 35 seconds for the world champion. Exchange up, but not so clear how he's gonna win, basically. Only one open file for now, which should be good, but no seventh rank just yet. Rook a7 can be good here, Tikubai, but queen b8 is a problem. Yeah, you have to bring the rook back.
Hmm. Oh, c3 I like for Gukesh actually because there's a target on
h4.
d3 now. Oh, king went to f6. Are we going to g7? Okay.
Tikubai, if I was to say कि ये गेम गुकेश जीतेगा, आप
हाँ.
कितनी मैगीज मुझे ऑड्स पे दोगे?
I can bet 5 Maggies.
नहीं नहीं, बट ऑड्स पे कितना दे रहे हो भाई?
Ah, double odds I'll give you.
बस
चलो ट्रिपल दिए भाई. I'll bet
ट्रिपल
triple I'll give you. But only
ट्रिपल
for
ऑन
win.
गुके,
I
ओनली
get
फॉर द
both the other
विन. ठीक
results.
है,
I
आई एम
get
इन
both
फॉर
the other
थ्री
results.
मैगीज भाई, आई एम इन फॉर थ्री मैगीज.
Done. So draw and win पे I win for white. And if
10 कर
Gukesh
देना
wins,
भाई, एक एक शगुन की मैगी, ठीक है? 10 कर देना.
by the way, b4
तो अब तो
nice
मना भी
move.
नहीं कर सकते टिक्कू भाई. टिक्कू भाई,
नहीं,
लुक एट दिस
I am in भाई.
नाइट.
Draw पे I'm winning.
Dead
Draw
equal
पे
now,
I'm
by
winning.
the way. Dead equal.
Draw पे I'm winning. No भाई, क्या stress है?
हाँ, but I
Ooh,
think
knight
Fabi is
d4.
not. Fabi is gonna push. Oh, sorry, MVL is gonna push. No.
I mean, knight d4, nice move played by Gukesh here. That knight is not going anywhere. I think f4 is the move you have to consider, but that's a double risky move. Yeah, you could definitely lose that one.
भाई गुकेश ने F3 खेला था and you saw the consequence of that. F4,
भाई
your second rank is completely open, भाई.
भाई मैं 8 दिन में 4 मैच जीता हूँ, एक ही दिन में सारी ही सा हार जाऊं भाई.
10 भाई, 10 हारने वाले हो आप. Let's go. Guki OP, let's go. Knight on D4. I mean, if I asked you who are you picking, which color are you choosing here? You're choosing black, yeah, 100%. Everything is मतलब
Queen
defended है black के camp में. Everything is defended.
Queen G4 maybe incoming. Queen f6 ideas. Queen a5 goes for the e5 pawn. Queen f6 maybe threatening Queen f3 check. That's a scary check actually.
Queen F3 में क्या हो रहा है भाई? मेट नहीं हो रही यहाँ पे H1 पे. अच्छा, Queen E5 check है. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, can
Don't.
I
Oh, Rook
just
B5, Rook B5, Rook
sack? I can sack,
B5.
no? I can sack, no?
You can, yes. That would be a
I
draw, but
sack it,
that.
brother. Come on.
But then also MVL doesn't play for a win anymore. That's a big
Ah,
factor,
true,
no?
true. Okay, time pressure building up. Maybe we should put the knight back on d4. I don't know why he moved that knight. The knight on d4 looked perfect, no? He wanted to block the path. Okay,
Yeah,
threatening
he
Queen
wanted to
f3.
play Queen F3 basically.
Okay, we have repeated once. Drop I win, by
King
the way. Sorry,
H6
by
आ
10
जाओ.
Maggies. Sorry, I win 3. Sorry.
3, yeah. By Gukesh, 7 seconds. Just play anything. Queen E6. Oh, he's repeating. What? By MVL is not going to repeat.
Objectivity. Objectivity, Sahaj bhai. MVL will show objectivity.
No. Of course, because MVL. Oh, no ways. That's a repetition. That's a repetition. अरे भाई, अरे
अरे
भाई,
3 मैगी आ रहा.
अरे.
3 मैगी आ रहा. ड्रॉ कर लो भाई लोग. They have repeated, by the way. Yes.
Well earned भाई, well earned. And गुकेश
7
भाई,
मैगी हो गए भाई.
जहाँ पर we are thinking he's gonna push, वहीं पे ही draw हो गया भाई. नहीं तो पहले he was pushing all the time.
True. But okay, nice comeback though. I think at one point it was definitely looking like he might lose this. So a draw for Gukesh. What happened to Sindarov? He also drew against hands, yeah? By the way, can we go to Fabi's game? He's still winning.
Yes, absolutely. Going Fabi's game incoming against Duda. He's an exchange up. -3 भाई, कितनी मैगीज हार गया भाई मैं इस टूर्नामेंट
हाँ,
में.
बहुत.
मैगीज का मतलब साल ही नहीं है फिर.
Okay, how does White win this though? It's not completely over just yet. Oh, f7 now weak, so Black can do nothing but wait. Maybe Bishop d5 at the right one. Okay, there's nothing happening with Bishop d5 actually. Now the rook was defended. How do you win this actually? Not clear.
भाई रेपिटेशन तो हो गया ना, ये कितनी बार रिपीट होगी ये पोजीशन?
Yeah. I'm not sure how do you win. Oh,
Oh,
nice
King
move
G7
actually.
में Rook E3 is winning. Oh, Rook E3 पे Rook E3. F3 is also hanging.
No, nice move though. I think now it's pinned. If you trade rooks, it should be winning though.
Pin is a win.
Yeah, nah.
Pawn gayo.
Pawn ही गया भाई. Oh, now it should be easy winning. Gukesh Sindarov, by the way, is the next to next game. So next game is Gukesh versus Hans, and uski next game is Gukesh Sindarov. So we are going to see it very, very soon, chat. Half an hour away, Gukesh Sindarov.
Basically, yeah. And Hans, by the way, Hans is on 20 and a half, and that means उसके पीछे वेस्ली एंड फाबी ओनली बेसिकली टॉप 3 स्पॉट्स ऑलरेडी डिसाइड हो चुके हैं टिक्कू भाई लाइक रियलिस्टिकली टॉप 3 स्पॉट्स हैव ऑलरेडी बीन डिसाइडेड या बिकॉज इट्स हांस वेस्ली एंड फाबी इन तीनों के बीच में से ही कोई टॉप 3 पे रहेगा
True. And
तो
question
यूएस
from
प्लेयर्स जनरली शोइंग डोमिनेंस इन फास्टर फॉर्मेट्स आई हैव टू से
yeah, and that syncs with Kshitij Bhai's question. Yeah, Gukesh is not playing online events like Title Tuesdays. It would definitely help his online and faster time controls. Why is he not playing? I'm not sure. He did play it. I think there was this brief moment, I think this year or last year, where he played it, but then he stopped again. I mean,
बिकॉज आई
it
थिंक वो
definitely
खेलता
helped.
भी है ना तो फिर दैट ऑल्सो गेट्स लाइक अ लॉट ऑफ अटेंशन लॉट ऑफ लाइमलाइट एंड इवन दो इफ इट्स एंड इन प्रैक्टिस आई मीन आई एम श्योर ही इज प्लेइंग टाइटल ट्यूजडेज टू गेट प्रैक्टिस या and I think it's impossible to practice when everything is shown to everyone in that sense. Yeah, sometimes you play well, sometimes you don't you don't play as well.
True, true, true. Again, हर जगह से pressure है if you're world champion. So yep,
And there it
there it
is.
is. Fabi wins. And I think we have all the games that are done. I think all games are done. So next round is gonna be Gukesh Hans, the tournament leader. I mean, of course, everybody, Wesley and Fabi are praying Gukesh winning versus Fedoseev. Interesting matchup there as well. Both the guys with the same coach. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, for sure. Gukesh right now sharing that spot with Alireza and MVL as well, and Sindarov only half a point ahead at sixth place, and then Jadu is at fifth place there. By the way, you can see टिक्कू भाई 19 and a half पे एकदम वो सेट हो गया completely. 3 ही राउंड बचे हैं अब. तो
Yeah.
अगर फेडोसिव तीनों राउंड जीत जाता है और वो दोनों तीनों राउंड हार जाते हैं उसके बाद चांस है नहीं तो और कोई जा भी नहीं सकता तो टॉप 3 तो कंफर्म हो गया ना.
Yeah, top three confirm. Okay, so I think Hans is going to be at least top three. There is no doubt about it now. And if he beats Gukesh, I think he almost seals the deal for the top spot because he'll be at least a point ahead with 2 rounds to go, right? So he did lose the last 3 games yesterday, I think. So he should be a bit cautious. This could still go that way. But Fabi and Wesley will be on the chase. They also want to win this important event and they will not let go. Meanwhile, Sindar Lokesh की अलग rivalry है. I think last place है तो they are safe. Sehaj bhai, as you were worried earlier कि दोनों last place ना आए, but they would love to end ahead of the other. Yeah, like Gukesh and Sindar would love to be at least half a point ahead of the other. That will give them a psychological boost, and also their individual game is super crucial now because whosoever wins will have the last laugh.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it comes down to basically the second last, but the penultimate round, which is going to be Gukesh versus Sindarov. And I think that's what it's going to be all about. I feel, okay, chalo, I'll give you two options, okay? One, you win the match against Sindarov, but Sindarov finishes in the standings ahead of you. Or two, you lose the match against Sindarov, but you finish ahead in standings.
I will choose
In
beating
comp-
Sindarov now because even if Sindarov finishes ahead, it's only going to be by half a point now. So the lead
Exactly.
won't
I
be
mean,
much.
also you beating them, I think, is the main thing. Yeah. So that's what Gukesh is just waiting for. No? But बस ये match जीतना है because that's it's very relevant for the world championship, and then we'll see, bhai, what happens.
Yeah,
But huge congratulations, by the way. Of course, we're a bit early, but still, I think spectacular performance by Hans overall. I think he won the rapid section as well, Tikku bhai, if I'm not mistaken.
yes, he did.
Yeah, he
He did.
did. He won by 1 point margin, and now he's also, I mean, doing pretty well in the blitz as well.
Agreed. And I think Fabi and Wesley must be chasing, like crazy, and they're going to push hard. So Fabi is in this round playing against Radoslav with the black pieces, and Wesley is playing Firouzja with the black pieces. So a chance for Gukesh, for example, to basically win the game and at least break through from the the 6-8 spot, 7-9 spot there against Hans. And of course, it will be also a crazier finish, yeah, if we have three-way tie with 2 rounds to go. So let's see what happens. Brother, what happened to Fanta bets? We'll start it during Norway. Yeah? Remind us on day one. Arnabai, that's on you. That's your responsibility. We'll start it during Norway.
Done. But yep, I think 11 minutes to go, yeah? Quite some time before the matches are beginning, basically. By the way, just was looking at the stats, but Blitz ke section mein, it is Fabi who is, by the way, leading by a point and a half. It is not
Wow.
Firouzja anymore, Tiku bhai. And Fabi, of course, at one point we used to say that Fabi is more a classical player, not really a fast player. Like, that's not a strong suit. But it changed, right? If it can change for Fabi, it can also change for other players as well. So it's something that you can learn, something you can train yourself from overall. For sure, I think for some players it comes naturally because I think एक culture होता है आपका I mean आप जहाँ से हो, I mean maybe you play a lot of blitz, maybe you emphasize a lot of blitz there, but Fabi is proof that it's possible, yeah.
It also proves that it takes time. Like Fabi, remember, like when 2020 ke aaspas, like he was not that great. Even in the World Championship match against Magnus, he got crushed in the rapid section, but it took years to improve. It took time, effort. He played so many of these online events, right? And now he's becoming strong. So I think there's hope at the end of the tunnel that you can actually become an all-rounder in regardless of the format, regardless whether it is online or over the board. So yeah, that should be hopeful for every chess player who struggles in any of the formats. And Gukesh, again, that was our discussion, right? He has to play better than he did earlier. That's the hope. That gives you hope. Okay, I did better. That means what I'm doing is working. The worst case scenario is what you're kind of working on, right, during those off tournament days, and you still don't see any results. You don't see any improvement, and then you wonder, okay, all the work I did, was it even useful? So if you see some results, you see improvement, you know your work actually showed some results and you can continue on that path. You know you found the correct path. Now it's just about time.
Yep, absolutely. Let's see what happens. Maza aayega bhai. We have 9 minutes. Tiku bhai, I'll just be right back in just a minute, yeah? BRB.
Yeah. And yeah, Hans leading the event right now with a points lead. Chat, do like the stream. Let's get more people in. I think the game after this is indeed the game we have been very excited about. Gukesh versus Sindarov. That's the game we want to follow. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Do not go anywhere because the nerves will be high. And yeah, can't wait for that match. Gukesh wins one game and lose one game. Yeah, I think consistency is the problem, right? And I think there were games where he was completely winning and lost, and there were games when he was lost and he somehow held the game. So let's see what happens. Good. Okay. Fabi is world number 2 in classical. Gukesh, even though his calculator should be number 2 in classical. I think Gukesh is not even world top 10 right now. So world number 2 is far away. He's not playing also enough classical events. Look at the classical events he's playing. He's playing the world championship, but that's the big one where rating doesn't matter. He's playing one before that, and that is the Olympiad. And the only other classical event is Norway. So he's playing 2 classical events that I know of before the world championship. That's not a lot of time and not a of opportunities to gain a lot of rating, right? So Norway chess, you're going to play Magnus twice, you're going to play Plug twice, you're going to play, Wesley, Firouzja, and Kemar twice. It could totally go south. And then, of course, Olympiad, you have a lot of pressure anyways. So I think it's not easy. The next match starts in about 6 minutes from now. And yeah, those 6 minutes want to run very, very quickly. If you were second, which weakness would you improve? I think the end game is a clear one. The end game and the objectivity both, because I think right now he's sometimes scared of entering the end game because he feels he can't push in the end game. He should have the faith that any end game I have, I will always have chances, just like Magnus has. I think that's something he can work on for sure. His intuition in the end game doesn't seem to be as adapted as you would like it to be. Total World Championship, yes. By the way, that's just before the World Championship, November 10th to 24th or something. I don't think Gukesh will play though. and it's not really classical, it's fast classical, so don't know if that even counts. And Gukesh 100% will not play. Yeah, that's my guess, because I mean he's not going to play a 15-day event before the World Championship. That's where you're really into the preparation and trying to pair opening ideas. So Gukesh will not play, but we might see Arjun, Prag and the others there. And Vaishali, by the way, might play. Yeah, because she qualified. Yeah. Sel, whenever you are yapping, we hear it. Now I am yapping and you are ignoring my comment. That's amazing. Yeah, I read your comment, by never gonna ignore anybody.
Except आई नो मन में तो आया था आपके आई कुड टिक्कू भाई जैसा यू नो जब टिक्कू भाई कंट्रोल करते हैं ना तो आई कैन सेंस दैट समहाउ टिक्कू भाई क्या कंट्रोल कर रहे थे आप
कुछ नहीं भाई,
कुछ तो
जस्ट
बोलना
जस्ट
चाहते थे आप सब कुछ
कुछ नहीं भाई,
कंट्रोल
कुछ
में
नहीं बस.
रखो एक्सेप्ट चैट व्हाट डू यू थिंक वाज टिक्कू अबाउट टू से
When will match begin? Very good question. It will begin in just what 4 minutes from now.
Fabiano Caruana is the best blitz player in the world right now. Yes भाई, अगर आपने चेस आज आज ही देखना शुरू किया तो.
एक बंदा कह रहा है Hans is reincarnation of Bobby Fischer. Not sure.
Fabi is
Not sure
actually
about
world
that.
number 8, yeah, in blitz now. That's very impressive. That's still very, very impressive actually. Considering like everything, you know, he could actually hit
Agreed.
2800 in blitz as well. Right? That's crazy. Has Fabi hit 20? He has, yeah, 2847 था वो एक बार.
By the way, Hans is now world number 20 in Blitz, ahead of just crossed Rishi Shah. So he's world number 20, rising up the ranks. That's very impressive. And rapid ratings, Hans is not there yet, though. I don't see him. Yeah, not in the rapid yet, although he played very well. Hi, Arjun is world number 3 in rapid, man. That's crazy. He's right behind Carlson Hikaru.
No.
That's
He's
very
world number
impressive.
7.
Rapid, world number 3.
Rapid
That's
में, yes,
impressive,
yes, yes.
no? He's
Of
world
course,
number
भाई.
3, man.
भाई तभी तो मैं like उस दिन I was saying कि like after watching the performance in World Rapid and World Blitz and okay like after several performances like Arjun is like when it comes to fast chess भाई you can never count him out.
Wow. And he's only one rating point behind Hikaru. So he could totally be like world number 2 with just one win against a guy like me. So I'm available, Arjun, if you need to play a rapid match. I'm always ready. But also, of course,
आपको
he's
नहीं मिलेगा पॉइंट भाई
nine.
आपसे अब तो कम हो गया ना 0 कर दिया था उन्होंने.
Arey, shit. But okay, still, like he's 90 points behind Magnus, though. Magnus, of course, on another level. Can't really compare.
पर
But yeah, he's
एटलीस्ट
world number
अर्जुन
3.
को एक्सपीरियंस मिलेगा ना कि ऐसे नहीं खेलना है.
Ha, yes, that's true. Very valuable. Very valuable. And of course, हमारा थोड़ा सा वो एक 2 गेम हुए हैं आज तक, थोड़ा सा एक वो बेस्ट ऑफ 3 भी हो जाएगा, so it would be nice. When will the match start? In about 2 to 3 minutes from now.
टिक्कू भाई flexing the fact that he has defeated
Draw,
Arjun.
bhai.
Well, draw
Draw again.
against Arjun. Drew
Yes.
against Arjun. Defeated Prag.
Gukesh
But
has
yeah.
no chance of winning. I mean, the event, maybe no. The game, definitely yes. He did defeat Hans in the last blitz, actually. That too with the black pieces. Honestly, has there been a weaker? Yeah, but I think nowadays there is more competition for the top places. Like usually, ratings are also deflated. So you might think on rating, pure rating, this is a weaker world championship than the previous ones. But look at the strengths, man. Look at their peak performances, how well Gukesh played in 2024, how well Sindarov played in the last 6 months. If we ignore this particular event, you would not think this is like a weak world championship. Now, the actual play will dictate whether it is a weak one or not. They know how the players play, and Magnus will do his recaps, I'm assuming, as he did for the last World Championship. So yeah, that will tell you.
Yeah, for sure. I see chat में some wholesome comments. Thank you so much, chat. Always love to see it. And someone said, Sahaj, the concept of fast classical 45 plus 30 seems so absurd. Play rapid or classical? What do you think? I don't think so. I feel classical, at least these days, can be a bit boring, I think, for viewers because I mean अभी हम स्टेपे से गेम कर रहे थे राइट आई मीन इमेजिन अगर हमारे पास कैमराज ना होते लाइक यू आई मीन आई एम श्योर सम ऑफ यू विल रिमेंबर हाउ ग्रैंड स्विस वाज एज वेल वेयर वी डिडंट हैव कैमराज लाइक Players, for the players, it's very interesting because classical chess, there's so many things, that happen, that go around. Um, so I think to make it more interesting and to create, still have that preparation wala, segment, you can still prepare and still you get that urgency that you get in a rapid and a blitz game as well. So it's a nice mix. I would be very interested to play, fast classical. Actually, I like my favorite format is rapid, like to begin with, because I love the fact that I can think, but not like too much. But fast classical is just a little bit more, and it's going to be interesting to see how it can be.
And yes, Chad, I think Pakistan does play the Olympiads, so they're gonna play. I think their highest player is around 2200 rated, as far as I remember. So, but I don't think they'll play India because
Their
India will be
top player
much
doesn't
stronger.
play no anymore. Mahmood
Yeah,
Lodi
yeah,
was
yeah.
his.
But like basically, it's not possible for India to play Pakistan in the Olympiad because their team is much, much weaker. So, for example, let's say there are 100 teams. The number one ranked team plays the 51st ranked team, but Pakistan is below that number, right? So they cannot really face each other.
Very, very unlikely. Oh, knight
But
f3,
that would have been
back
a
to the old
crazy
ways.
that would have been a crazy lift up though, yeah. If we had India versus Pakistan in round one.
ओ भाई वो तो सेट भाई उसी दिन
Free
ही
to train,
आएंगे
सहज भाई.
व्यूज भाई वो तब
अब आप कोचिंग की बात कर रहे थे. आई मीन यू नो हु टू ट्रेन एंड गेट स्ट्रॉन्गर, ताकि राउंड वन इज इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान भाई.
व्हाट आई एम नॉट कोचिंग एनी आई एम नॉट कोचिंग एनीवन फ्रॉम आई डोंट नो
But okay,
आई
by
डोंट
the
नो
way,
एनी चेस प्लेयर्स फ्रॉम देयर भाई
okay, we have the games. Gukesh with the white pieces against the tournament leader Hans Niemann. Sehjbhai, crucial game. If he wins, that'll be a huge boost before his game against Sindarov. Wait, knight f3 back, attacking the d5 pawn.
Knight f3, I'm not really sure about it so much. Bishop g4 is very, very promising. I actually had a very similar game to this against this grandmaster from India. And Tikuba, you will know him, Deepan Chakravarti in the national championship. Very similar game, Bishop g4 and then short castle. And look, black gets a very, very nice attack, but he plays knight e5. So offering the trade of the bishops and the knight at the same time. IQP abhi bhi hai. Some problems there. Gukesh should not take on d7. He should play bishop e2 ताकि ब्लैक अगर f3 पे अगर कैप्चर करे तो आप बिशप से रिकैप्चर करके d5 के पॉन पे ज्यादा प्रेशर डाल सकते हो दैट्स द आइडिया
But also said, I've heard that isolated pawns may less exchange pieces. So shouldn't both the exchanges kind of work for white as well? Because then we enter simplifications, and I can pressure the d5 pawn, for example.
it's a good point but I think your other pieces had you if you had b3 bishop b2 already then yes I would agree with you but it's
Hmm.
like in that time frame when I will take my bishop out and I will try to activate my pieces you might get d4 and that could eliminate your problem so
Agreed.
exceptions
Hmm.
all across by the way knight takes d5 is a free pawn no.
Wait, why did he allow this?
Unless there is some tactic I'm not seeing. Knight d5, queen d5, bishop c6, queen d1. Okay, that's logical. And that's just a free pawn, no?
Hey, that's great intuition, no? Because like he played in 4 seconds, 3 seconds actually. He played castles. So either this
Oh,
is
he
prep
takes
or this is
on
great.
e5 first, and then he takes on d5. So computer does not like this as much. Knight d5 immediately was a bit better according to the engine, but hard to justify this over the board. Still, you are a pawn up. Don't understand why black is okay. Yes, you have great bishops, but black is better now. Why? What? You are a
Wow.
pawn down.
Wow, that is so hard to comprehend actually. Why is black better? I'm a pawn up. I've blocked your bishops with my knight. So why is
G5
black
could
better?
be at some point queen c7 g5 type ke ideas like I mean there is a lot of pressure on the king though we have to agree but I think overall अगर कुछ sharp moves नहीं खेली यहाँ पे हंस ने तो I think immediately it
But
can be
a5
better
should be
for
wrong,
okay
no?
exactly like
I
this
can
yeah
trade queens now. I can trade queens now. So now it should be good, I think. Interesting moment though, yeah. Great. I think Hans की intuition बहुत improve हो गई सहज भाई. Like to understand that had enough compensation wasn't. Wait, why did he not trade queens? Wait, that's weird, no?
yeah and now it's really bad for Hans I think yeah his intuition by the way has improved a lot of course but this is the benefit of playing like top players online all the time yeah 24/7 so
Why
I
did he
think for
not
Hans
take the
he's definitely a
queen?
top player bhai for now.
I think Ukesh is overestimating his position a bit, I feel, because he should have traded queens because there's a genuine attack brewing up. The bishops looking at the king side look very dangerous. The queen can come to d6. And you could be facing an attack here, and to not trade queens feels risky.
Also, rook d8 के बाद knight also gets pinned. At least some chances there. So let's see. By the way, वो कैसा कर रहा है भाई? Sindarov.
Sindarov
Sindarov is
is,
slightly better
yeah,
against Fedoseev right now.
yeah. Wow, hands by the way slightly better than Gukesh, even though Gukesh is a pawn up. That's great. And a knight coming to e4. The queen is about to come to h4. Gukesh has to be
Oh,
very precise here.
by bishop b2, queen h4, bishop e5. This is what he missed. This is what Hans missed, I feel. Because g3 mein you are getting checkmated 100%. And bishop e5 is what he overlooked. Rook, for example, rook e8 pe hota, queen h4 is dead lost for Gukesh. Or well, close to it at least.
Rook e8 now maybe then. Prepare for queen h4.
Queen h4 mein, yeah, bishop, yeah, there it is. Knight e5 also is possible apparently, but I like bishop e5 more, bhai. Because it's
Yeah,
knight
yeah.
e5 is technically self-pinning again. I don't want to self-pin. Maybe you can go knight f3, so it still defends. So you can play knight e1 as well, but I just want to go bishop e5. Let's play it safe.
Okay, I mean, this is a strong attack, man. And I think Hans Niemann is really putting pressure on Gukesh right now. He needs to play bishop e5 to trade off one of those strong pieces.
Bhai,
Otherwise, it's
Gukesh
going to
wins
be a
this one.
nightmare.
3 Maggies, 3 odds. Give me.
3 odds, matlab?
Like 1:3 के odds फिर से दो मुझे.
Oh,
I
ये
want
क्या
the
logic
same.
है भाई?
Same.
ये
Bhai,
this is equal.
you said solid attack, but I'm saying Gukesh wins.
But this is
Let's go.
objectively equal, Sahaj bhai. He's the world champion. 1:3 odds कैसे equal odds होंगे ना भाई?
Bhai, half a minute. He is half the
नहीं
time
नहीं
on the
नहीं ये
clock.
क्या
There's a
logic
lot
है
of
भाई? ये
attack on
तो
the king. You
नहीं.
are
I'm
telling me
happy.
in this position, if I asked you, you are choosing white?
No, but I'm not choosing I'm not saying black is winning though. I mean, 1:3 odds is insane, no?
But the fact that Hans is the tournament leader and he has like 2 minutes more than Gukesh, which is more than double the time, has to factor in somewhere,
It's
no?
also like once I trade one of the
चलो 1:2
bishops,
तो
like
दे दो भाई.
nahi, bhai, nahi, nahi, no chance, no chance. It's not that. See,
Crazy.
if I trade the bishop on c7, you don't have an attack anymore. Like bishop e5, bishop e5, knight e5, attack, bye bye, khatam. Right? It's over.
हाँ देखो
Although
एक
he
सेकंड की
plays,
क्या पलटे आप एकदम. अभी तो क्या क्रेजी अटैक था.
nahi,
अब
it's an
बचा
attack, but
सकता
like,
है.
but black won't be cooperative, right? He will avoid the trade. Like rook d8 is a better move than
Mistake.
bishop e5. Wait, what?
Mistake by Gukesh. Queen e1. Extremely difficult move it was to play over the board because it traps the rook on f1. But there was this f4 very, very cool move.
Why he plays it? He plays it. Gukesh under huge trouble now. Bishop g3, queen e4 apparently is the move.
And if you played rook d1, still queen e4, no? Check. There's a checkmate in one, and e5 ka bishop is also hanging. Gukesh has blundered something, I think, for sure.
Wow, Gukesh making a huge mistake here. Bishop d3 played queen e4 will be the move, and f3 ke baad basically e3 pawn ko keh do goodbye. He's lost the only advantage he had, that was the extra pawn.
And उसके बाद rook f2 खेलना पड़ेगा भाई. That again self pinning the rook is never ever a good idea. So Hans definitely in the driver's seat and has 2 minutes more on the clock. And टिक्कू भाई थोड़े sad लग रहे हैं भाई क्योंकि I think उनको ले लेना चाहिए था 1:3 के
Nahi,
odds.
nahi, bhai. I think I'm done with the Maggie bets. I just want to see Gukesh win. But meanwhile, Queen e4 is the only move for Hans. So if he plays anything else, Gukesh gets time to stabilize, and Hans needs to be precise. And if is precise, Queen e4 played f3, losing the e3 pawn. Sahaj, tough moment for Gukesh again.
And now basically any move, yeah, rook f8, this is the cleanest. Yeah, exactly. Look at how powerful these pieces are. The power of e file, power of भाई इतनी खराब है position की only move already आ चुकी है queen b2.
Okay, that's logical. That's logical.
Yeah,
He
yeah, of
plays it.
course.
Plays it. And now I think I want to solve my back rank issues. I want to bring the rook on a1 into the game. Either on c1. Can I bring it on e1? I'm not sure. Hopefully there's no tactical nightmare
भाई
there.
कितने पिन कराओगे? Rook e1 तो नहीं, rook e1 तो no chance
But
भाई. Rook c1, rook c3 maybe, or rook c1,
rook
queen
c3.
c3 I think you can.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, tough moment. Hans needs to find a finishing blow. Like he's hoping there's something, right? Because there's so many pins, so many attacks. Before white stabilizes, he wants a finishing blow, but I don't think it exists. So he could make a potential mistake, overreaching himself. Exactly, f5, trying to overreach, and now rook d1 is already equal. Played on the board.
Okay, and if f4 there is bishop h4, yeah, simple. The bishop is, it looks very out of place, but it's fine for now because there is no way that black can target the bishop anymore. King h8
King
was played, and
h8.
now only move bishop c, भाई ये तो नहीं निकलेगी भाई.
What is even bishop c7 with takes on
I'm
a5? Yeah, I hope that's the
Does he
idea.
want to go bishop b6 and queen b6 and rook d2? Is that the plan? That is a plan, भाई. That is crazy. It's bishop a. Okay, no, it's bishop a5. But देखने के बाद भी समझ नहीं आ रही भाई. It's so difficult and he only has 34 seconds. I don't think Gukesh finds this, भाई. Wow!
Oh,
Never
nice,
mind.
nice,
Gukesh OP.
nice fight. And bishop b5
Okay, I'm very
now
happy
only
to be
move for
proven wrong
black.
here.
Bishop b5 is the move for black. Bishop b5, what a move!
भाई bishop takes f3 देखा आपने?
ओह, भाई क्या चाले बोल रहे हो भाई?
Bishop takes f3 देखा था भाई? Just quick
नहीं.
quick second. Bishop f3, bishop d8, queen takes f2 check was possible here, by the way, with rook e2 check
By
incoming.
the way,
Pura सूखी
mistake
queen.
by Gukesh. After rook d5, he played h3. Minor mistake, and now bishop b5 is the better move for black again. Played by Hans Niemann. Played by
What a
Hans
move.
Niemann. Gukesh is now close to
Knight
lost.
f3
Knight
check.
takes f3.
Oof, played as well. Rook takes d1. It's rook for two bishops, but it is winning. Wow, oh, by the way, the only move is h6 here. Impossible, no? To play
No,
h6. Maybe rook
h6
e6
is.
is. Yeah, rook e6 I
Oh.
thought was more logical.
Oh, queen c2 now is the move. Only move
h6
for
कौन खेले?
Gukesh. Or he's
Or king
lost.
h2. King h2 also works, bhai.
Nahi, that's lost apparently, king h2.
No, it works.
For me.
It's draw.
It works, kya?
Oh, h5 apparently is bhai kuch crazy. Oh, king h2 is the move he played. And you were right, h5 is the move. Bhai computer ko bhi nahi dikhi hai instantly. h5.
h5,
It's very
h4 is
hard
the
to play
move.
h5.
h5, h4 is the move basically. Very tough, very tough. Rook g6 looks so natural, but okay. There are tactical problems there.
But I
Oh,
still
this is
think
scary.
Gukesh can win somehow.
No, he can. He
Bhai,
can.
he's
He can.
winning. Gukesh is winning. Bishop takes a5. He's winning for him.
But would you take on a5, Sahaj bhai? Would you take
Yes.
on a5?
Yes.
He takes.
And he
He
does.
takes.
Let's
Wow.
go. So Gukesh can win this. Wait, he's winning
He
now.
can.
Completely
He
winning.
can. He can. He can. He can. Blitz is tough. Chat h6 played
Oh,
finally,
rook
but feels like
g2.
it's too slow.
Bhai, mate ho rahi hai. Bishop c3 next. This is over. 6 seconds only for Gukesh though.
Arey bhai!
Oof. Blunder
He has to attack.
again.
He has to attack
By
now. He
6.
has chances to attack.
But by 6 seconds only on the clock. So
Yeah, yeah,
समझ
very
आता
tough.
है,
Very
समझ
tough.
आता
Very
है.
tough. Very
Very
tough.
tough.
Very tough.
Oh, उसने भी
Okay.
भाई rook g2 again. He has to find. No ways, yeah.
Oh, he repeats once. Maybe he
No,
saw
no.
rook
Rook
g2
queen
now.
queen was on b2 before भाई. Now bishop
हाँ.
c4 is winning. Again. अरे वो queen d2 खेला उसने फिर से.
Ah. Okay, what do you do? Chat, tough, tough, tough. This is tough, chat, for both players. You can see Hans even also kind of struggling to find the best moves. He was close to winning, couldn't convert. Gukesh had a winning chance. He couldn't convert. 5 seconds on the clock. No time to think. You're basically playing on intuition.
22 seconds and 5 seconds for Gukesh, by the way. Very, very tough for
By the
both players.
there's queen d8 and bishop d3, by the way. So rook d6 played, queen
Okay.
e2 back.
Rook
Oh,
d1. Now
rook
bishop g2
d1
only move.
played.
भाई क्वीन c1 के बाद ये चेकमेट हो रही है यहाँ पे. बिशप b भाई कहाँ निकलेगी बिशप b? बिशप c3 is more likely because takes पे check and queen e4 check wins the game. Nice move by Gukesh.
Yeah. Bishop d2 played now.
Okay, we're good now, right? This is winning. This is winning. Rook
Is this
e8 check
winning?
now. And now bishop
Rook e8
f4.
check. Okay, check. Okay, missed that one. Oh, nice.
Okay, so
Bishop
Gukesh is
d3.
winning now, right?
He should be. He should be winning this one. Rook e7 maybe. King g3 also nice.
No, rook g1 ka threat very tricky. Bishop e3 has to be played. Nice. Got this.
Chat, objectively he's winning, but black has some tricks. h5 played. h4 stopping that. Maybe f4, bishop e. Oh, nice. Bishop s3, nice move. Check.
Check. King in the
bishop
back
e6.
rank. Bishop e6 check and bishop c5. Or rook f7
Oh,
was
nice.
there as
He's
well.
winning, yeah. He's completely winning
Bishop
now.
e6.
Completely winning now. Bishop e6 over. Resigns. Oh, let's go. Completely winning, brother. He's crushing hands now. It's mate.
भाई आपकी 10 मैगीज बच गई भाई आज.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I know when to
Let's
gather
go
my
भाई
Maggie, says
गुकेश.
bhai.
जो भी हो भाई लास्ट के 3 राउंड्स बढ़िया होने चाहिए आई फील. तो दिस इज द
हाँ.
थर्ड लास्ट राउंड. Because every event, my coach used to say this to me all the time, that no matter how the tournament goes, the last 3 rounds are the most important, and you will always remember how you performed. आपकी memory जो होती है ना एक event की, वो last 3 rounds से ही बनती है. If you can perform that well, then you know कि you played well, and this is a step in the right direction.
A step in the right direction at the right time, because guess the pairing for Gukesh for the next match. Chat spam kar do uske opponent ka naam. Who do you think Gukesh plays next? Chat, I want you to spam the name once. Let's go. It is the match we've been waiting for. That starts very, very soon. It is Gukesh versus Sindarov, Sahaj bhai. It is the game that both the players will keep in their minds all the way till the World Championship. Super crucial game. If Gukesh wins this one, I think he's going to treat the day as a great day overall.
Oh yes, for sure. This is it, right? And also, Sindarov lost his match against Fedoseev just now. He was a bit better, but then something happened in time scrambles, and Fedoseev, won the match there. So Sindarov also maybe not be feeling the best going into the final 2 rounds, because he has Gukesh and then
Yeah.
Wesley next.
Yeah, and look at the standings chat. So Gukesh now in 7th place ahead of Sindarov in 8th place. This is basically the fight of who. And by the way, Gukesh, if he wins, he's guaranteed to stay ahead of Sindarov in the standings. So we talked about this, right? Whether you want to win against your opponent or you want to be above in the standings, he will get both if he wins. So crucial game here for Gukesh and crucial game for Sindarov as well. And of course, Fabiano Caruana and only Caruana catching up with Hans Niemann. So we also have a race for first place between the two players. By the way, 3 players from the US in the top 3, Sahaj bhai, and likely all 3 of them will be at the Olympiad. What a strong US team we're going to see this time.
For sure, for sure. And by the way, shout out to Fabiano Caruana, because I think we have not mentioned this before, and I think we should have long, long ago. This is Fabi's 5th win in a row in Blitz.
Wow.
He has
Wow.
defeated MVL, Hans, Gukesh, Duda, and Radek, and now he plays Alireza and Fedoseev in the next 2 rounds. Basically, 5 out of 5 he has scored. What a
Wow.
performance by Fabi, bhai. Once we used to say that Fabi is more of a classical player, things have changed. If they have changed in the past, chat, I mean, it can happen for other players too.
He's basically pulled off a Magnus. Yeah, this is what Magnus does on the final day when he needs to win like a bunch of games to catch up with the leader. And he's pulling that off in style, by the way. So he's going to be playing some very, very crucial 2 games. So Fabio versus Firouzja, Hans versus Duda. With the sun setting in, I think Hans also has great chances of winning the white pieces. So 3 important games this round, chat, is Gukesh Sindarov, of course, the star game of this round. Then Hans versus Duda and Fabi versus Firouzja. And of course, Wesley So with the outside chance. He's playing Fedoseev. Super crucial, game this one, said by. Okay, predictions. Gukesh Sindarov. Gukesh win, draw, or loss. Chat, this is the moment you can look very cool or very stupid. So what is your prediction? Sejbhai, what is your prediction?
Very hard, bhai. Very hard to say. Very, very hard
Of
to
course
say.
it is by heart.
My gut says Gukesh somehow. I don't know. My gut says Gukesh, but it's very, very gonna be very close. I think we're gonna see a time scramble for sure. And I think both of the players, even though they are not having the best tournament, I think in this match they will play their best chess, regardless, because a lot is at stake. So anything is possible. But yeah, I think 53% chance for Gukesh.
It is 1 each so far. Rapid does count for more points, but in terms of psychology, of course, it's 1 each. And also very important, let's not forget that in the last game, Gukesh got busted in the opening itself. He basically lost out of the opening. So it's super crucial for Gukesh to make sure he doesn't lose in the opening. He has the white pieces this time. So starting off well is important. And in the first game, Sindarov overpushed to attack. So he also has to keep in mind not to overpush and keep patience in the opening. And I feel like whosoever learns from their mistake more, Sahaj bhai, might just win this one.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, for Gukesh, it was pretty clear. I think the Blitz ka match tha, it didn't feel like a match because of that blunder early on. So Yeah, I think he just has to be वो tactically थोड़ा ज़्यादा sound, and I think everything else is, well, as good as it can be. Let's hope for the best, Tikuvai.
Chat, do like the stream. Let's get to 1,000 likes. We'll do a membership giveaway on 1,000 likes if we reach there. And let's hope we have a sharp match where both players are fighting. I don't want to see a simple match. I don't want to see like one guy blundering in 15 moves and the game being over. I want to see a neck to neck battle, fighting out, good move after good move, and both players having a chance till the end. Let's see what happens. Oof, said I'm so pumped up. I want to see Gukesh win, of course, as an Indian, but I want to see a very sharp game. And question, what do you think the players are thinking right now? Are they thinking about the moves, or are they thinking about the world championship right now in this moment?
No, I think they're thinking about the match. I think they're thinking about the game, nothing else. I think it's Blitz, bhai. There is no time to think about anything else besides what's in front of you. But of course, some psychological things would be, in their minds. Like, oh, last time, Gukesh defeated me, and Sindarov is gonna think that, oh, last time I defeated him. And I mean, it's pretty neck and neck, I think, since he has won the candidate. So yeah, I mean, whoever wins this is gonna have a plus score, basically going into the World Championship after, the candidate's victory of Sindarov. So important match overall.
Yeah, the game begins in 9 minutes. I think right now, Gokesh and Sindarov chat, usually at top events, they have one hall for all the players where you relax between the games. There's food there, you can go to the washroom and so on. But they must be in the same room right now. It is a possibility. And I'm telling you, like, of course they must be looking at opening choices, what happened with their opponents in the last few games, but back of the mind they must be thinking about the world championship. That fist pump happened for a reason. Gukesh won a bunch of games in the rapid section, but the fist pump only came for the Sindarov game for a reason, because that's always on the back of his mind that he's going to be playing him at the world championship. So abhi dimag mein bahut crazy चीजें चल रही होंगी. I am pumped up. Said by white pieces for Gukesh. Will we see the knight f3 b3 setup, or will we see e4? Will we see d4? What opening do you predict?
I have absolutely no clue. Absolutely. For me, I think the guessing game ended after that E4 D4 that we did in the previous round, and now I think I'm just completely out of it. I think anything is possible, and I think for sure I'm not even sure if Gukesh himself has decided this. Okay, what he's gonna do. I'm not sure if these things are planned because it's Blitz. By Blitz, may anything goes, and it's not like you are preparing 9 rounds of Blitz. I mean, how can you possibly prepare for 9 round? This is round number 8 for each day, right? आप एक दिन बैठते हो, आप 8 राउंड की प्रिपरेशन कैसे कर पाओगे? So I'm guessing it's just gonna be on the board, and blitz ऐसे ही खेली जाती है normally. You just play on the board and play what you're most comfortable with, and that's it.
Yeah. And just want to
London
call
system
out the
हुआ भाई तो बेस्ट है. आई थिंक that's literally the best thing I can hope for. But निहाल होता तो वो खेल भी देता भाई. निहाल अर्जुन play
हाँ.
London a lot, but I don't think Gukesh have seen a lot of London from him.
But it might be a good choice because that might enable him to play for two results, and that would be a nice situation. And we saw Sundarov overpush in game one, trying to prove a point that he's better, and he might do that again. And Gukesh might be able to use that to his advantage. So we'll see that. But meanwhile, on the Chess 24 India poll, it is 8% chances of a draw, 25% Sindaro wins, and 6-7%, 67% Gukesh wins. On the Chesscom India channel, we have 9% draw, 34% Sindaro wins, and 58% Gukesh wins. So Gukesh, right now, the favorite. I'm assuming it's because we have majority Indian audience, and also because he, neither do the colors matter, neither does what happened in the past. All that matters is who can play better in those 5 minutes, Sahej Bhai. That the core 5 minutes during the middle game and the end game is what's going to decide who will have the psychological edge as they finish this event.
Oh, it's gonna be a that's a good question, but I think we'll find out very, very soon in just 7 minutes or so. तो बड़ा मजा आएगा भाई. And Chad is saying game between Gukesh and Hans just proved that how good Magnus actually is. I have never ये कहाँ से आ गया भाई? I have never seen Magnus making so many blunders in it. What? You haven't? Really? By is in Tepe Sigemen only it happened, no? When the bar was taking so many jumps up and down. I mean, yes, with Magnus, it's very, very rare, but it happens. It happens with Magnus as well. I think it happens to everyone. इवन अगेंस्ट द गेम अगेंस्ट गुकेश ना, जो बहुत ज़्यादा फेमस हुआ था, वहाँ पे भी तो इट वाज -4 -5 समथिंग. इट हैपेंस टू मैनेज, बट या इट्स रेयर.
Yeah, chat, direct the stream. Let's get people in. The match begins in exactly 6 minutes from now. Right now, the players must be walking to the players' hall and must be getting ready, choosing their opening choice. Ukesh has the white pieces, so he has to take that call. I'm going to expect what he played 1e4 against Fabi, right? And he lost that game. So I think he falls back to knight f3 and b3 is my take because he got a nice position out of the opening against Fedoseev. Like out of the opening, he had a good position. So I think knight f3, b3 is what I'm going to see. Chat, any guesses? Sej bhai?
I would not play knight f3 b3. Why? Like it has not gone well so far. Like
Hmm.
I just think do something else, like anything else also. एक वो routine से हट जाते हो आप, you also start to feel a bit fresh. I mean, throw anything. I mean, d4 e4 c4, whichever you're comfortable with, but I wouldn't repeat the same line again. Also,
Very
last round maybe, I
interesting.
mean, yes, he won against Hans. Double white, by the way, for Gukesh. Hey, very interesting है, जब डबल ब्लैक मिलते हैं गुकेश को, सब नोट करते हैं, बट जब डबल व्हाइट मिलता है गुकेश को, तब कोई नहीं नोट करता. नॉट अ
Yeah, yeah,
सिंगल
yeah.
कमेंट इन द चैट सेइंग गुकेश को व्हाइट कैसे मिल गए दोबारा. But yeah,
No,
that's kind of funny. But of course, like he played knight f3 b3 against Hans as well, but like it was not a clean game. I mean, it was very topsy turvy. So I'm not so sure if he feels comfortable
but
with this opening.
Saj, by every Gukesh game has been topsy turvy, to be honest. It's gone
Blitz.
both ways. I can't think of any Gukesh game which was a clean win or loss. Like, बिल्कुल क्लीन विन और लॉस एक गेम मुझे याद नहीं है. सो आई फील लाइक टॉपसी टर्वी तो होना ही है. वो कुछ भी खेले, वो पेट्रॉफ खेलेगा तब भी टॉपसी टर्वी होगा.
बट पेट्रोफ में तो हर गेम टॉपसी टर्वी वैसे ही होता है भाई. लाइक आजकल तो पेट्रोफ की रेपुटेशन इज जस्ट कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट फ्रॉम व्हाट इट यूज्ड टू बी. या
या
सो या
ट्रू.
क्रेजी क्रेजी. व्हाई डोंट यू कवर टाइटल ट्यूसडे भाई, क्योंकि बहुत सारे इवेंट्स रहते हैं, राइट? आई मीन दिस वीक फॉर एग्जांपल वी वर स्ट्रीमिंग व्हाइल टीटी वाज हैपनिंग, सो it can be a bit difficult, I think, to do both. But I used to stream Title Tuesday on my own channel before, and मज़ा आता था उसमें. But yeah, I have taken a break of sorts, but we'll do it soon again, chat. And टिक्कू भाई भी करेंगे भाई. टिक्कू भाई ने प्रॉमिस किया है मुझे कि वो टाइटल ट्यूसडे करेंगे, बाय द वे.
बिल्कुल भाई, टाइटल ट्यूसडे करेंगे हम लोग. बाय द वे विन भाई कह रहे हैं अदर देन मैगी हु इज द मोस्ट कंसिस्टेंट फैबी. आई थिंक थैंक्स फॉर सुपर चैट. एब्सोल्युटली, आई थिंक classical chess Fabi definitely the most consistent, which he's now transferring to rapid and blitz as well. So glad to see that because we've considered Fabi as a solid player in classical who's always been number two, but if he can also show his skills in the shorter time controls, then I think he becomes like the not the second Magnus, but at least he's the number two in all formats, and he will become like even much. He's of course respected, but even more respected now as an all-rounder. Let's say from
भाई
what happened in 2016 during the World Championship.
yeah, 100%. Fabi is super consistent, and I mean in all across. I mean even now, like I mean he's always like in top three. Yeah? Anywhere you play, he's always in top three. Basically, the most consistent guy ओवरऑल. बाय द वे, जब क्वेश्चन पूछा गया था कि अपार्ट फ्रॉम मैगी हु इज़ मोर कंसिस्टेंट, मेरा दिमाग सीधा टॉप रामन पे गया था भाई. नॉट गोना लाई टू यू. दैट इज डेफिनेटली द लाइक द मोस्ट कंसिस्टेंट फॉर एन इंडियन हाउस होल्ड
Hmm. Very
आफ्टर
interesting.
मैगी, आई मीन.
Very interesting. Very interesting. And chat, liftoff is in exactly 3 minutes from now. Gukesh has the white pieces. We are ready. Oh, Sajva, something tells me this game is gonna make me jump from my chair. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. Even before the game, because already we see nerves on Gukesh. We have seen some nerves on Sindarov, and this is the final game. They know all is to play for. Like, and I feel like we'll see some nerves. We'll see some nerves somehow, either from one of them, likely from both of them.
फॉर श्योर. तो चैट, आपसे सवाल, हु डू यू थिंक इज मोर नर्वस? इज इट गुकेश और इज इट टिक्कू?
But I'm not nervous. I'm excited.
भाई नर्वस तो मैं भी हूँ भाई. लाइक
I am.
इट्स अ नर्व रेकिंग मैच. अरे अरे,
भाई इतना
इतना
नर्वस मैं
यूनिटी
अपनी
चैट
शादी
में
के दिन
भाई,
नहीं था भाई.
क्रेजी.
इतना नर्वस शादी के दिन नहीं था भाई यार. सच में, नॉट इवन किडिंग. By the way, I have confirmation. All the players have taken their seats. Liftoff is in exactly
भाई
one and
कहाँ
a
से मिलती है
half
इतने
minutes from
इनसाइडर
now.
इन्फो? मुझे भी भेजा करो यार, ये यहाँ पे
मैंने
क्या है, मुझे
मक्खी
नहीं।
भेजी है भाई एक पोलैंड में, वो मक्खी घूम के मुझे इंफॉर्मेशन भेज रही है मॉर्स कोड में भाई. लेट्स गो,
भाई
वी आर रेडी
ये जो
चैट.
ये जो अपने क्लोज सर्कल के बंदे हैं भाई, मतलब आई फील लाइक आई एम नॉट, आई फील एक्सक्लूडेड।
यू ऑल्सो वांट अ
बट
मक्खी
चलो,
सहज
बट
भाई?
नहीं नहीं भाई, रखो आप, एंजॉय।
Let's go, chat. We are ready. The game is about to begin. It is 1 minute to lift off. Gukesh has the white pieces. Final prediction. Spam kar do. Gukesh or Sindar. Forget the draws. Gukesh or Sindar. Of one name I need in the chat. Said by final prediction. No draws.
Gukesh wins.
Okay, let's go, bhai. Gukesh is our answer. Let's see what happens at the end. Who will take the 2-1 lead? I am expecting knight f3, b3. Said by first move predictions.
अरे भाई भाई भाई, ये नहीं कर सकता मैं,
एक move
प्रिपरेशन
बोल
आई
दो ना
कांट
भाई.
प्रिडिक्ट। इमोशन से एक बात बोल दी आपको मैंने कि आई थिंक गुकेश विल विन। आई थिंक ऑब्जेक्टिव यूजुअली यू नो कि ऑब्जेक्टिवली रहना इज द बेस्ट। बट इमोशन से एक बात बोल दी आपको मैंने, बट ये आई दिस आई रियली कैन नॉट प्रिडिक्ट। आई बिकॉज आई डोंट आई बिलीव that even Gukesh probably has decided like 5 minutes before the game what to play here. I don't think Gukesh has prepared here. कैसे करोगे भाई आप? 8 गेम की प्रिपरेशन नहीं होती किसी से भी।
भाई चैट को कोई हेजिटेशन, चैट तो लगाया जा रही है. H4 D4 लंदन सिस्टम, E4 नाइट F3 C4 सब चाले चल रही है. ये A4 भी देखा मैंने एक, वो तो क्लियरली एंड E4 इट इज. लेट्स गो, वी हैव अनदर इटालियन, मे बी स्पैनिश ऑन द बोर्ड. स्पैनिश इट इज.
By absolutely, and I will tell you, I love that he did not play that knight f3 b3 again because it was not working, and it's the type of, because I've looked at that line very deeply, like quite recently, and it's either it works very well for you in a tournament and you keep playing it because players keep getting confused and आप rhythm में आ जाते हो, or it just goes the complete opposite. So it's kind of like playing perk, yeah. Like कभी perk it works very well, कभी it can just be a huge disaster.
Yep,
So.
chat. And if you're from India, you're hearing perk for the first time. Yes, we are not talking about the chocolate, by the way.
Oh,
Knight F6
Perth.
played.
I believe it's called Perth, right? Perth or
Yes.
something.
And knight e2 played by Gukesh. Bring the knight to f1, g3. Maybe he has the center right now. Slightly better position. Maybe h3 also could be very logical. Then to deliver the bishop on c1. Says by very solid choice. Bishop g6, bishop g7 करके कैसल कर दिया. फेंचेटो करके सिंदारोव ने यहाँ पे. Both players trying to hide their prep. ऐसा feeling आ रहा है.
वो तो है भाई, but Sindarov has played my pet line here. I have like at least, I mean, look, classical में at least 5 games I have here with black भाई. So
Ooh, interesting.
I really like this position for black, but I would have never gone for ED4, and you can see already slightly better for Sindarov, by the way.
Ooh,
Some
he had to
pressure here for
play
Gukesh. By knight h5 is a
bishop.
very, or knight d7 is a very typical move in these positions to put pressure on the d4 pawn.
Yeah, he had to play bishop b3 instead of bishop c2. He directly went to c2, which is not the ideal square. Of course, the e4 pawn is defended. That allows him to play bishop e3. But on knight h5, as you mentioned, is a very strong move for Sindarov, who has a slightly better position. Of course, slightly better does not matter here, chat. The pressure is too insane. I would not be shocked if we see like a piece blunder at some point. So let's see what happens. And right now, Sindarov 30 seconds ahead on the clock. Plays knight d7.
Yep, and now just get away from the pin. Some ideas can be there. Queen d2 is very good in this position apparently. This knight d7 तो automatic है भाई. 6 का plan maybe bishop f3 knight d4 ऐसे करके आप pawn capture कर सकते हो. So queen d2 now, even though black can take on f3, white can capture back with the g pawn. It is completely fine. You have double bishop advantage. You have the center. So position is extremely dynamic, but I think slightly preferred for white now.
Agreed. And also, I think this, do you play queen d2, something like queen d2? Allowing bishop takes f3 is the question, because I do have the knight on g3, so my position is not that bad. I can maybe survive the doubling of the pawns, but it's still a crucial decision. Also, like, do you play rook c1? That looks very tempting to put pressure on the knight on c6 as well. So lots of choices,
Ooh.
and that means lots of thinking, Sahaj bhai, and already a minute behind for Gukesh.
भाई ये बार बार क्यों हो रहा है? शुरुआत में तो we were like having extra time, and now I feel like we have less. I feel this is again that you know, we were talking about the fact that, you know, when you play a lot of blitz growing up, then these things are much easier to comprehend when you're a bit older, I think. Matlab, I think from round 5 onwards, we are seeing Gukesh get lower in that, after the opening phase is finished by about a minute and a half each time. And I think वो stamina का problem हो सकता है, because we know openings wise Gukesh is like one of the best in the world, yeah. So it can't be the opening, it can't be anything else. But I think वो stamina होता है, and yeah, just not maybe used to playing as many blitz games in a day.
And look at this. Queen f6 only move for Sindarov, giving him a slight edge. But if he doesn't play it, Gukesh is clearly better. So this is
I
not a position where you can have equality. It's going to be one side better than the other regardless.
Yeah, so that's the move, hitting the d4 pawn, और उसके बाद d5 knight e5 f4 knight chat, ये सब फोर्स है, तो जस्ट फटाफट दिखा रहा हूँ आपको, b3 knight e3 f3, this could happen on the board and this is apparently equal, although I really prefer white's position here. Look at this pawn on c7 by. I really prefer it for white.
Played
By the way, queen
on the
f6
board.
played.
Pressure building up. Sindarov also using like 39 seconds for that move. So time getting closer and closer. d5 played. Knight c5 will happen automatically, I think. No other move
Or
possible.
knight e7.
Ooh, 97 though. Queen on g5 looks a bit
ये मर रहा है
shaky
ना?
to me. Yeah, but you don't have a single square to go to from e7 with the knight.
तो
So,
दूसरा knight e5 पे आ सकता है, I don't know.
that's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
I agree. Knight c5 looks good, very good. Knight e7 maybe also is interesting.
And by the way, 3 minutes now, Sindarov falling behind on the clock. Knight takes f3, huge threat. So f4 played. Now knight c4
Wow.
attacking bishop and pawn. Saj, we're seeing that variation now over the board.
Literally.
And the king looks a bit weak. How do I make my king safer as white here, Sahaj bhai?
We don't have to. There is nothing that is attacking the king. I would not even say, like, I'll play knight g3, king g2, and I will say, okay, even try giving me a check even here. Like, it's impossible to create any attacking chances. वो तो दूर की बात है, तो आप चेक भी नहीं दे सकते इधर तो. But yeah, knight g3 की भाई मैं h4 h5 खेल के अटैक कर सकता हूँ यहाँ पे. So chat, like there is a kind of an unspoken rule in chess. I'm sure you've heard before that when you make a flank attack, then you must break the center. That's the rule, right? कभी भी king side या queen side से अटैक आता है तो पहला रिस्पॉन्स होना चाहिए break the center. But इसी के साथ साथ there's like another kind of an unspoken rule कि a flank attack is always successful if you control the center. So in this case, like white has the two pawns on in the center of the board. e5 भी white के control में ज़्यादा है, d4 तो पूरा white के control में है, right? So these three pawns, squares, or we can say, are under our control. e5 is contested right now, and because we have the central control, moves like h4 h5, launching a kingside attack would be amazing because black cannot break in the center anymore. So that's a very, very big point, huge plus for the world champion here.
Agreed. I am also tempted by something like b4, bishop d3, and just putting that rook on c6 looks so tempting. And rook c8 played, by the way, by Sindarov preempting that a little bit. And somehow the knight on d7 belongs on c5, I feel. So b4 felt natural, but somehow the engines don't like it. Yeah, queen c3, and suddenly black is better. So Gukesh has to be very pragmatic about how he pushes here. It's not super simple. Like possibilities to make mistakes for both sides still.
No, I think it's by the way, I think he's going for the same idea, basically asking the question to the knight where it is going. But what Gukesh really is saying, I am not gonna give you the time to play c6. C6 is a breakthrough. So you could play bishop d3 and keep an eye on c6, but Gukesh is wait, let me gain a tempo, and then I'll play bishop b1 or bishop d3, whichever it is, and then I will target the c6 wala pawn. Looks very,
I
very
like
good for him.
Bishop b1, by the way, not bishop d3, because bishop d3 is a free tempo with the knight coming to c5. So bishop b1,
Yeah.
a nice move. Doesn't look that active, but the bishop doesn't need to be on active square. It's a long range piece, just like the rook can create initiative from the original square itself. And then the rook can come to c6, the pawn coming to b4, and queen side could be weak. But the queen f3 played though by black, allowing c6 now.
Wait, c6, dc6, rook c6, does he want e5? Maybe he calculated e5 Tikuba and he thought it's good for him, but कुछ miscalculate किया Gukesh ने. c6 is working right now, but Gukesh thinks it's not working.
And look, c5, in fact, even better. Because now
Even
I'm just
stronger.
pushing my pawns on the queen side, and if you want to do end passant, you're free to do so. But that's not working, and
but
black equalizing.
I don't understand that in this situation queen f3 सीधा ही खेल देते हैं. Like queen g4 जाने की जरूरत क्या थी?
Maybe he thinks the queen on e7 is worse than the queen on f6. Like queen c3 idea nahi hai black ke paas, for example.
Like I think knight can go to f6, bishop is more open, queen has more pressure on e4. I really don't think the queen is better on e7 here.
And Sahaj bhai, look at this. I thought b4 खेल सकते हैं with bishop b3 का idea, but it was already lost. So
Yeah.
black has a lot of play here with bishop b2 and other stuff. So rook bishop
Oh,
b1, nice
bishop
move, offering
bishop
the
b2,
exchange.
bhai. Bishop b2 was like ridiculous. Didn't even see it. But yeah, surprising he allowed c5, but very hard to see all of this in time crunch. Of course, chat, be prepared. We expected a time scramble and it's gonna happen. So, get ready. Like, we're gonna see a lot of bumpy rides. We're gonna see the bar go up and down, and we're gonna see blunders. And of course, that's gonna happen. So be prepared for that because it's blitz. There is not a lot of time to think, but just intuitively play chess essentially. And the one who manages it better is gonna win the game.
And huge result. Hans even completely winning against Duda. So the race for the first place still very sharp. Fabi is equalized right now. So let's focus on this. In the final round, we'll focus on the winner, of course. And now look at the clock. Sindarov, Gukesh, just over a minute for both the players. This is where the blunders are loading for both players. And we can see already minor mistakes.
Yeah, rook takes c4 was the first in rook c4 was the first slight inaccuracy by Sindarov there, and now he has to capture shown by the blue arrow. Black
Only
will get a
move.
passed pawn of sorts, and then bishop को c2 पे रख के blockade कर दो, and then maybe you can have some h4 h5. But that वो kingside plan feels like a distant memory now, Tikku bhai. It doesn't feel
Agreed.
realistic whatsoever.
Agreed. If a black pawn is on c3, there's no time for you to launch and attack. Any pawn move you make, anyway weaken squares. f5, 95 would be pretty much designs, for example. So now maybe the queen side pass pawn. But they're breaking in the center. Sindarov wants to open the center right now. A minor error. I would think e5 is the move, but it's not because b4 is also hanging.
But e takes d5 क्यों? But why not take e d5 here? Queen b4 के बाद e4 e5 you could go for, but okay. A3 he defends the pawn. Pawn takes e4 के बाद just queen takes e4, and that's holdable at least, but still some pressure.
Hmm.
A5, wow, what a move by Sindarov. Only move now for Gukesh to save the game, and that is an exceptionally difficult move. He does not play it. Rook d1 was the
Oh.
move. And now
Okay,
Gukesh
this
is
looks
worse.
much worse. This looks much worse now. Because, after d takes c4, queen takes c4, I'll just move the queen to f8 or d8. And then e3 is the weakness, Sahaj. Why? My king is much more open. Wait, e5? Can't I go now? And block the bishop?
E5, then maybe f6 रहेगा ना भाई, and then e3 का pawn, some pressure there.
Oh,
Oh,
he trades
takes
queens.
takes. Okay भाई, ये जीतना तो बहुत मुश्किल रहेगा गुकेश के लिए.
Bhai, rook d1. Only move now. d6 also possible, but not the best. Oh, this is getting better for Sindarov now.
जीतना
Chat
मुश्किल
Sindarov
है
right
भाई
now.
ये. नाइट ये रोक के बैठा है b6 पे, तो आउटपोस्ट है ही. बिशप कभी भी d8 पे बैठ जाएगा, तो व्हाइट के जीतने के चांसेस बहुत कम है भाई. बट लेट्स सी. रुक d1 ओनली मूव नाउ भाई. इम्पॉसिबल टू प्ले दिस.
Bishop c6 maybe, but rook d3 then, yeah?
And
You
rook
lose the
d3
pawn.
loses the pawn. Yeah.
Come on, 13 seconds, plays bishop c6. Now Sindarov in the driver's seat. He needs to play d7, otherwise it's over, yeah? The game is over.
Basically, or he can try to find, he can try to save in some rook endgame, but only 5 seconds for Gukesh and he makes a
Oh.
blunder. Rook takes d6 and ये pawn नहीं मर रहा है भाई. 5 seconds is too little.
Accuracy wise, by the way, Sindarov at 95.8, Gukesh at 93.4. So right now, Sindarov clearly playing the better chess. And this is completely winning for Sindarov now, by the way.
Yeah. Sindarov played amazing. You have to give it to him.
And I think like the first game was like a over push by Sindarov. Second game, a blunder by Gukesh. It's very hard to predict who played the better chess there because both games were kind of one move things. But this one was more of a strategic game, and so far Sindarov clearly playing the better chess, Sahaj bhai.
Bhai, blitz man, like, okay, it's blitz still. It's
But yeah, I mean,
like I don't
strategic
know if
chess
there is good
wise.
or bad. Okay, it's just blitz. Oh, rook b.
Okay, rook
Okay, you see, this is
b1.
what I'm talking. Like moves like this, yeah. Rook b1. I don't understand. Like this is what I'm talking about. That in endgame,
This is
this
over,
is
yeah?
this is exactly the type of things that I think Gukesh has to work on.
This is over, no? Like he resigned. I
Hey,
think
it's
this went to
lost
zero.
by like
Yeah.
in this position. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm not sure if it's a mouse
Sindarov
clip or not,
wins.
but rook b1 khelna is a bit like strange, no? In this position, Tikku bhai.
I mean, he just missed knight b4. Yeah, he thought I can bring the king closer. He just missed knight b4.
But
Yeah,
do I
it's
have
weird.
to
It's
play
weird.
knight b4 for this to be winning? Like,
Not
I mean,
necessarily.
with the rooks, I think you have more chance to hold, I think, no? Okay, unless you are exchanging the knights, then yes, there can be a fortress, but knights to hai na board pe.
Yeah,
It's
and
not the third
meanwhile,
instance.
Sindarov wins against Gukesh Chat, and he is the one who gains a lead in his individual encounter against the world champion, a 2-1 lead. And that means Sindarov goes home a happier man, Sehaj, and more confident. And Gukesh's pressure only increases because he had that fist pump moment, a great win, a great defensive show. But then since then, it's been two losses against Sindarov, one in the end game and one in the opening.
Yeah, true. True. Looks.
By the way, Hans has won. He's now leading and Fabi has drawn. So Hans Niemann will take sole lead with 1 round to go. Can we have the look at the final? Oh my god, can we go through the last few moves here? How
भाई
did this be?
यहाँ से जाते हैं ना लुको
हाँ.
H like I just want to see when the attack started to build up. D4 आया, knight D3, bishop B3, setting up the pieces now. Rook D1, B5, okay, gaining some space. Oh
Oh,
bhai, that's
wow. What a
such an
move.
energetic move, yeah. Rook F5, Queen G4 का threat. What a move. G3, off.
Off.
भाई ये मैं ब्लंडर मान ही नहीं रहा भाई. ये बिशप F5 still very bad for you. F6 takes. Rook F3, Rook G3. और भाई
Off.
ओफ.
Off.
ओफ. भाई बंद बंद करो भाई. स्टॉप लाइक स्टॉप. लुक एट दिस भाई. क्वीन H8, Rook G6. भाई क्या गेम है यार ये. क्या गेम है. What a game. Three sacrifices. Rook F5, Rook F1. Of course, this is not a sacrifice, but still nice to look at. And finally, after bringing all the pieces, Rook takes G5. Like, ये तो लेवी के 3 videos बन गए भाई.
Bhai, that game is brilliant. Like the move, not the moves, just the entire game is brilliant. And can we have the standings once? Because with 1 round to go, the final round remaining, chat, Hans Niemann has half a point lead. So Gukesh now in ninth place. And the only way he doesn't finish in ninth place is if he wins and all the other, Sinal doesn't win, for example. So not the nicest round. Hopefully he wins. But meanwhile, Sahaj Bhai, I think in the next round, we have to focus on the hands game. We just have to. We cannot avoid it. Looking at that game because he is the tournament leader. And whom is he playing? He's playing against Radoslav, the last ranked player. You have to assume he's the clear favorite to win the event now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we can keep switching as well. Just very curious to see how Gukesh finishes. But yes, of course, main focus on we can keep it on Fabi and Hans both at the same time. And though both of them are fighting for the first place. And chat, it's just between, like we thought earlier, it's just between the 3 players: Hans, Fabi, and Wesley. And उन तीनों में आधे point का फर्क. So Hans 21.5, 21 for Fabi, 20 for Wesley, and then after that 18 for Fedoseev. So top 3 is already confirmed. And it's just about who's going to be actually top 2 basically is already confirmed, but
Yeah.
still one more game remaining.
So, Chad, I think many people ask us why do we look at Gukesh's game only because this is Chesscom India and Chess24 India channels. We want to cover Indian players more, but this game, I think the hands game will be on our mind. It's very interesting to see how first of all, we saw how he reached here. That game was fantastic, but can he perform under pressure is the question because he's in the lead. He will feel the weight on his shoulders. Can he somehow deliver under pressure is the question, and he has a good chance because he's playing the last ranked player, and that is Radoslav Wojtaszek. So let's see what happens, Sehaj. Let's have the hands board on in front of us. We can keep switching, of course, between both the players, but I'm more curious about the hands game now because I think we are going to decide the winner with Fabi hot on his heels.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, chat में लोग काफी लोग saying that Gukesh is right now 9th out of 10. That is true, chat, but I think large part, like a big
Highly
chunk
backed
of
very
that
dominant, yeah.
goes to the blitz section. Yeah, sure. But a big chunk of that I think goes to the blitz section of the event, yeah, which we already know is an area that Gukesh is working on. Like in rapid, I think he was more or less fine. I think he finished 4th by the way in the rapid, which is I think quite an achievement. There, but yeah, blitz is the one where he just basically got crushed there. Even today I think Ajka Din was not the best. In fact, he's last place in Blitz. But Rapid, he's good still. But yeah, with Blitz is the problem. We already know this, and yeah, I guess still, I think with in time scramble situations, I feel that Gukesh is improving quite a lot. Now, whether that improvement continues to happen, I mean, it has to, because it can be very important for the World Championship matches if it goes into a tie break. But we'll see. क्या होगा भाई, मजा आएगा. Chat, is anyone really free? I'm not sure what that question was, but um, yeah. And Sindarov, how is Sindarov doing? Yeah, Sindarov in Blitz, yeah, he's doing more or less fine. Yeah, he's fourth place right now in Blitz. 8.5 points is quite impressive. I think for Gukesh and Sindarov में सिर्फ 1.5 point का ही फर्क है. It's not really that like huge, but yeah. For him, I think some games were lost. I think um, like that shouldn't have been lost. How many games Gukesh needs to win this tournament? Bhai, there is just one round remaining, so I would say that can only happen in the next GCT or next year in the same GPT, in the same GCT. I feel now it's not. I feel I know it's impossible for him to win. Even top three be possible nahi hai bhai overall. बात तो ऐसे कर रहे हो कि सभी क्लासिकल टूर्नामेंट जीता. I mean, yeah, I agree, but like we should still understand the strengths and things that a player has to work on. And I think it's very very clear from these standings itself is very very clear. I mean, before we were saying कि classical is his best forte. Even Rapid, maybe Gukesh used to struggle quite a lot. But now I think finishing fourth, I think in an event like this, taking down Firouzja, Sindarov, and Fabi as well. I think this is, I think, quite an improvement over last year. And ऐसा थोड़ी ना कि things will become from 0 to 100 instantly, right? I mean, at least it's small improvements there, which is good, I think. The crown is heavy, sports brutal, perform, or array win bhai. Thank you so much for the super chat, but you're right. To an extent, you're right. You're right. And I think जब वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप आएगी, then we'll see bhai. Then that would be the moment to perform. And of course, for the Olympiad as well, because that's very, very interesting for me now. Because US, Uzbekistan, India, and Germany, I think all these teams are going to be extremely scary. Zagreb Rapid of Gukesh is the best, Sahaj bhai. Yeah, I think it's getting better with time. I think exactly. But I think it takes more time. I think we know that Rapid may is more or less okay now. But Blitz may still some issues here and there. And I think we can also dial it down to some moments है जहाँ पे वो 1-2 मिनट रैपिड में भी अगर आपको याद हो A5 जैसी चाल के लिए फिरूजा के साथ वो 2 मिनट्स हो जाता like if you can counter that some I'm not sure how you counter something like this but if you can counter something like this then I think you can improve the rapid even further. Sehaj bhai, आप भी tournaments attend करो भाई. I think that's the plan. I think in the next 2 weeks I'm gonna look. I've been looking for some events to play like somewhere here, but if it happens, then we'll definitely do it, bhai. Great coverage, says Salvera. Thank you so much, Litesh Kumarji. Thank you so much for the super chat. And thank you so much to chat as well, bhai. You are the one keeping us engaged. Let's go. And we have 9 more minutes to go for the final match between Duda and Gukesh. Uh, Expectations, chat. I mean, look, I feel like after losing the last game, Gukesh would be in very bad spirit. Like I think वो motivation चला जाता है आपका because this was the most anticipated match for you and for the viewers and you lost that match and now you have to play another blitz match so it feels like यार खत्म करो बस मतलब so it's not the most ideal situation for the world champion but it has to be played. Whom are we supporting today, bhai? I think what do you mean today? It's chess Chesscom India, bhai. Chess 24 India. What do you think? Teja, what is your opinion that Arjun that he didn't get invited into Norway Chess? I mean, because there is Gukesh and Prag, right? So this one is a world champion, and well, Prag does exceptionally well at Norway Chess as well. He defeated Magnus, so I think makes sense. Teen Indians होंगे 6 में से तो I think it's unfair to other countries in that sense because there's a lot of talent from other federations as well. For example, Uzbekistan is there, Germany is there, Turkey is another one. US is another one. US, there are so many in US actually. Complete US के बारे में ना आप सोचते नहीं because there's so many, and but yeah, there's so many talents who also deserve a spot there. So I'm guessing that perhaps is the reason, but I don't know it for a fact. Arjun, the better candidate from India, I think, has poor PR compared to other two. Maybe, bhai, maybe. But I think Arjun, in that sense, is at one point I remember Arjun was the only Indian to be in top five across all formats, like Rapid, Blitz, and Classical. Rapid में वो अभी भी world number 3 है. So yeah, in that sense, he's pretty complete. Guys, bro, don't you think Niri Bhai's new chessable course would be really helpful to you? भाई वो जो GM को हराने वाला भाई मैंने देखा नहीं है वो कोर्स बट आई वुड लव टू चेक इट आउट आई मीन नीरी भाई आई थिंक इज वेरी articulate with his words and I think him as an author is something I can definitely envision and I would be interested by why not. Sahaj bro, what do you think is that Magnus versus Hikaru overrated? It's 14-1 but they still get that much hype. I mean, because it's kind of like El Clasico, yeah, for us, and it's not 14-1 all across. Like it's 14-1 in classical only. So all across that number, I think I'm not sure if I don't think that big of a difference for sure. And जब भी hype होती है ना भाई तो I'm not sure classical में उतनी hype होती है. It's more when it's faster formats because तब लोगों को मजा आता है देखने में. तो then I think the results would be very close to each other.
Agreed. And I think online events mein Hikaru has been dominant for many, many years. And even in their matches, yeah, the matches that Magnus wins, it's always close. Like, look at how Magnus dominates everybody else. I remember that match where it was like, think, some strong 3,100 rated player where Magnus won like 27 is to 2.5, 27 and a half, 2.5 or something. 25 and a half, 2.5, I don't know, something like that. In the Speed Chess Championship. So it's very close with both Magnus and Hikaru. So, and Hikaru has defeated Magnus once in the Speed Chess Championship finals. So I think online it's much closer. Over the board, I think Magnus dominates. And by the way, this is the last question, one more, that which is Arjun's next event. I think it's Uz Chess, at least over the board classical mein, that he'll be playing. And that starts from June 7th, if I'm not mistaken.
Which event is this?
Uz Chess भाई.
Uz Chess, okay.
सुना
नहीं मैंने आपका वो.
अच्छा सवाल पूछ रही है. Can the World Championship be held in India, Tikubai? Have the bids been submitted? So the bids were opened up just like a week back by Fede for both the World Championships. And I did read in an article that India is planning to. I think it was Tamil Nadu who was planning to. Okay, anyways, I don't know. Like we will have a bid from India for both of them actually. And if once, let's say India bids for both, so it becomes easy for FIDE to say, okay, let's just give both of them to one place. It just becomes easy in organization. They have to only verify the venue once, for example. And technically, there's also a chance that both the World Championships are held at the same time. I even read that in the article. I'm hoping that's not the case. But would you prefer the World Championship being in India? I kind of feel in India, first of all, Sindarov has a fabulous record. That's the first thing. And second, like it's home pressure. I feel like it will be in Sindarov's favor if the World Championship happens in India. At least that's what I think. What do you think, Sahaj bhai? What do you think, chat?
Bhai, I think I of course it would be great for India if the match were to happen there. But I think just strictly speaking on Gukesh's like perspective, like what I would think, like first of all, I think we did have a World Championship match in 2013 between Magnus and Vishy and जो चेन्नई में हुआ था. And I think Vishy sir was, I mean, it's impossible to not feel the pressure because it's in your home city. Every move you play, everything is going to be constantly criticized. And it's so tough to play when you're playing from home ground. And secondly, chat, I'm not sure how many of you will remember this, but I remember because, I was present there and I was watching this happen as it unfolded. Yeah. In World Cup in Goa, when Gukesh lost, I believe it was to Gukesh किससे हारा था? In sub round 3, I believe it was. I forgot the name, but my bad on that. But I remember the walk that Gukesh had out outside of the tournament hall and towards the like towards his room. Bhai, it was crazy.
Hmm.
It
And
was
also,
great. Like it felt so difficult from Gukesh's perspective to to lose the match, and the fact कि इतने सारे fans गुकेश को देख रहे हैं ना, I don't think you need that pressure in World Championship, bhai. Like that's
absolutely
not
agree.
fair to the world champion.
And it's not just while you're playing the game, right? You basically, let's say, exit your hotel room, you meet people along the way, you meet people who wish you good luck while you're taking that cab or that car, whatever designated car, to the venue. You meet people outside the venue. Even the guards opening the doors for you are wishing you good luck. There are hundreds of reporters surrounding you. Like, it's too much pressure, and if you lose, and it's all okay till you lose a game. Once you lose a game, of course, the questions will get tricky. Where did you go wrong? Do you think this is going wrong? Is the end game an issue? Like, I feel like it's much easier to handle for a player when, let's say it's in Singapore, like the last one. Even if Ukesh loses the game, he goes out, nobody bothers him. There are some fans, of course, who want to support him. And I think it's much easier for his, especially with the kind of pressure he's facing, it will be much easier for him to handle that pressure if it's outside India. So that's what I would prefer. But it doesn't depend. I think it does depend on the players. That's definitely what FIDE considers. But at the end, it's FIDE's decision. And Sejbhai, I think wherever it happens, they have to play. And of course, Sindarov also in Asia, Gukesh in India, in Asia. I think it's going to happen in Asia somewhere. It's not going to happen in Europe, for example. Very unlikely.
भाई बुडापेस्ट कर लो, easiest.
Very unlikely. Why? Very unlikely. Because
भाई
दोनों
बुडापेस्ट
players
में
Asia में है
बढ़िया
ना.
memories भी हैं, you know.
हाँ,
वो
I know. But
chat, I'm sure you've seen that video where Gukesh is kind of, doing that walk with the
yeah.
with the cup. That happened in Budapest, bhai.
Yeah.
Wait,
By
did
the way,
Duda just play B3?
he's like, तेरा opening, तेरे को ये खेल के हराऊंगा दोस्त.
नहीं नहीं, ये सेम नहीं है भाई. B3 is like you allow E5 there. वो तो
हाँ.
Knight F3 खेल रहा था भाई. This is
हाँ.
different.
So I think very solid start to the Duda Gukesh game. Also, I'm checking the hands game. I think
Yeah, yeah.
काफी solid start. वहाँ पे ये Queen's Gambit declined on that board. Chat, it's going to be two important games. I think, of course, Gukesh game है important, but this one, if Hans wins, he wins the event. That's it. No discussion.
Yeah, Prago's in for Hans on the board and playing against Gukesh's second there, Radek. And then yeah, it looks अभी तक तो सिर्फ थ्योरी लग रही है. आई थिंक हंस ड्रॉ भी कर लेगा तो आई थिंक इट्स मोर और लेस फाइन, बिकॉज फाबी को ब्लैक से हराना है भाई, फेडोसिव को. नॉट एन इजी
But
टास्क.
possible. But possible, I feel. I think Fabi Karlega, he had a lot of wins today, no? Like he has the momentum, I think, on his side. 5 wins, and in fact, it was one draw, 5 wins, one draw so far. So I think
Hmm.
he's in form. He can pull it off. I think Hans would likely have win if he wants. But is there a tiebreak? We don't even know.
सॉरी.
I'll check.
सॉरी, आई
Tiebreak
थिंक आई
क्या है?
ब्रोक
What's the
अप देयर
tiebreak?
फॉर अ सेकंड.
What's the tiebreak? Is it direct a match or is it like I'm checking actually the tiebreak systems?
अच्छा, टाई ब्रेक भी हो सकता है भाई. एक्चुअली लेट्स गो टू डूडा वर्सेस कुकेश बिकॉज सम इंटरेस्टिंग डेवलपमेंट्स देयर. F4 का पॉन पुश कर दिया अगेंस्ट. लुक्स लाइक गुकेश इज ऑलरेडी इन सम प्रेशर भाई.
Only move knight g6 by, and that's not easy to play because inviting f5 to attack the knight with, oh, he plays it though, nice move.
एंड नाउ F5, नो. F5 इज वेरी डेंजरस यार, क्योंकि आप कासल कर चुके हो एंड नाउ द possibilities of generating an attack is so high. Like knight G3 or
Hmm.
maybe even some G4, G5 can also be possible by in the distant future.
Interesting. And people informing us it's 8+3 time tie break. I'm also checking it meanwhile, but looks interesting. Duda, by the way, I think lost to Yukesh in the last blitz, so he must be getting off for revenge. And also, if Gukesh defeats Duda, he does end up ahead of Duda, so his ranking 100% improves there. So good initiative to win this one, Sejbhai.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see if Duda goes for F5. भाई यहाँ पर बुडापेस्ट पर देखो, मैं बता रहा हूँ धूप आ रही है और धूप जा रही है. लाइक अभी आई है वापस. लाइक अभी आ रही है वापस. यू कैन सी माई
हाँ
फेस गेटिंग ब्राइट, बट लाइक धीरे धीरे
आज
करके अभी
जल्दी
जा
चालू हो
रही
गया ना
है.
मैच. आज जल्दी चालू हो
हाँ.
गया ना मैच.
हाँ, इसीलिए तो तभी तो धूप है अभी भी. तो वेट करो चैट. बाय द वे, मिस्टेक बाय डूडा. लुक्स लाइक सम गुड डेवलपमेंट्स फॉर गुकेश सो फार. बढ़िया.
Hmm.
सेंटर कंट्रोल, नाइट G4, क्वीन H4. लेट्स ब्रिंग इट. Going back to Hans to see how he is doing. Tough
By the way,
situation,
Hans
by the
is
way.
winning. He's
Yeah, yeah,
winning.
and he was, but he's not any. Oh, but he's winning again by Bishop A3 is
Yeah.
just GG. Hans could just outright win this tournament by crazy.
Wow. What a guy, man. Like he's playing some amazing chess.
Also nerves यहाँ पे control करना बहुत बहुत ज़रूरी होता है because you can see the move but because of what's at stake you keep rechecking the lines again and again and again to see if you miss something. See exactly. In if this was like round 10 round 11 एक second में खेलता हो Bishop A3 वो यहाँ पे. But
And
now the nerves are coming in.
we do have a tiebreaker in case of a tie. I don't know the time control. I'm looking for it, but we will have a playoff if there's a tie between Fabi and Hans. So that will be crazy to watch.
Yeah, that will be fun. But that is if Fabi wins. Fabi is a bit better bhai against Fedoseev. It could happen.
Very interesting.
Crazy. Crazy. By the way, Gukesh also a bit better भाई. Last game तो अगर जीत जाएगा तो भाई एकदम tournament सफल. That's good.
Hmm. Why do you only go Gukesh? Because this is Chess 24 India, the channel you're watching on, and we want to cover Indian players. That's the goal, at least. We also want to cover hands, of course, and the leaders, of course. But yeah,
I
that's the
mean
vision.
switch कर रहे हैं ना भाई.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Gukesh, of course, slightly better there, but Hans Niemann building up an attack again. It does feel even, but he's the one pulling the levers. Yeah, he's the one creating the initiative right now, but might be tough for Hans to win this one, Sahej Bhai. So if Fabi wins, we
Hands.
might see a tiebreak.
Yeah, sure. Going back to Hans. भाई Hans का खत्म हो गया. Hans is still playing. Hans is a bit better. Hans ने draw ही कर लिया तो वो खत्म है ना match. Oh, Fedoseev equalized by.
Yeah, but it's tricky. It's tricky, actually. It's tricky. I think Fabi is still better. The only move is not
Okay,
easy, and
going to
even then.
Fabi's board very quickly
Hmm.
to understand what's tricky here. Oh, he's putting pressure on this pawn, and c4 is such a tempting move. Doesn't play it by Fedoseev. Holds on. भाई ये Fabi हार भी सकता है.
Bishop b5, best move played again by Fabi, who's
Bhai,
not
this is
giving
looking
up.
very scary for Fabi, no? Queen d2 and knight d4. If you go bishop d4, that queen d1, and I wanted to keep an eye on it. The h5 square. Interesting.
Bhai, best move again by Fabi, rook c4.
Bhai, the problem is if the queen was on d2, you couldn't play bishop a4. कैसे मतलब weird चीजें निकलती हैं चेस में भाई.
Agreed. And chat, Hans Niemann is the leader by half a point right now. आधे point का lead है उनको. So if he wins, if Hans wins, he wins the event, the Grand Chess Tour, the Super Rapid Blitz tournament, ahead of everybody else, ahead of big names like Fabi, like Sindarov, Gukesh, MVL. You know, like it's not easy. Wesley as well, Firouzja.
Oh,
Played
bishop.
Bishop A4 by Fabi, who's fighting again.
Fabi bhai is on God mode today, but 5 out of 5. What is his score in the last like 6? Basically, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5.5 out of 6 he has scored, and 6 out of 7 in the last 7 rounds.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Fabi has scored 6 out of 7 just now.
But we've had 8 games today, Sahaj. I think you are purposefully missing out one game.
Oh, really? Didn't
Yeah, yeah.
realize.
Yeah,
Didn't
yeah,
realize.
you should say it, but you should. Maths, maybe, it's tough sometimes. But okay. Hands even, by the way, is completely equal right now. So,
Oh, by the way, here a5 pawn is now going. It's falling by force. So you have to create some urgency in the position with f4, as you can see on the board. Very, very hard to play this.
oh, that's almost impossible, yeah? Almost impossible. I'm only worried about my only advantage seems to be your slightly weaker king, and I'm gonna lose that advantage as well. It doesn't feel like natural to me at all. Oh, by the way, thanks for letting us know, Mr. Freewill. 8 plus 3 tie breaks, 2 rounds. That makes sense. Queen d3, another mistake. Fabi now close to winning. He
Why
is
8
not
plus
giving
3
up.
पहली बार सुना मैंने. What is
मैंने
8
पहली
plus
बार
3?
सुना actually. I'm not sure what's it based on. Maybe it's a mix of blitz and rapids, yeah, because you're kind of covering up both events there.
Ooh, mistake by Fedoseev. Now completely objectively winning for Fabi, at least.
Wow.
बट हांस को भी जीतना जरूरी है भाई. अगर हांस, भाई इमेजिन अगर हांस हार जाए,
Oh, Fabi wins, yeah? That would be crazy.
भाई वो भी राडे कैन टेक हिम डाउन. Fabi is one. He is completely winning, yeah.
Yeah. Let's go to Hans then. Let's go to Hans. By the way, slight error by Radoslav. Hans,
भाई
tiny
Duda
bit
is
better.
completely winning against Gukesh.
Wait, how is he winning?
Look at this. एक और rook sacrifice on the board. Rook takes f6. Knight e4, c3, d4, and he held on for quite some time, but I'm guessing somewhere he made a mistake. Okay, no, he's still fine. I guess not really. But rook f6 was a beautiful move, bhai.
By
ये
Hans
बार
slightly
बार
better
क्यों
now.
glitch कर रहा है?
Hans slightly better against Radoslav. He's also started to push. It's a minor edge. It's a positional edge, but it's still possible with the bishop pair.
Wow.
Srinivasan, we won't be covering Romania because I think we don't have the cameras and it's classical. Without classic cameras, classic will be ridiculous. So we'll be back for Norway chess next. That's going to be huge. But Queen B6 played now.
रोमानिया कब है वैसे?
I think it starts soon, no? 12 to 20 something. I don't know exact
हाँ,
dates.
June, yeah, okay, got it.
No, May now.
Ah, no, yeah, that's what I meant, sorry. My bad. Queen c3, by the way. Hans, only chance for Hans to win.
Oh!
Plays it.
Wow. By Hans, Niemann is fighting. He's close to
By the way,
winning now
Gukesh did
again with
not.
the black pieces.
Chad, Gukesh didn't blunder. It still fine the position. Previously, it looked a bit bad, but now it's okay. But it's time pressure situation, so anything can happen. Let's keep our eyes here because this is where the tournament winner can be decided.
Chess is so hard, man. Chess is so hard. And I love this race that we are seeing between both the players. Both Fabi and Hans fighting for first place. This is how I want to see most events. We should not know till the last round who's going to win.
Oh, Queen
A
b3,
big
no?
mistake by Radoslav. Hans even Queen b3 and he could be winning or close to winning. Played on the board. Wow.
Hi, Hans OP. You know, in this entire day, like he lost to Fabi and Gukesh, and that's it. I mean, he defeated Firouzja, Fedoseev, drew to Wesley, beat MVL, beat Duda, and now he's beating Radek as well. What a performance by Hans, actually. The
Look at the
first like
clock.
elite win, yeah?
Yeah, and a huge one. And look at the clock, by the way. 19 seconds versus 1 minute 39 seconds. It's completely winning for Hans. Like, just an A4 pawn is gone, yeah? Over. Wow. Gukesh, by the way, also losing. Completely busted, actually. It's completely busted for Gukesh. So Gukesh losing, Fabi winning. Firouzja defeats MVL, by the way. That's a huge win for Firouzja. But the main games, Caruana also completely winning. Sejbhai Sindarov losing as well. Bhai, Gukesh is going to end up in ninth place. Confirmed.
Takes on A4, 22 seconds for Radek. Hans has 40 seconds more and an extra pawn. All the tools you need to win the game.
Oof.
Can
F4
he
feels like a
convert?
concession, man. This is just over, yeah? Queen E4 maybe and then just push the A pawn. I'm sure there are
Even
better
A5
ways.
Sida.
Yeah. Oh, Gukesh
Oh,
equalized. Wow.
Mukesh
How?
has equalized. Let's go. No, it's not equal, bhai. No ways he
Bhai, it is
played.
equal. It is equal. King H2 was a blunder, actually.
But why would you play King H2? Why Queen mar rahi hai सीधी?
Oh,
I
B4
don't
was the only
understand.
move.
That has to be no, that has to be a mistake. I'm sorry, there must be a bug there. So let's go back to Hans's game,
Bhai, Gukesh is
which
winning. Gukesh is
yeah,
also
Gukesh is
winning now.
yeah. But I think let's go to Hans, no?
Yeah.
Like this is the tournament, very very important for the tournament standings. Fabi, by the way, about to win. He's like 3 pawns up or something like this in a rook endgame. So Fabi is definitely winning. Hans को भी जीतना बहुत जरूरी है यहाँ पे.
Bhai,
Otherwise,
Duda
we get
also
tie breaks.
equalized. Duda equalized. So I think that's what happens there. Bishop F3 now. How does he win? Okay, D5 check incoming. Has to move the king somewhere. King G8 maybe. Oh, King H7, not the best. Pressure,
भाई
pressure,
किंग
pressure.
जी
He
वन
can.
निकालना है यहाँ से व्हाइट से राडिक को भाई 10 सेकंड में कैसे निकलेगा भाई नो चांस.
I think D5 is his best shot. Yeah, just push the C pawn. And he
Yeah,
plays it. He plays it.
exactly. Very, very human.
Oh, we have the Gukesh team on the right, by the
Checkmate.
way. Completely winning for Gukesh. That's an important one. Caruana has
Oh,
won.
By the way, Sindarov also losing to Wesley.
Fabi has won. He's ahead of Hans by half a point. Hans needs to win this. If he wants to win the tournament outright, he is winning. Sehwag, does he
I know.
win?
Yeah, yeah, of course. D3. I think he does. -6
Queen e3?
already.
Is Queen e3 not an option? Okay, he doesn't play it.
Queen e1 and this no d2. At least you have check, 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 and you can gain some time.
Oh, khatam
c7 पे
hai.
भी check है भाई. Oh, bishop d5. Cherry on top.
Oh, that's
कुछ
a
भी नहीं मर
crazy
रहा.
move. Queen e5 he plays. Queen d4 check. Okay, now you do you use queen? Yeah, it's winning, no? Like over.
Yeah, yeah, it's winning. Yeah, it's just a piece, just a bishop of check, king g7. There's no check on d4. So, and that's it. Hans wins the Grand Chess Tour. Crazy.
Wow. Hans Niemann wins on demand with the black pieces to seal the lead. Let's go to Ukash's game, Sahaj Bhai. Let's see him win the final game at least.
Oh yes, for sure, for sure. Let's go
Wow,
there.
man. What a win
By the
by
way,
Hans
Sindarov
Niemann.
also losing. Yeah, Sindarov also dead
Yeah.
loss against Wesley.
Yeah. Wow. That's an insane win, man. And Gukesh also wins. So amazing. Can we go to live final position Sahaj Bhai, for a second? The final position.
Yeah, this was the final position. Hey, कुछ पता नहीं क्या हुआ था यहाँ पे, but some pieces were flying around. Yeah, like in this position, who's gonna play a3 by? कुछ time scramble रहेगा. So I'm not
Huh.
sure what happened there, but yeah, I'm glad he won by. That's what's important.
So
Yeah, and
Gukesh
all five
wins.
results.
Gukesh wins. Wesley also won. Caruana also won. Firouzja won. And Hans won. So everybody who needed to win to have chances won. Wow, man. Hans Niemann is the winner of the Grand Chess Tour Poland. That is an insane result. His first win at the elite level, Sahaj Bhai.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, and so impressive, no? From Hans's perspective, I mean, he not so long ago, मतलब invites नहीं मिल रहे थे उसको, and now invites आने के बाद he's just dominating. Um, that too, I mean, in such a
Wow.
insane fashion. So yeah. And also,
So,
like props to by American players, they are doing something right when it comes to
yeah.
fast chess. That is for sure.
Top three, Hans Niemann, Fabi Wesley, all from America. But Hans Niemann steals the show with 22 and a half points. And he was definitely one of the lowest seeds. Look at the ratings, by the way. He was the second lowest seed according to the ratings, but he wins the event ahead of big names like Caruana and Wesley and Gukesh and Sindarov and Firouzja and MVL and Duda and so on. But Gukesh does end up in sixth place, half a point ahead of Sindarov at the end, Sahaj. Maybe at least that's some consolation for losing the one-on-one game, yeah?
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. So Gukesh at sixth place, Sindarov at seventh place. So, matlab, I feel like this ranking, 6 and 7. I feel like this is quite um, historic for me, Tiku bhai. I feel like थोड़ा meme worthy भी लग रहा है मेरे को. World Championship and World Championship Challenger ends up in a rapid event in this standings.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. And chat clearly telling us, that they're very impressed by the standing 6 and 7. These numbers mean a lot to you, chat. I'm sure that was your percentage in 12th boards as well, 67. So means a lot, Sahaj Bhai. I meant to chat like, and Sahaj Bhai, overall, a huge event, right? I feel like this was a lot of fun. We covered it with Tepe Sigmund at the start, but at the end, even without cameras, we could feel the tension between the players, and of course, the Gukesh Sindarov match, and of course, a huge win for Hans Niemann.
Big, I think huge is an understatement. वो भी भाई documentary आने के बाद like the first event he plays, he just dominates. Yeah, so yeah, big win for Hans, and of course, I mean, shout out to Fabi as well. By 5 wins in a row, five. He was also 6 out of 7, like at some point, and then he was 7 out of 8 actually. So today, Tikku bhai,
Hmm.
if we can think about it, he had 9 games, right?
Hmm.
या ही स्कोर्ड 7 out of 9 बेसिकली टुडे. तो एक गेम हारने पहला राउंड हारा वो, उसके बाद ही स्कोर्ड 7 out of 8. सो फाबी लिटरली लाइक वो जो 7 out of 7 वाली जो फीलिंग आपको दिखी थी ना, आज वो ब्लिट्स में देखी है हमने फाबी के साथ.
Wow.
या एंड ऑल्सो
Wow.
बट फॉर हांस आई मीन वेरी वेरी इंप्रेसिव ओवरऑल. मज़ा ही आ गया भाई.
Very, very impressive. And I think I don't know. I think Hans definitely comes out happy. Fabi also must be a little bit sad about missing the first place, but I don't know who comes out happier out of Gukesh Sindarov. Sahaj bhai and chat, if there is one person who's more satisfied with their individual results and whatever had transpired over the board, who's happier, who comes out better, Gukesh or Sindarov?
I'll wait for the chat's answers and then I will say bye. Thoda vesseling a bit. So my answer is no one, bhai. No one. I think both of them would be very disappointed overall with their performance because I think at the end of the day, yes, उनकी खुद की rivalry है, but I think both Sindarov and Gukesh would be pretty unhappy with the fact that neither of them finished top five, despite being world champion and world championship challenger, right? So both of them would be unhappy with. I mean, Sindarov went from winning the candidates 2 rounds to spare to finishing seventh in this tournament. I mean, he also wouldn't be happy with that, right? And of course, the result with Gukesh, I think he did get the better of him there. It was 2-1. So, Sindarov did pretty well there. But I think overall, I think neither of them would be happy with this.
I think agreed. I think agreed. I think neither of them will be happy with this. I think they definitely expected more from the event because from Sindarov's perspective, it was the first classical, not first over the board event after the historic candidates that he played. And for Gukesh, it's one of the rare events he's playing before the World Championship. But I think overall, a better performance from Gukesh, maybe from the last Rapid and Blitz that we've seen, but still not convincing, especially because he lost 2-1 against Sindarov. And from Sindarov, of course, maybe not ideal as well. So chat, this was TP segment first and now GCT Poland coming to an end. Sahaj bhai, if you had to summarize this tournament in one word, how will you do it?
By which tournament are we talking about?
This one.
Cams. Please दे दो cams. Cams दे दो please.
We have
बाकी सब
cams.
बढ़िया but cams दे
I
दो
can see
please.
Gukesh, yeah. I can see Gukesh. He's there, yeah. Still sitting at the board adjusting his pieces.
भाई it's a good thing हम लोग नहीं देख रहे हैं गुकेश को अभी right now because I'm sure he's not super happy either. But by the way, on a silver lining chat, Blitz में वो last नहीं आया. He was actually placed seventh, which is still not the best, but some consolation there. Yeah, defeating Duda with black I think is definitely a nice way to end any tournament. So yeah.
And Chad, we don't have the cameras for Romania, so we won't be streaming that event. It's classical and very, very long. We'll be back for Norway Chess. That starts on the 25th, where we will have Gukesh, Magnus, and Prague. And of course, we'll have Divya and Humpy as well in the women's section. And we know what happened last time at Norway Chess. And this time it's going to be even more spicy because it's the World Championship year and there'll be a lot of drama. It's only one of two classical events which will play this year. That is the Olympiad and Norway Chess. So how he performs there, here we can kind of argue this is Rapid and Blitz. Doesn't matter as much, but that is classical. And it's only one out of two events that he's going to play. So his form will be extremely crucial there, Sahaj bhai.
Oh yes, for sure. I think it's throughout. I think it's like that. But I feel Menorca से तो much better है. So I think we are halfway there, and hopefully Norway is where the where as usual where they जहाँ पे एकदम सब कुछ फटता है. Like hopefully वहाँ पे गुकेश भी इस बार एक धमाका मचा के आएगा भाई, मजा आएगा.
So chat, thank you all for joining. You guys are the ones who made this tournament special for us. We'll see you for Norway Chess on the 25th of May. For now, take care, have a good night, and bye-bye.